My testimony is about when I found Jesus. Right down the highway, a little place that they call Horse Nation. A little old church that's set back in the woods. They call it New Zion Baptist Church. See, I'm not worried about it. If he called me today, my heart is fixed. My mind is made up. I don't have nothing to worry about. That God been good to you. Talking to you Christians today. They don't mind being a witness round. That God been good. That God been good. Say yeah. 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 Somebody you can depend on. I never will forget. The preacher walked up in the front of the Moses man. He said, you been here for 3 long days. If you believe that the Lord have laid his hands on you, come up and take your seat. I never will forget. Seemed like yesterday. Stood in front of us, just as bright as day. I never will forget the song that the preacher sang. Oh, yeah. He looked up. Y'all excuse me. Yes, sir. Well, he looked up and said these words. Jesus. Look like he's standing right there in front of me. See, like I can feel his hands on me right now. Jesus. Some people they don't have food to eat. Some people find it funny because others don't have no shoes on their feet. Things may be good for you today, but tomorrow be so rough. That's why I say the only time that you should look down on a man is when you're giving him love. The home that they leave is so small. Some people find it funny. Some don't have no home. Things may be falling today, but tomorrow may be so rough. That's why I say all the time that you should look down on them. It's when you're in the world. My God is awesome. He can move mountains. Keep me in the valley. Hide me from the rain. My God is awesome. Heals me when I'm broken. Strength where I've been weak. Forever He as we celebrate the greatness of our God. He's great and He's greatly to be praised. There's no worship song that says this: our God is awesome. My God is awesome. He can move a mountain, keep me in the valley, hide me from the rain. My God is awesome. My God is awesome. When I'm broken, heals me when I'm broken. Strength where I've been weak. Ever He will reign. Lift your voice and say, my God is awesome. Yeah, awesome. Savior of the whole world, giver of salvation, by His stripes I am healed. My God is awesome. Today I am forgiven. His grace is why I'm living. Praise His holy name. My God is awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. God is awesome. The world is full of iconic figures. The people praise Him. They stack us up at a high percentage. Giants in our eyes. The sky's the limit. The picture painted is larger than life, but God is bigger. Your God is greater. I weigh Him on the scale like crocs and gators. Found that only God can save us. And God is gracious. It's who we flock to. In the day of trouble, and when we blow it like hot food. The song's official. Nobody's greater for Sean Mitchell. You gotta remember that song. It echoes the heart of scripture. Yeah, they wonder why we so serious. It's cause Jesus Christ is awesome, man, period. Came out Jesus, the Son, first, the King of Kings, and He's God on earth. earth. My Messiah, born and raised to give us all a second birth. And from heaven he came down to free all that were bound. God the Lord and 20 fell down, casting down their crowns, saying, thou art worthy, Lord, to receive glory, honor, and power. So every man, woman, boy, and girl, let's make this declaration.
Don't stop praising him. Don't stop praising him. Because he's worthy to be praised. Hallelujah. Glory be to the name of Jesus. First, giving honor to God. For he's Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. Go ahead and praise him. Thank you, Jesus. When we left the city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, we had one purpose in mind. Hallelujah. And that was to lift up the holy name of Jesus. Because I know he's worthy to be praised. Hallelujah. While standing and looking at the many people that have come through the door. Glory to God. I've seen some with gray hair. Some can barely wave their hand. Some whose steps have gotten slower. And some can't jump as high as they used to. When I look around and see them still giving God the praise, it makes me think about a story that I was told about a man who had been in church over 50 years. Said he was in testimony meeting when he's out on the edge of the seat and leaned on his walking cane. He said, since the Lord saved me, sanctified me, and Holy Ghost filled me, I've been running trying to make 100. 99 and a half won't do. How many know it tonight? If you know it, just give God some praise. Hallelujah. He said, I don't feel like going sometimes. Oh, but when I think about how good God been to me, I find myself, hallelujah, getting in my own slow habit. Thank you, Jesus, hallelujah. And that's when it began to sing. Step by step, day by day. I'm on my way to see the King. Step by step, step by step. I can imagine that old man saying these words. It was day by day, day by day, day by day. Sometimes with tears in his eyes, flowing to God. I'm on my way. I can imagine. Every passing minute, every hour Every bit of attention I pay, I'm fully committed.
All right. What's up? It's Sunday. We in here. We out here. I got the homie old dog. We in here. We about to do it. And before I get started, shout out to the homie Hoop Jargon in the comments. I don't see how a guy can be a top 10 ranked all-time player ahead of Larry Bird, Larry Legend, and Tim Duncan and Shaq and all these guys when you didn't have to draft garbage to keep him happy. That has to go under the LeBron check mark. Okay, in order to keep him happy and keep him on your team, you got to spend a roster spot with trash that's not even good enough to be ranked in the top 100 at 20 years old. Let's be honest. Bronny today could go back to high school. He still wouldn't be a top 100 player. I said it. If we grade him fairly. Bronny's a bigger, I ain't going to say more athletic, but a bigger talent and actually has a better, more NBA-ready body. And he was a 3-star talent. They ranked his other son, fairly. And so Bronny had no business going from like number 57 to number 23 his senior year. That was all Clutch Sports and Nike. Let's keep it down the middle, bro. Right? That's what that was. That was LeBron spending money to get his son ranked. Then he signs with USC, is the what? 8th scorer on the team, 8th leading scorer, averaging like 4 points a game. After a heart issue, he gets drafted, gets a guaranteed contract before they ever had the doggone spring training, right? They gave him a guaranteed contract. Let's not the spring, what do they call it? The pro-am, summer pro-am. He got a guaranteed contract. This type of stuff, listen, man, listen. I made a video about the 100 reasons why LeBron James is unrankable, right? I'm pushing 200. Now, this guy, every day, every week, he does something. They gave this guy, yes, right, they gave him a 4-year contract, unheard of. He had a 4-year contract before he even hit the court. Guaranteed. And then they had the nerve to say he earned it. Then they had the guy, Quincy Olivari, right? Way better than his son. Leads the doggone G League in scoring. What they do? They move him up to the G League. Move up to the NBA. Let him play a couple of games. This is just to get Bronny to start taking all the shots on the G League, right? Then when Olivari comes back, they forcing him to pass the ball to Bronny. Next thing you know, he cut. Come on, man. Listen. This man is number one. He's not about black empowerment. He's not about anything but himself. He's not even about his sons. I'm sorry. I got to go there. Somebody got to do it, man. I need to do a video on the LeBron Haters channel. Me and Hoop, we need to hook up, do a LeBron Haters video. But this is a problem. This is problematic, right? This dude steady has fans ranking him in the top. I don't see how he's number 2. I don't see how he's number 5. I don't see how he's number 10. I don't see, honestly, come on, man, you got to put him in the top 20. Why? Baggage counts. Turnovers count. Air ball, he's leading all time. 56 air ball free throws. He is leading. What are we doing? The all-time air ball free throw leader. The all-time turnover leader. The all-time missed shots leader. So that scoring doesn't look that good now, does it? Does it? What we doing? As a shooting guard, Michael Jordan is a better rebounder than LeBron is as a small forward. Let's take that into account because we give Jason Kidd clout for being a rebounding point guard at 5.5, 6 rebounds, but we bash Michael Jordan at a shooting guard for getting 6 rebounds and say, well, LeBron gets more rebounds. Yeah, but LeBron is a small forward. So let's look at that. And his first 8 years in the league, the man couldn't shoot over 50% from the field. Let's really tell it like it is, bro. I mean, I ain't want to look. I know I done went off on a tangent. This video ain't got nothing to do with that. I just, I saw Hoops comments in the comment section. I say, you know what? I got to say something about this. So I went ahead and took a jab at it. What's up? What's up, old dog? What you got, man?
What's up, man? Actually, Larry Bird averaged more rebounds in his career.
Yeah. Bird averaged like 8 point something. Right?
Nah, it was 10. It was near 10.
Yeah, it was 10 rebounds. Yeah. So Bird's a better rebounder, a better field goal percentage from outside the paint. This man's 65% of his buckets come from 3 feet or close. Let's tell it like it is. He shoots around the basket. He's a layup and dunk guy. He's not he's a better shooter from out far. No, he's really not, because when Michael Jordan focused on it, he shot 43% back in, 98? I think the last year of his career, in Chicago, he shot 43%. LeBron's never done that. So if you look at it, you counting the years where Mike wasn't even shooting threes because they were shooting 1 3 a game. And you said, well, LeBron's a better 3-point shooter. That's dishonest. That's why I don't like LeBron fans. I don't like LeBron fans because they're dishonest. They lie. They manipulate. They know. You look at numbers, you either lazy or you look at numbers. You go and you just look at the bottom and say, well, Jordan, for his career average, wait. When Jordan came in the league in 84, they wasn't even shooting threes. Jordan, he had years where he was shooting like 1.3, 1.2 threes a game, if that. What are we doing?
Larry Bird shot 21% from the 3 1 year, but he only took 52 3-pointers.
That's what I'm saying. So that's not even a 3-pointer a game.
Yeah. So
they talking like because he came up in an era where they were just shooting regular 2.3, 2-point buckets. But they don't do that. They say, well, he's a better. I remember what's his name? The coach for the Lakers.
JJ Redick.
Yeah, JJ Redick was on there like, Larry Bird's not that much. He's not a good shooter. I was like, man, bro, for you to say Larry Bird ain't a good shooter, you never watched the game. You probably was a toddler when this man was playing basketball, JJ. Ain't no way in the world I'm going to sit up here and say Larry Legend wasn't no good three. Larry Legend wasn't a good 3-point shooter. He wasn't a good shooter. Larry Legend. What are we doing, bro? Everybody knows Larry Legend was a heck of and he was a 3-pointer when it counted with his left hand. If he felt like this dude played the whole game with his left hand just to do it and got 40-something points. Show me. Let me tell you who would do that. That's the type of thing I could see Jokic doing today. Jokic is showing you that you can't diminish Larry Bird. Luka, those two guys right there. The best players in the league are European right now. Right?
Yep.
I'm sorry, Jokic right now should be the MVP. They doing him dirty. I agree. I think Jokic, with what I've seen this man doing in the last couple of games, I'm like, bro, look, the skill level is unmatched. Like, this dude can score all types of ways, and he gonna get you the ball. I mean, what else you looking for, man? He gonna rebound.
I think he should have 4 MVPs. I think he has 3.
He got 3. He should have got one last year. Because if you look at it, let me tell you why. Pound for pound, statistic for statistic, Jokic ran circles around that boy last year. They just gave it to him because of who he was. SGA. They're like, okay, well, Shea Gill, Chris Alexander, he did this, he did that. He's on a winning team with 2 all-star, first team, all NBA players. Yeah, he looks good. They might win 70 games this year. So you looking at that and giving him the credit. When you look at Joker, he ain't really got nobody for real. He got guys that get injured. They might show, they might not. This dude is ridiculous, bro.
Aaron Gordon can play.
I'm not saying he can't play, but he don't play all season.
That's true.
He'll get hurt, or sometimes he'll just get out there and just go to sleep. He will just go out there and just night in, night out, give you 40, 30. He ain't. If he was a 25, 30 a night guy, they'll probably, Jokic have about 2 or 3 championships right now. That's the part because he got your boy, what's his name, the point guard?
Jamal Murray.
Yeah, Jamal Murray shows up sometimes, but sometimes he fall asleep. Only one that's consistent is Jokic. And I hate they didn't keep Westbrook, but
yeah, it's not good when you have a guy that shows up sometime. I think that's just as bad as not having him.
Yeah.
You don't want to put your faith in a guy that's not that's not
That's why I'm
consistent.
glad they traded that other guy, Michael Porter. They needed
Oh
to.
yeah, that dude's
Yeah, he'll
that
show
dude.
up. When he did show up, he looks great. He's a 22 a game guy. He is. But when he don't show up, he go 4-5 games. You don't know he out there.
Yeah, you don't want a boom or bust guy in sports. You know, that's the
I would
problem
call him a
with
bust, boom guy. He's that's what I would
well,
call him.
well the
Yeah.
thing is, it's like take Kaepernick when he was good. You know, those years he was good. The good was so good that you had to bet on him, but the bad was just so bad. It was just like, it's like making a layup. Like he couldn't just throw a simple dig route
Yeah,
without
Colin
overthrowing.
Kaepernick, for one, I think that second year, that first year when he got out there when Alex Smith got hurt,
Yeah.
and they hadn't drawn up no defenses for him. He kind of got in there real quick. But if you look at and listen to what he says, like, I mean, what he did, if you look at what he did when defenses adjusted, he played like the first 2 games of that next year decent, and then that was it for him.
Yeah, he had a hell of a game, the season opener, when he
He
threw
had
like
like 400 yards. Yeah,
400
I
yards because
remember that.
Anquan Bolden had like 200 of those. But when
Yeah,
the
he did.
defense
He did.
found out that they didn't have a deep threat and you could stack the box and it kind of condensed the field, nah, he was in trouble.
You chopping up, bro.
Damn. What about now? Yo, can you hear me?
He'll come back. I'm gonna introduce this video when he come back. I don't want to say it now. I'm gonna just wait because I want to show this video when he get here. And just kind of we're gonna go down this road as to why I'm making this video. So the reason we're making this video is as soon as he come back, I'm gonna tell you. But it's some stuff I'm kind of seeing, and it's really annoying. Let me get this other video kind of drawn up too, because it's a lot of ignorant people out here, man. And I mean this from a humbly. I actually mean this humbly. I just do, because let's see. Lord have mercy. All right, let's go here. So I'm gonna kind of let this play till my boy come back. Let's see. Where is it? God dang, I can't find it. Here it is. Got it. All right. So waiting on old dog. While we're waiting on old dog, I'm gonna just let this play because this is a classic video. I love this brother's content. He always kind of beautifully breaks stuff down. Y'all want to check him out on TikTok. I'm not a TikTok person like that for real, but I figure what the heck, you know what I'm saying? I jump on TikTok a little bit, watch a little content from time to time. It's some interesting stuff on there, at least based on the algorithm that I created myself for myself or whatever I want to watch. You know how you get on there, you choose what you want to see. So let me go ahead and share. Actually, let me start with this other one because this guy's a Marxist talking, and it's kind of interesting. But let's get this right quick. Let's go ahead and I'll wait on my boy.
Because you refuse to learn how.
Here's why I cannot be a Christian as a black man.
Because you refuse to learn how to read the Bible in context and listen to logic, reason, and evidence. Family, what you're about to see is a masterclass of excuses, and I want you to note that people like Sean Towers never present an alternative worldview to Christianity because they don't have one.
To be a Christian as a black man means that I have to turn the other cheek to the social injustices that directly affect black men.
My bad, fam. I'm trying to find the scripture that says that we are supposed to turn a blind eye to the social injustices of our time. And I can't find it, but I did find Zephaniah 3:5, which says that the Lord, the
Hold on, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly. Let me rewind it. This is one, but this is kind of along those same lines. And then we'll play your video. All right?
Yo.
Okay.
Cannot be a Christian as a black man.
because you refuse to learn how to read the Bible in context and listen to logic, reason, and evidence. Family, what you're about to see is a masterclass of excuses. And I want you to note that people like Sean Towers never present an alternative worldview to Christianity because they don't have one.
To be a Christian as a black man means that I have to turn the other cheek to the social injustices that directly affect black men.
The most beautiful point he just made was that they have no alternative. That I agree with that. That's the main point of it. Let's go.
My bad, fam. I'm trying to find the scripture that says that we are supposed to turn a blind eye to the social injustices of our time. And I can't find it, but I did find Zephaniah 3:5, which says that the Lord, the righteous Lord, is in her. He's in the city and he does no wrong. Day by day, he hands down justice and he does not fail, but the wicked know no shame. I was also flipping over to Micah 6:8, where it says, mankind, he has told each of you what is good and what it is the Lord requires of you, to act justly and to love faithfulness and to walk humbly before your God. I also found another one in Isaiah 30:18 says, therefore the Lord waits to be gracious to you, and therefore he exalts himself to show mercy to you. For the Lord is a God of justice. Blessed are all those who wait for him. Sean clearly hasn't read his Bible.
I have to claim that I don't wrestle with flesh and blood, but with spiritual wickedness in high places, to avoid from getting my hands dirty with those social issues.
My bad. I think you missed Hebrews 11:32, where it talked about people like Gideon, Barak, Samson, Jephthah, David, Samuel, and the prophets who conquered kingdoms, administered justice, became mighty in battle, and put foreign armies to flight. Yeah, that sounds a lot like people who are only interested in spiritual warfare. Sean Towers does not know his Bible.
It makes all the sense in the world, because if you think about colonizers or the slave master, wouldn't it benefit him if you as a black person became Christian? Of course, because then you wouldn't fight back. You would simply just turn the other cheek.
That might be the most nonsensical thing I've ever heard. I bet you wouldn't say that to Nat Turner's face. I bet you wouldn't say that to Queen Harriet Tubman's face, the Black Moses. And I bet you wouldn't be willing to say that to the black men who led the Stonewall Rebellion. All of these and more have one thing in common, and that is it was their Christian faith that.
So the interesting thing I found out about the Stonewall Rebellion, I had heard about the Stonewall Rebellion, but I didn't know that when he said that, I was like, what? Because, I watched documentaries and stuff on the Stonewall Rebellion. Have you ever heard of that, old dog?
Nope, just the first day. I'm
you
today
probably,
years
I'm
old.
gonna tell you. I bet you didn't heard of it. You probably just didn't forgot about it. Have you ever heard of a rebellion where some black people, black guys rose up, got some guns, armed themselves, and started marching towards Florida?
No.
You ain't never heard of that?
Never heard of that.
So I'm just kind of read you a brief little overview of what took place. So on September 9th, 1739, about 20 enslaved Africans gathered near the Stono River. They broke into a store, took weapons, and began marching with a banner that reportedly said liberty, freedom, right?
How did they know it said liberty?
We're going to get there, right? As they moved, they recruited more enslaved people, eventually 60 to 100. They fought several skirmishes with plantation militias, and they won. They did. They was going down their way, and they had to raise up a strong military to stop them. The rebellion was ultimately suppressed, and the colony passed even harsher laws afterward. The Stonewall Rebellion was the largest slave uprising in the British colonies before the American Revolution. It took place in South Carolina with a group of enslaved Africans, many of who were Catholic and Christian. They were previously trained soldiers from the Kingdom of the Congo. Now, if you hear that, you're like, okay, well, there's a guy by the name of King Nzinga who converted to Christianity before the slave trade ever happened in the Congo. right? So it was already, Christianity was already there, right? Many rebels were already Christian before they were enslaved. It says West Africa, Central Africa, especially the Congo, had been Christians for centuries. Never heard of it, right? Their
Nah.
faith was not a slave religion taught on plantations. It was there long before colonists tried to weaponize Christianity for control. Never heard of that. We never hear about people like that in Africa. There were people that were Christians way back, going all the way back to Philip in Ethiopia. We act like Ethiopia. See, Ethiopia don't count. Black people only want Ethiopia to be part of Africa when they, when they want to talk about certain things. But King Izana and all that, Queen Goody, all that type of stuff, those are Africans. Those are black people from Africa, Ethiopians. I've been to Ethiopia. Not many people can say that, but I have. They thought I was Ethiopian, okay? They literally tried to keep me at the airport when I was leaving. They thought I was I'm like, man, they looked at me and they looked at my passport. They looked at me. They went over in the back. I'm like, hold on, player. I'm going back. I'm going home. They thought I was one of them. So I'm just trying to tell you, bro, like at the end of the day, when it comes down to what's going on with America and black people in knowledge and understanding of history, they're very ignorant. And the reason I titled this video like I did, why black people are getting what they deserve due to ignorance, is because you literally are fighting against the very foundation of Western civilization. That's what they're doing. That's what that man in that video is talking about. You're not assimilating into Western culture. You're not assimilating into Christendom, because that's really what it is. That's the old school name for it, Christendom.
Yep, exactly.
And so you're against that, and you're fighting against it. And take in mind, you're not offering any alternative, because what they're also saying by saying this is that the old way was better.
How would they know? That's my question to them.
Well, I know for a fact the old way wasn't better, because we got the writings of people that was talking about what was going on around those times and how we was killing each other, child sacrifice. We was doing a lot of crazy stuff, man. I mean, let's not forget that viral video of the Hodge twins reacting to some slaves in Africa, not slaves, but some people in the bush that had never seen ice before. Remember that?
Yeah, they were trying to open a plastic bottle with a knife. They didn't know that you had to twist off the cap.
I mean, it's the type of stuff. This is where a lot of us would be if it wasn't for, I'm not trying to say slavery was good. Lord knows I don't think that. Don't get it twisted. But what I'm saying is we are better off today in America than we would be in Africa.
I don't think this is not a evenly framed argument when people say, was slavery good or bad? Because, for starters, we don't even differentiate between slavery and indentured servitude. A lot of those people that came here earlier, like in the 1600s, 1500s, some of those were indentured servants.
Yeah, from Europe. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, they were black indentured servants. That's what I'm saying. So, and even with that,
I'm saying a lot of the Moors came over that were from Europe that were indentured servants. They just had they call Bacon's Rebellion, where Bacon's Rebellion was a bunch of whites and blacks rebelling together.
Yeah.
So it's history where I agree with you. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Here come October, man. October never takes the link and comes up here and tries to explain his narrative. He just comes in the comments and tries to act like he know it all. I don't know why you do that, brother. I really don't.
Also,
done well. I'm not trying to say that but let's be honest, because he's trying to make the case that Africa is just. So you're telling me that if we were left alone, we would have what? Fill in the blank. Like where would we be if it wasn't for the slave trade in that? Would Africa be this metropolis? That's almost laughable.
Well, hold on though. Like let's look at history for what it is. The people, the captives of the transatlantic slave trade, where did most of them go?
Brazil.
Okay, they went to the southern hemisphere. They didn't all go to Virginia.
No.
So, when we complain about things, Like the slaves in the American colonies, they actually had it better off than slaves anywhere else. And
Yeah.
and then I mean, let's just keep going further. You know, we talk when this dude on the first dude was trying to talk about the Bible. The Bible does not condemn slavery at all, and I don't either. What the Bible condemns is man stealing. When you kidnap people and enslave them, that's what the Bible condemns. If we're honest, subjugation is a natural part of man's existence because even in the United States, when we incur all this debt, we become enslaved to our debtor, to our to the people that we owe the debts to. We have to everything we have to pay them back before our debt is totally canceled. So that's a form of servitude, or what they would call slavery. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, is that wrong? Well, it's a natural part of, I guess, commerce. If you don't have the money to pay for something and you borrow it, then yeah, that other person owns you somewhat, somehow.
Yeah. That's it. That's it. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Made them fight for their freedom. It would actually benefit the slave master for you to be an atheist or a idol worshiper. Atheism and naturalism cannot explain the evil in the world. Atheism and naturalism do not have an objective moral standard by which they can even say that slavery was even wrong. It is only the Christian worldview that says that slavery is wrong, because people are made in the image of God. It was Christians that led to the abolitionist movement, not atheists. Sean Towers does not know his Bible or Black history.
Yeah, you would obey your master, even as unto the Lord.
Suggesting that 1 Peter 2:18 endorses or advocates for slavery is like believing that seatbelts endorse car crashes. It's dealing with the reality of what happens. It's not endorsing the wreck. If 1 Peter 2:18 means that God supports slavery, then traffic laws must.
That's what you just said. That's exactly what you just said. Hold on.
Yep.
Mean that the government supports drunk driving, because they tell people what to do when it happens, not because they endorse it. Sean Towers cannot read the Bible in context.
Why I cannot be Christian as a Black man? It will require me to forget the horror that happened to my people, and also to forget the horrors and injustices that happen to us today.
And where exactly is that found in the Bible? And you keep mentioning justice and injustice when you espouse a worldview that cannot provide an objective moral standard for what is just or unjust. Sean Towers is stealing concepts from the same Christian worldview that he is poorly critiquing, and is blinded by his own hurt and hatred, so he cannot see it.
Oh, but here's the kicker. I would have to ignore.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the problem with a lot of Black men. They'll say stuff like, I don't believe in the Bible, I believe in a God, or I believe in something, but they don't have anything to frame that with. They don't have any, it doesn't have any kind of principles to follow.
Yeah, no framework.
No framework at whatsoever. So and then they wonder, then people wonder why, you know, the women are out of control, because they're following the men who aren't following anything.
And that's what we about to get to with your girl.
Slavery and the fact that God never showed up.
Funny, God never showed up in slavery. Yet it was Bible reading, Jesus preaching abolitionists who led the charge to dismantle it. Remind me of the atheist and naturalistic worldview that led to the ending of slavery.
Don't worry, I'll wait.
And that God would dare listen to the prayers of our oppressors. At least that's what they told us.
Who is this uninformed, biblically illiterate person that you're listening to that lacks any type of education in Black history? The problem of evil is not due to the absence of God in the world, but the absence of God in our lives. Slavery wasn't God's fault. It was the fault of evil people. The arrogance of blaming God for what evil human beings chose to do with their own free will, and then ignorantly believing slavery was an answer to prayer. Sean Towers does not know his Bible.
And believe it or not, Black Christians believe that.
So we should just take your word for it. I mean, who are these Black Christians who believe that slavery was the result of God answering the prayers of evil men? Sean Towers is lying to you.
Then you have the black Israelites. Oh boy. Yeah, making God black justifies all the horrors of the Bible, right? See, if God were black, that would make him worse, at least to us.
What?
So now God has a skin color. The only people worse than you at reading the Bible in context are Hebrew Israelites. Their gospel is self-centered. The true gospel is Christ-centered. They want to affirm themselves and their identity. Disciples of Jesus Christ deny ourselves and find our identity in Christ. Sean Towers does not know his Bible.
But furthermore, since I'm a critical thinker,
A critical thinker analyzes, evaluates, and interprets information to form judgments and conclusions.
Yeah, everybody named Mama saying critical thinking ain't critical.
A critical people that are critical thinkers
Take all information. They have to have all information into account.
exactly. They have to have the for and against argument. Being a contrarian does not make you a critical thinker. It just makes you an asshole.
Yeah, because listen, you can think critically with just the information you've been given, and I get that. But you're coming you came obviously in that video to destroy and tear down. And you spoke ignorantly without being informed. One of the most refreshing things for me as a believer was learning what happened in Africa with Christianity. Because if you don't learn that, these niggas will beat you. They'll beat a drum talking about the white masters. That is the most ignorant, lower educated, low IQ argument ever. But they do it all the time until you start dropping names and dates and being able to. You should memorize that stuff because these dudes will always come to you with that like it's some sort of smoking gun, and it's not, which shows a lack of critical thinking. If you say that the white man did this, when I say that's actually not true because da 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 da, and then this happened and this happened, then you got this and this and this, you got this whole empire right here that was Christian, you got the very framework of Christianity. Basically, to me, like the George Washington, if you will. I wouldn't say George Washington, but he's the Thomas at Jefferson. He up there. St. Augustine, Tertullian. These are Carthage. These are people in Africa, right? Then you got the Axumites, the whole Ethiopian. What about that? What about the Coptic church in Egypt that still exists today? You got all that, and they ignore all that history and act like it ain't been. No, man. You white man get like, man, you just dumb. You dumb. It's the bottom line. It's not critical. It's not critical thinking.
Well, niggas have no answers. I mean, niggas only have objections, but no answers.
That's it.
They question assumptions. They consider different perspectives, and they seek evidence to support their conclusions.
Exactly.
Sean Towers is not a critical thinker. You're a content creator who critiques for a living. You point out problems, but offer no viable solutions. Nothing in this video shows evidence of critical thought.
what do I need a God to believe in for anyway? Can anybody answer that? Why do I need a God?
For one, because you keep talking about justice and injustice with no objective moral standard by which to judge them. Number two, matter demands a maker. Science has proven that the universe wasn't eternal. So what other first cause do you know that exists outside of time, space, and matter that has unlimited power, intellect, and is personal? Three, you cannot explain.
I gotta give it to this brother. He is surgical. I love this brother content. He is surgical. I'm talking about he be slicing, bro. I love it.
Life came from non-life without a living first cause. 4, design demands a designer. The universe can clearly show signs of design unless you think that random chance and mutation led to all of this. Number 5, intellect demands an intelligent creator. How do you get critical thinking from non-living molecules in motion? I mean, I could keep this up. Y'all know where this is going. Sean Towers cannot explain all of these things without God.
And which one do I need?
The one that literally came to earth, died, rose again, and has an empty tomb for which we cannot find a body for. That one.
And why they always talking behind my back? Why they can't come tell me or nobody else?
So I guess the overwhelming evidence from inside and outside the Bible that proves that Jesus existed isn't enough. I mean, he's got to show you personally. Man, stop lying. God could show up right now, just like he did 2,000 years ago, and you still wouldn't believe.
Because it's nonsense.
Nonsense is spending every day making videos about a God that you don't even believe exists. Nonsense is believing in the material effect of the universe without a first cause. Nonsense is believing that mankind received life and intellect as the result of natural selection and random mutation, and not a God who has life and intellect. Nonsense is believing that you can discuss justice without an objective moral standard. Nonsense is believing in shucks, and I was rolling. Nonsense is spending every day making videos about a God that you don't even believe exists. Nonsense is believing that the material effect of the universe is possible without a first cause. Nonsense is believing that mankind received life and intellect as the result of natural selection and random mutation, but not a God who has life and intellect. Nonsense is believing that you can discuss justice and injustice without an objective moral standard by which to judge them by. Nonsense is believing that being a Christian is antithetical to Black identity. Nonsense is not knowing that many of your ancestors and mine were Christians
I
and that they're
gotta
Christian.
stop him there. It is antithetical to what Black identity is, because Black identity, as we know, is evil. I'm sorry to say it, but that's just how I see it now.
Yeah, I can't argue with you on that. I mean, I think he's saying that. This is my thing. I think he's saying that you can, and I know Iris is gonna have a problem with the word black. We know, but what I'm saying is, I think he's saying that a person can say I'm black. Like I can say I'm black. I can. If somebody asks me, is O-Dog black? I'm gonna say yeah, he black. I don't think that in and of itself says anything. Now, when you start attributing traits or characteristics to what it means to be black, and you say that it is antithetical to be Christian and black, that's what he was talking about. I think in that regard. But if I step back in the macro and look at our culture and what the people are who are called black, what we do, then and how we move, then it's pretty clear that we're evil in a lot of respects.
Faith motivated their refusal to remain enslaved. Nonsense is not knowing the history of your own people and embarrassing yourself and your ancestors by making silly videos like this for likes, shares, and comments.
I do think he's made a point right there that I really like. I think it's profoundly disrespectful to people from back in the day to think they were stupid. Because that's how we talk. You feel me, O-Dog? We talk like somebody took a whip on their back and was cool and was, oh, it's nothing. God is going to bless me. I'm going to go to heaven. And you think they didn't have desires and thoughts and wants and anger and feelings and emotions just like you? Like, these were just a bunch of dumb people, right? Even the ones that got their freedom and went to church and built businesses and married the mother of their kids and they built communities and banks, and that's what we're about to get to with this woman. Those were dumb people, right? Stupid. They never had any real deep, thoughts about anything. What you think?
Yeah, they kind of make it seem like they were just so much more evolved than those that came before them. That
kind
that
of like
man
what we see in basketball.
Yeah, that man does not have the capacity to feel and to internalize and to analyze the experiences that he's going through, and to actually understand pain and anguish and all that. They act like
they didn't know right from wrong. They didn't know right from wrong.
Yeah, they act like
crossed their mind, like to say, what would it be like to be free? They think we never even thought like that. Like we just was happy.
Yeah, they act like they were just their ancestors were just like blank notepads that the slave masters wrote in, and they had no kind of control over it. That's a very condescending way of thinking, and they might not admit that they're thinking like that, but that's what it is.
Yeah, and I guarantee you, if you talk to anybody from that time, they won't talk like that. They won't. Now, this the main one you sent me. I didn't even watch it. I watched the first few seconds and stopped it because I knew it was some mess, and I get sick of this. Now, this is a woman who's supposed to be a conservative, right?
Yeah. Well, she says a lot of conservative things.
I'm gonna say this: she done been with a nigga that's not. She been with a nigga, probably, and I'm just gonna say it. No knock, gets probably some nigga that done some time. He probably got a couple of kids out of wedlock. She's single, right?
I don't know.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong on all this.
Yeah.
But I don't, and I know this is gonna sound real crazy. What I'm about to say, this sound like something she got from a nigga. I'm just being straight up with you. Very disrespectful, and I know she probably feels that way. If she sees this, I would love to have her on the channel and have her discuss why she feels the way she feels. I mean, because I'm not, but I don't think she's coming. But if she does, I'll give her the mic, let her talk. But for me, when I hear women talk like that, a lot of times I look at them like, okay, who you been with? Because you've been influenced. A lot of times. Women are historically, and we can look at Western civilization and how it was with women a lot of times and how they talk a lot of times is influenced by something. That you can say, well, men are too. Men a lot of times are mavericks and try to break rules and go against the grain. Women a lot of times it's about her man. And I'm telling you this as a guy who's been a man on this earth and been around women and seen them change their opinions based on the type of man they with and how if he reasons with her and she sees the logic, she'll change her mind. Ain't no woman finna get with me and tell me to not go with God. That just ain't finna happen.
Yeah, women are car riders. They're not drivers. And that may sound disrespectful, but that's just the nature of existence. Women are not the prime movers. Women, they may experience the affect, but they're not the prime movers. And it's that's why I tell women, like I told this young girl, she was telling me I was on a date and I didn't like it, so I went home and then went on a date with somebody else. And I said, don't move that way. You want to be mindful about the kind of energies that you're around and the influences that are coming on you. And then some other chick was like, well, she's young, she's got to experience things. I'm like, nah, you don't have to do all that. Like women could get really messed up hanging around all sorts of different men.
And that's it. And that therein is where your father. Remember that clip? Did I send you that clip about that dad and his daughter?
Yeah. That the black dude
on that show. I loved it. You saw how he handled it.
Yeah.
I was like, that's what a father's supposed to be. And you can see his daughter in their relationship and how they moved. He covered her. He blessed her. He covered her like a father's supposed to cover his daughter. And you could see her mindset, the way she looked at stuff was affected because of how her dad was moving. But it's not like that when the man is not in place in a lot of places. But let's keep going. I want you to hear this.
Crutch and lifeline of the Black community. Black people were not saved by Christianity. Black people survived Christianity. Let's get into why Christianity has such a tight hold on our community. Enslavers forced Christianity onto Africans. Bibles were tools before they were beliefs. They banned literacy, edited scripture, and preached, obey your master, turn the other cheek.
Hold up. This is very rich what she just said. Number one, she's talking like it's not in Africa prior to that, which is, we just talked about that. That's well documented that's actually not true, right? And a lot of the people, Saint Augustine, Tertullian, these are countries in Africa. These people, you got Saint Moses, Saint Maurice, you got King Nzinga. And like I said, a lot of Christians came to Africa came to America already being Christian. So that's actually not true. And Philip in North Africa's documented, Ethiopian, all that. All this stuff has been documented.
There has to be some kind of incentive for people to just buy into, if I come to Georgia and I'm telling you something, I have to have some kind of token of my belief. I have to have some kind of, substantive evidence that will convince you, okay, this guy's telling the truth. A lot of people are not going to want to admit this, but a lot of Africans wanted to come into the faith because it gave them a better life. It actually gave a value to their life. And you can you still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So you can even see this in communities or just regions without the gospel or without a heavy Christian influence. Life is not valued the way it should. It was Christianity that made that made man value life. Other than that, people could just kill and get sacrificed for absolutely no reason. Human life had no value.
I mean, we could talk about the group of people down there. I think it was what's his face? Cecil Rhodes was in Africa, and there was this other group of Africans that they hated the other group so much they was showing up and slaughtering them and then killing them, and they wrote about how they would just kill the babies in the womb. They would just not in the crib. I mean, they were really savage, for lack of a better word. And so I think it's the video with me and Chuck when we talked about did the white man civilize Africa?
Yes,
right?
he did. No.
I mean, and this is something that pissed off a lot of people about with that title, but you can kind of see Western civilization. Like, you got to give it to Western civilization. Everybody on earth is benefiting from Western civilization today. Like, there's certain things that we got to just go ahead and just tip our hats to and say, yeah, Western civilization, Johannes Gutenberg, the printing press. What did the printing press do for Western civilization?
It made the word of God, or it made the Bible more readily available.
Not just that, it also made books readily available, which made knowledge readily available, right? That's probably why we got Tesla. That's why we got George Washington Carver. That's why we got Thomas Edison. That's why we got the Industrial Revolution. All this stuff comes from, if you don't have a printing, so you got to give props for that. You can't just sit up here and try to look at it like, because, and this is just, I mean, look, I'm black, right? I'm a black man. I can understand why it pisses people off to say stuff like this. It's hard to acknowledge there were more advanced cultures than Africans. I'm sorry, like there just are. There have been. The Japanese culture is more advanced than any culture in Africa. It just is, and it was hundreds of years ago. Like it was 200. They're way ahead of Africa. Africa's just now starting to do what they did way back in the day. If you look at Africa, we look at the Magi Restoration, and I hate to talk about this because it always gets niggas to call me a coon, but you talk about the Magi Restoration and what happened when they ran into Admiral Perry in 1850, and by 1911 they conquered the Russian army. Right? These guys were riding horses, guys, in 1850. In 60 years, they was putting their foot up the Russian armies behind. Then 20, 30 years later, they was putting their foot up the Americans behind to where they had to nuke them. They had ships, they had planes, they had Africa just not getting there. We've been around and been exposed to this hundreds of years prior, just by proximity. Like you gotta tell the truth, man. So let's not tell these things like, oh well, it didn't save. Her whole premise, because I guess I'm gonna call this a verbal essay. Her whole premise is wrong. It actually kind of did save it. If we're being honest, we would still be. Where would we be in Africa if it weren't for? Because guess what? And we can talk about this historically. There's that video where the Chinese guy goes over to Kenya, and he's sitting there looking at the Kenyan like, look at this, man. Y'all didn't maintain the power lines. Y'all didn't maintain the roads. There has to be cultural habits that we take into account, bro. Not all cultures are created the same. They just aren't. Like Indians had a propensity to be, addicted to alcohol. They did not.
Americans.
Yeah, Native Americans, right? They didn't have a propensity to be able to consume German alcohol like other cultures could. And it did a number on them. These are just, everybody's not the same. That's just like saying you're going to find that Asians are the fastest people in the world. That's laughable. That doesn't mean you can't find a fast Asian. But when it's all said and done, Asians 9 times out of 10 ain't going to be the fastest. They're going to probably be African-American or Jamaican.
They getting there. Don't get
I mean,
it
they
twisted.
catching up. You got some that's out there that
catching
can run. That's what I'm saying. They're putting their minds to it, and they probably will in a couple of years, 100 years, be able to run right alongside us. But at this point, there's a disparity. And all I'm saying is when you see disparity and stuff, people want to ignore it when they talk about culture and history, acting as though there aren't more advanced cultures. At the time that slavery happened, the European culture was way more advanced than African culture. It just was.
And why is that?
Well, I mean, it's a few reasons.
It's because the gospel fosters an environment where people can be creative instead of just being oppressed all the time. The gospel of Jesus Christ provides man with a purpose. And I think that in our day, we've lost that purpose because of nihilism and deconstructionism and Marxism, which is pretty much all the same thing. But you know, we've lost our true purpose of life, and you know that's really just advancing the human condition. You know, by bringing the kingdom of God down to earth. You know, like there's no way you can't tell me that the invention of the automobile has not blessed mankind.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that the invention of the internal combustion engine has not been a blessing to mankind.
Airplane, internet.
Yeah, travel. We can travel readily now.
Cell phones, telephone. I mean, come on, bro.
And look at the regions of the world where they don't have these things. I mean, there's a common denominator there, but that's something that people don't want to admit. So, I mean, it is what it is. People can have pride over this and that. People can look at their melanin and say, oh, well, I glow in my melanin gives me superpowers because it makes my bones stronger and I can leap tall buildings in a single bound. But none of that means anything if you feel you're oppressed when you're not.
That's the same thing. Bapa is saying that, you know, people are coming from colder climates have a foresight and plan. They tend to plan. I agree with you. I think it is some validity to that argument. I think when you come from a tropical, warm, comfortable climate where food is readily available, you don't have to think as much, man. Food is everywhere.
But that shows you the carelessness of these cultures and lifestyles. You know, you take countries in the tropics. The climate is good for growing food, and people are poor and hungry, or people are just hungry. There's no reason why people should be starving in the tropics, but they are. Why is that?
Well, you know they're gonna say the Western civilization.
Okay.
Which is kind of weird because this let's see what she says, because she has another video talking about the one you sent me. So let's go.
It was never about salvation. It was about social control, mental control, and manipulation. A system that used psychological chains when physical chains weren't enough. But we did what we always do. What was meant to enslave us, torture us, we turned around and flipped it. It was made to be about resistance. Spirituals and hymns became coded messages. Church gatherings turned into planned meetings. The same Bible they used to enslave us, we began to use it as a weapon, as rebellion. Harriet Tubman saw the vision, and Nat Turner seen the prophecies. Now that was during slavery. After slavery, it became one of the only safe spaces for Black people. After the emancipation, we didn't have anything. We didn't have any schools. We didn't have any buildings, no land, no property. We had nothing. The church became our shelter.
That's a lie. Talking about Black people had no land after slavery. Black people were doing sharecropping.
I think she's talking about 1865.
I'm okay. Even after the Civil War, there were many slaves that went out on their own because their master actually gave them land. Like this is all just lies. Like people lie and nobody challenges these lies. They just get on the internet and they affirm it.
Okay, let's follow her logic. Let's say she's right that we didn't have anything and that we turned to the church. Who are you to judge. This is what I meant about talking about our ancestors. Who are you to say, well, they only went to church because they didn't have anything, and that was all they controlled was the church? How about they went to church because they really believed it, and they felt like they needed God to make it through, to go out and fight and build. They could have built without it. They didn't necessarily need the church. They could listen. You could have started a club. You didn't have to go to the church. People, the Bible and all the aspects of the scriptures and applying it, that was the moral center. And these people believed this. I think it's very dismissive of our ancestors. This is what I mean by a lot of these black woke conscious mindsets that black people have. I think it's very dismissive of our ancestors to assume that they went to church because they was just empty and didn't have nothing. And I ain't really got no. You're very cynical, and you think that they went just out of necessity, not out of really thirsting and hunger for righteousness and conviction.
Not out of conviction.
Yeah. Like, who are you? Like, you would have to go and sit and talk to all the folks in that church and tell them that's the only reason they're there. You're just making an assumption, a moral leap, and you're speaking as though it's factual to try to convince people to not go to church no more. But it doesn't really hold water, because all I got to do is go read the slave narratives and listen to these people talk, and they tell you why they went.
That's hilarious, because if you look at the comment that I left, that the slave narratives was the last thing I said. I said you should read the slave narratives if you haven't. But her question on this post said, "What do you think shaped?" I don't want to misquote her. What shaped Black Christianity the most? And then she put slavery, survival, community, culture, trauma, and history. And my answer was, what shaped modern day Black Christianity? Marxist ideology. Yeah. Which is heretical and evil. But as for the past, it was totally different, because Black people used to be the moral standard of society.
And you can see this in the writings of other people that wasn't even Black saying it back in the day.
Yeah. Black men used to take pride in their work, to work with their hands.
Yep.
Going out and building things and having pride in it and knowing that, okay, I'm not just building this, I'm not just representing myself, I'm representing the God that I serve. That's when you go back to the scriptures when it says do everything, do all things you do it unto the Lord. Do it as if you're working for God. So Black men took pride in being productive, having their family. You look at these old pictures where Black men are in ties and suits and they have their kids and their wife, in a picture with them. Those pictures exude pride. But it's like when Black men don't have God anymore, it actually hurt the country. It literally hurt the country, because we look at the people that are building now. Who are the main builders? Mexicans, right? I'll tell you like this: Mexicans work hard, but they don't have a lot of pride in the finished product. Their quality control is piss poor, and the reason being is because of where they're from. I don't think a lot of Mexicans feel that this is their home, so they don't really have to pour their heart into their work. That's just an assumption, but it makes sense to me, because if you don't have any stake where you're living, you're not gonna try your hardest. And that's one of the reasons why everybody shouldn't be voting, because a lot of people don't even feel like this is their home. If you don't feel like America's your home, don't vote. You shouldn't vote, because there are consequences for your vote.
That's it. Let's get it.
Our power, our identity. It was the only institution that we controlled. So we turned to church for banking, for education, for politics, literally everything. So through that, it was welded into our identity.
That's what the church is supposed to do. Like, she doesn't even understand that her whole
that's what it means to occupy the land.
Exactly. Her whole premise is just off to begin with. The church
she's talking from the outside. She's very cynical of the faith, so she's talking from a very cynical and misinterpreted lack of. That's how I notice with these Christian people that attack the faith, they talk from a very misinformed. They make a straw argument about the faith. They don't read the Bible and know it, because a lot of Christians don't. And they try to make up these weird arguments about what we believe. And I'm like, no, that's not it. And it's because basically what you're saying is me and you stupid.
Yeah.
We only in church because I'm not very complex. I'm not very well thought out. I haven't done any research on the validity of the faith, of the validity of the case for Christ and his resurrection. I hadn't done any research into that. I just believe because that's what I believe, because I went to church. And that's not me. It's not. I believe because I actually, not just because I believe. I did believe, but I did research. I ain't just no fool with this thing. Go ahead.
Look how godless a lot of black men are right now. All right.
Amen.
So I put on as an answer to her post, I said many slaves bought their freedom. Then they went out and found their family. How is that possible, right? You have nowadays.
I don't see why you engage this time. I don't answer and debate and argue with people like, because for me, she's not gonna agree with you, and she's not going to argue in good faith and say, okay, good point. She's not gonna do that. She's gonna try to act like you don't know what you're talking about.
That's fine, but let the audience decide, because she threw an alley oop, she threw an alley, I caught the oop. So let's let the audience decide. The problem is that these people come on the internet and they just make wild assertions and nobody challenges them. They just affirm them, right? The thing with black men, right? Black men back then, they would buy their freedom, go find their families. Nowadays, black men, they'll just leave their children. They'll just let the woman take their children.
Yep.
I'm of the opinion that if a man and woman don't work out, I think everybody is better off if the child goes with the father, given that he's a responsible person. Because when another man comes along, it's just gonna make it complicated for that woman to really be with that man if that father is still in the child's life. So I say that for everybody's sake, go with the father. Now, it may sound extreme.
No, that's actually beneficial statistically for the child.
It's beneficial for the child, the father, and the woman. Now the woman can actually move on with her life more readily.
Yeah. If I was a judge, I probably would do that. Be honest with you.
Only thing we own. Now, fast forward into the modern era, and this is when Christianity becomes a crutch. It turned into a place to put your trauma, your fear, your grief, your hopelessness. And we were always told, just pray about it.
Now, that was a very, very sleight of hand, what she just did. Yes, the Bible says, come to me, all who are weary, right? You're heavy laden. My yoke is easy. My burden is light. My yoke is easy. Yeah, I will give you rest. Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with that. Is there something wrong with that? Help me out.
No, but
I'm supposed to. So if I'm struggling with, let's say I got cancer, doctor say I got 5 months to live. I go to the church and I'm praying and I'm fasting and I'm praying to God. One day he'll heal me, but if he don't, give me the strength to deal with what he got coming. Something wrong with that? Because that's what she just described. Grief, fear, right? I'm afraid. I am afraid. I'm worried. And yes, I'm going to lay that burden before God. But she says, just pray about it. Like, what do you mean? Wait, whoa. What does the Bible say about prayer, though? Don't just say just pray about it to oversimplify a very complex subject. And that's when I hate when people do that, because what they're doing, what she's doing is minimizing what the Bible says about prayer. Cast your cares on one another, right? It's a whole lot of things the Bible say about prayer. It doesn't just say pray, just pray about it, and then just that's it.
First of all, when you pray, what are you doing? You're actually acknowledging that there is a God, right? That's one. Two, you're acknowledging the fact that he is sovereign, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but then again, then also, there's a there's a right way to do everything. You know, it's like situations that I'm facing now. I pray that God gives me the wisdom that I need. Why is that? Because what it says in Proverbs, it says that wisdom is the principal thing, you know, and to get understanding. So if I understand what I need to do, then I can actually use the wisdom and get the result that I need. You know what I'm saying? Like you have a school. What are you doing in this school? You're giving people wisdom that they need to, you know, we might call it knowledge, but wisdom is the know-how, you know, the skill to do things. You're giving them the skills that they need to survive or to thrive in the field that you're preparing them for, right? So when the Bible says seek wisdom, is that a bad thing? So if I pray for wisdom, and then if I want a job in database development, and I'm praying God, I'm like, God, give me the wisdom, and then you call me, I'm be like, hey, well, God just answered my prayer. You know what I'm saying?
It's not just that, bro. When you look at it, and this has nothing to do with the church and the Bible, right? It does have something to do with the church and the Bible, but it doesn't. And what I mean by that is this is just objective reality, what I'm about to give you. You have, and you heard me talk about this a bunch of times, a family where they have a consistent prayer life, that marriage will make it 1,599%. Times out of 1,600. You have a 1 in 1,600 chance. So that's like if I fill a jar up with 1,600 gumballs and one of them is red, right? And I shake it up and I say, reach in there. And if you grab the red gumball, you're going to get divorced. That's about the same amount of chances you got to end in a divorce if you have a consistent prayer life. So when she says, well, all they do is just tell you, just pray about it. Well, just by definition, what she just said, we have statistical data. Not just that, we also know that people that have a consistent prayer life live longer. I'm not even talking about the word, and I'm just talking about statistical data that backs that what she said is not true. We also know that people that tend to have a tendency to forgive live longer. They don't have these toxic things that happen in their body. So this whole idea of demonizing, not that I believe, I ain't gonna try not trying to be funny. I'm not this guy that's just gonna let you walk on me. That's just not me. Pray for, I ain't there yet, right? But at the same time, I understand that forgiveness has so many health benefits. The way your mind works, longevity. Forgiveness has so many effects psychologically, quality of life, health. Your body will break down if you hold resentment. Resentment will kill you. All this is just factual information. All of this is pointing back to what the Bible tells you to do. It tells you to forgive. It tells you to, it tells you to pray without ceasing, praying, prayer. Keep saying that, right? Why does it do that? Because a man who does that, a wife who does that, a mother who does that, chances are, statistically, according to the data, they're going to be successful. Why? Because that's a person that is cognizant of God's presence in their life, not just on Sunday morning. If you just walk in the church, listen, 50% of marriages end in divorce. If you just walk in the church consistently, you drop that by 50% to 75 to 25% end in divorce. Just by consistently having a church home. If you take what's in the church and bring it to your house, now your chances are almost fortified to almost never end in divorce. So what are we dealing with? What are we talking about? Right?
Yeah. That's the thing. It's like, you have these hard numbers, and it's like, what's their answer? How, it's like, how can they come back against that? All they're gonna say is, well, white supremacy, and then it's like, okay, well, discussion is over. Because I don't believe in white supremacy.
I don't either.
I don't believe white people are supreme over me. I just don't.
Amen. Let's keep going.
Suffering is noble, even. And my personal favorite, your ultimate.
Listen, man, listen. If you read the book of Job, everybody, I don't care who you are, this is just some real stuff, man. If you live and you got blood running through your veins, you're going to go through some hard times. Am I wrong? Everybody, I pray over my son. I talk about I pray about the troubles that will surely come. They coming. Everybody gonna face something in life, bro. Everybody gonna have something. Your family members gonna die, divorce, your son, something's gonna happen, bro. She's minimizing that. I really, to be honest with you, she's probably an a-hole to date and be with. Just listening to her talk, because she's minimizing like the tools that actually would help to make a relationship successful. She demonizing it, literally.
I think she's not well thought out in this topic, because it's just she's totally wrong. It's like to say that suffering is noble. No, it's not. It's just a part of life. But when you suffer, what is going to make you get up the next morning and keep going?
Well, it does say, blessed are those who suffer for righteousness' sake.
For righteousness' sake, yeah. For righteousness' sake, but it doesn't
suffer for the gospel. Like if you out here sharing the gospel and somebody come and throw you in jail.
Yeah, you being persecuted for that, but it's not saying that blessed are those who make like 7 children out of wedlock and all their child support money, all their paycheck is taken from child support money. No, it's not saying that at all. But even what I'm saying is, when you're going through things, what is going to make you wake up the next day and keep going? It's something called hope.
Yeah. And she's demonizing it.
Yes.
But this is my thing. When you get in a relationship with a woman and y'all married and y'all got kids and y'all in a family situation, it's going to be all types of storms that come on the horizon, bro. That's life. And when you get into those storms, she's demonizing the tools. This is why a woman like this, and she don't seem like she a bad looking woman. This is a woman you run from. I'm not trying to be mean. I mean, she don't look like a bad looking woman. I'm running from a chick like that. And I've met women like that I wouldn't get a time of day to, because I knew, oh yeah, I'm like, well, baby, that's how we gonna make it. I need, like, my wife you need to be a prayer warrior. You need to be praying over this house. You need to be praying over my kids. You need to be praying over me and every deal I do and every move I make. That's what I want in a woman. I don't want no woman that's out here demonizing that. I don't want no woman that's thinking that that's bad and wrong. Me and you, I'm not trying. I mean, I'm married, so it don't matter. But what I'm saying is, a woman that talks like that is to me scary. That is frightening. That she talks like that. She might be in a relationship with a dude and they probably happy. I don't know. So you seem to know more about it than I do. So I don't know, but I'm just telling you what she's saying is like a, not red. This is like a dark maroon flag. This is a dark red flag. Like, there's no way in hell. You are, let me put where I put at, she might well be on a stripper pole for me.
Oh no.
I mean, she might as well be. I'd probably take a stripper more serious before I take a woman that's talking. That's how I look at it. Because you don't have the tools. She's showing she doesn't have the tools to be successful. I just told you 1 in 1,600 marriage. I'm not just pulling this out my behind. This is actually statistical data I'm giving. It's not, I can pull it up if people want to find the article. But that's actually true. So if you got a 1 in 1,600 chance of getting a divorce if you have a consistent prayer life, and you're demonizing me for going and having a consistent prayer life, then then we falling down in that 50% of chance of getting a divorce, because you already don't want to go to church. So if we have kids already off the rip, your whole worldview is sideways as far as I'm concerned. See, everybody can't just go with a fat ass and a pretty face, because some of them will make you want to slap five. You be ready to slap five from my ass because she up here, being treacherous. So I mean, it just sounds like to me that's what she done. Now listen, I know I'm making a lot of assumptions. I don't know nothing about this lady. It's a lot of stuff as a protection mechanism that just would go off. If I met you and we had a wonderful conversation, I thought you was beautiful, and then I go on your social media and I see you talking like this, delete, block. I'm blocking you. I'm deleting your number. Don't ever call me, text me. I'm unfollowing you from social media. We done. And I done did this before, so I'm not just talking. This is what I've done. It's what I've done before. I met women and be like, oh, hell no. Because for me, that's the most important thing. If you ain't on that, then we ain't going to make it. Go ahead. My bad.
Nah, you good. Nah, I think that I speak from experience because I have female friends that are kind of on the same time that she's on, but the men that they depended on in their life let them down. So they kind of just spun out of, they just kind of had like this thing where they're just spinning out of control, trying to find answers, and then they find all these red pill conspiracy channels, and then they just become black pill. So it's for me, I just see a woman that was let down by some man, and probably it's like growing up in America. Christianity or the church is the first kind of meta narrative that we're given. So when you see people that are saying that they're living it out and it's not working out to their own benefit, you observe it. You're like, well, it's not working for them, so why should it work for me? But again, women follow men. So some man, my assumption is some man took her down this path to where she is now.
This is the thing you have to ask yourself, though. What's up, D's? This is the thing you have to ask yourself. If I say I believe, right? Like I saw a video of this girl that was Catholic, and she said that guy, whatever, this YouTuber, because she said she went to a church and she's Catholic. She said she don't like that style of worship with people all running around and getting all emotional, which I agree. I'm not like that either. Truth be told, we talked about that before. I don't kind of like going to church and having to do all this, because to me it's almost a show a lot of time. I don't like it, just being straight up. But I understand it. Some people do. I can't assume everybody's motives and intentions. I'm not in everybody's heart, not in everybody's mind. I don't know what they're going through. And I've kind of, in maturity, I ain't gonna say I'm super mature, but I understand and give people room for them to understand it, right? But she was Catholic. She had just gave her life to the Lord like in August, a couple of months ago, right? Going to the church, and she said she didn't like it. So the guy responded. I forget his name. He's like a YouTuber. He responds to her content. And I know the dude. I watch his content. He don't never drag nobody. She did a video like a week later. This is why I'm leaving Christianity, because I'm like, well, you wasn't really you wasn't in it. What now you talking about what, 6 weeks? You wasn't in it. You were never a real believer. And this is the thing that bothers me by a lot of people. They think, well, I left. You don't, this is my personal opinion. I don't think you left. You were never in it. You are like the parable of the sower.
Yep.
And,
I was
and
just
it
thinking
grows up and then it just dies out because the roots aren't strong enough. You didn't have no strong roots. When you got real strong roots, the number one thing you understand, my faith is between me and the Lord, not me and O-Dog, not you and me, not anybody that I see around me. They can do whatever, say whatever. My faith is my faith, though. Those are almost two separate things. Yes, they interlock with each other through fellowship, but people are going to do stuff. I'm never going to stop believing in what I believe because of what some person did. If I do that, then what am I talking about? Then I don't really believe it. It's never real. Real faith ain't got nothing to do with what somebody do. If you saying you leave and it got anything to do and you start talking about what somebody did at the church, I already shut down mentally. I know you wasn't a real believer. There's no disrespect to you. You think because you went to church, I grew up in the church. What that mean? You know how many people I've heard talking about they grew up in the church?
That means absolutely nothing. And
look
that's
at what your girl just said. What her name? Tamar Braxton. Like, what we talking about?
Tony. I thought that was that Tamar or Tony?
Yeah, Tamar and Tony crazy. Tony real out there.
Oh yeah.
Tony way out there. Tony talking about the white man wrote something. She said.
Yeah,
Tony
some niggas telling her that though.
Cause she with Birdman. What you expect?
Man, Birdman is a full homosexual.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that nigga's ugly. That nigga's ugly as hell. I don't see what the appeal is. But Tamar, I think Tamar is that video I sent you, right? The one where she's talking about she believes in Christians and mediums, something like that. Yellow. Tamar, I think Tamar's that video I sent you, right? The one where she's talking about she believes in Christians and mediums. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, man. I don't know what happened to my microphone.
Yeah, you dropped off. You dropped off for a second.
Yeah, but I heard you. Yeah, you said Tamar said that. Yeah, I heard you.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, Birdman's Birdman. I don't know, man.
Oh, see, women don't understand this. I know this more than anything. Women will be influenced by their men. They just are. I don't think men, a lot of times, we don't like to talk about it. Women, and when you see what Tamar is saying, you see what this chick is saying, I agree with you 1,000%. I think you got with some, but my thing is, like I said, I have a major problem with people that go out here and try to speak and say stuff about the faith that they left, and they blame the people. Like what's his name? Gundy said, I liked your Christianity, I liked your Jesus, but I didn't like your Christians, or something he said. Like, they ain't got to, technically, those are people that are flawed and who have free will. Just read the Bible. They have free will. Everybody does. So somebody that has free will and enslaves a man, or somebody has free will and cross dresses and claims to be a believer, they have free will. That doesn't mean, it doesn't say anything about the faith in and of itself. You have to literally show me, go with it, and I don't see people doing that. What I see is people talking about the people. So this whole thing of dragging the people into faith instead of actually objectively saying what you disagree with about the faith in and of itself, and literally making it a legitimate argument, and not just some, because I'm gonna go to this other video in a second, but it's some foolishness. But your boy gonna slice it up real nice. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, you know, I have so I share a fence with my neighbor, and that shit got blown down because the person that, it's actually his side to fix, and the person that fixed it, they only dug it like I think like 12 inches. Now, when I did my side, I dug mine 24 inches, right? So mine had more, for lack of better terms, it was more rooted, right? It was more rooted. So it was steadfast. It was immovable. That's what faith means. When people talk about faithfulness and fidelity, another word for it is being steadfast and immovable. So it shouldn't just take one person that pissed you off to make you lose your faith or your faithfulness. If that's all it takes, then you're not faithful. You had none to begin with. You have to be rooted. That seed falls, it takes root, and the roots are deep. In order for that seed's roots to spread deep, it has to eat, right? It has to grow. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when we talk about like who's really a Christian and who has faith and all that, you know, we don't take these things into account. Words have no meaning in our day. We just totally abuse our language. So 50 years from now, people are going to be saying shit that does not mean anything. It's kind of like this whole thing the kids are saying 6'7". 6'7" means absolutely nothing.
It's demonic, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, well, either way, is vanity. It means nothing. Which is, you know, we could call it demonic, but it's just empty babble. You know what I'm saying? So we have to, and the church has to be better about this. We have to start using.
You got to be vigilant. You have to be vigilant, because my son came home saying that I didn't know what in the world it was, and I let it went. And when I see something being said by him, he catch it, I start doing research. What is this? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what is this he keeps saying? Yeah. Oh, it's just something the kids say. Because I know the devil is after the kids.
Oh, yeah.
I know evil is after our children. So I go look and I see some demonic nigga out of Philly that's off into the Santeria, and he talking about some, you know, praying to some demons and doing some little. I say, oh no, you don't you say that no more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I saw it for what it was. I said, I don't care what it don't necessarily mean that he's gonna be possessed. I'm like, oh, look, it ain't about me saying possessed. I don't like you getting off into the things of the world. That's me being a dad. I'm not gonna let you just go the way of the world. You ain't gonna just follow everybody else. You're not a follower. We're not doing that. So find something else to say. We ain't doing that. You know. So, but let me keep going.
Reward is waiting for you in heaven. That alone made people endure a lot of situations they should have escaped from.
There were over 250 slave rebellions. In fact, since she went ahead and said that about that made people stay and endure, let's go into it. So here's how Christians' worldview fueled their uprising. You got like I just talked about earlier, I talked about the Stonewall Rebellion of 1739. It says right here, they saw themselves as God's people, not property. Christianity taught them that they were made in the image of God. No human being had the right to own another, and freedom was consistent with God's justice. This is what it taught them. And this is what people got from the faith. They believed in God for deliverance, not passing on suffering. One of my favorite scenes from the movie Birth of a Nation by Nate Parker was when he went on that plantation and they was dogging them folks out. And he preached. You remember that?
Yeah.
You saw how he preached?
Yeah, he was preaching with fire.
And you see the way them looks in them people's faces. And them white folks ain't like that. Like he didn't like it. And so let's keep going. So I got some rebellions motivated by faith. Stonewall Rebellion, Nat Turner's Rebellion of 1831. Turner believed that God had given him a prophetic message to strike against slavery. The Baptist War, Christian Rebellion of 1831. Enslaved Jamaican Baptists, led by preacher Sam Sharp, organized a massive strike turned revolt, citing Christian duty. The Haitian Revolution. Now, this is one I ain't never heard of. Let's see what he's talking about, because I always thought that was something different. While mixed with African religion, the revolution's leaders, to St. Louverture in particular, grounded their vision in Catholic faith. Okay, so we do know about that being mixed in with Santeria and voodoo. But anyway, let's keep going. What's that? De Marera Rebellion of 1823, led by Christian slave deacons, notably Jack Gladstone in present-day Guyana. The Amistad Revolt. Whoa. Rebels later embraced Christianity and framed their fight for freedom in biblical terms during the trial about Amistad. We know about the movie. The Palmares Resistance in the 1600s, a community of escaped enslaved Africans in Brazil, influenced by Catholicism, resisted the Portuguese rules for decades. There's a lot of stuff. I got like, that's just 7. I got 18 more. If y'all just, I can go all the way down to like number 25. I'd probably get another 50 if I wanted to. So that's just not the case. That's just not the case. You don't see. This is the thing about critical thinking. If what you're saying is I'm trying to think of something. If I say black men aren't good fathers, that'll piss off a lot of brothers that are fathers. If I say all black men are not good fathers, you're going to cite countless numbers and statistical data to refute that and say, well, that's actually not true. Now, you can make a case. I'm not trying to say that's actually a good analogy, because there are a lot of black men that aren't good fathers. And so if someone says that, I wouldn't say black men aren't good fathers. I mean, there are some problems, and then you can kind of, try to give data to refute that and go against it. What I'm saying is, when you talk about the faith, it's a mixed bag. There were people that took the faith and used it for evil and cut. And then she said something earlier about cutting up the Bible. Why you got to cut up the Bible if it's a mess? If it's a mess, why cut it? Why give it to them? Why not give them the dope uncut? Why step on it? Huh? If they stepped on it, because they cut it up. But even still, even if they did in certain instances to try to manipulate certain scriptures, why do they have to do that?
Man.
Why not just give it to, just like when they said you couldn't read? Well, if I'm dumb and a low IQ monkey and I'm so inferior to you, why are you scared of me reading? Think about it. I don't need, like, I can let my child, he's 9. My child is not mentally developed yet to be able for me to be worried about him reading a book and going out here and doing something that's going, you know what I'm saying? Not to say he can't read, but his mind is still developing. Now, when he comes 25, then yeah, you probably have to be a little bit on guard. But you know what I'm saying? But then that says he has the mind, the mental capacity at that age. He's developed enough to understand. What you're saying by telling us that we can't read is that's an outright, to me, argument that you didn't think we were intellectually inferior. I don't fear a child with a book. I don't. You just don't. Why would you fear a child with a book?
I don't.
You fear a child with a book. You fear an adult with a book. You fear somebody that's your equal with a book. One of the craziest movies I saw was the movie Posse. Remember that?
Nah, I never seen it. I never heard of it.
Man, you ain't never seen Posse?
Nah.
Bro, you need to go see that, man. It's well, not go see it, but it's Mario Van Peebles from New Jack City. Big Daddy Kane's in it. Tiny Lister, the Debo.
Yeah.
Who else? There's a lot of people. Tone Loc, the rapper, he in there. And it's basically about some freed slaves and stuff like that. But it's about a bunch of black men that were cowboys. I liked it. One of my favorite points in that movie was this guy who was supposed to have been dumb, he was supposed to have been a dumb slave, right? And so the main guy, I think, who's that guy named? Billy Zane, I think was the main guy, the protagonist in the movie. And he was going after Mario Van Peebles, who was the antagonist. I mean, well, he was the protagonist, and Mario Van Peebles was the protagonist, and he was the antagonist, right? So he was going after him, and he joked on this black guy who's a slave, and he said, watch this. He's from the Motissa tribe. Watch this. And the black guy came up to him, he says, Motissa? Like that. See that? He said, see that? He from the Motissa tribe. He trying to be funny, joking on him, right? They get their freedom. The dude is brilliant, bro. Dude is like doing all types of stuff. Like you would have to be, and this is the thing you have to understand about brains, right? And intelligence. You would have to be crazy to think that all slaves were stupid anyway. Like you, not just stupid, but the same way we are today, we were like that back then. Just like how we are today, how we're well thought out and nuanced and got reasons why. In fact, I would make the case, can I be honest with you? They didn't have television. They didn't have social media. All they had was the Bible. All they had was books. All they could do was read for entertainment. Do you imagine how smart you would be if all you did was read every day? I'm talking about that's all you do. You don't have no cell phone. You don't have no television. Think about the time you spend in television and cell phone. This is why they say the older generation was much more intelligent, because I remember one time I tried to take like a 6th grade test from I don't know what year it was, but it was like from that thing was like from 1895 or something.
I think I seen that. I think it was 6th grade.
Was hard as hell.
Yeah, it was. I passed it though.
Yeah, but did you see also how they show the writing of people from like the 5th and 6th grade back, how they wrote? Those people wrote eloquently. Like they wasn't just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it makes me realize that we hold back children now.
Exactly.
You know, because all these stories about, my great-grandfather dropped out in 6th grade or 8th grade. I'm like, well, shit, he learned everything he needed to know after 6th grade. I mean, before 6th grade.
Yeah,
so
6th grade, you really should be able to hold most everything down, to be honest with you. Most everything down, and that's why when you look at these stories of what's his face? Andrew Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie got his mentor. Went to school a couple years, and then he went and sat up under this guy, Frisk or whatever his name was, and he got into an apprenticeship in elementary school. That's what J.P. Morgan did. His dad mentored him, and he sat and watched his dad. Like apprenticeship was the real education. So by the time these guys were 16, 17 years old, they was grown-ass men. It'd been 8-9 years in the game, like straight up.
And that's what I believe that we should be doing now, instead of calling 17-year-olds children. Like some nigga on this post, he was talking about 17 and 19-year-olds are children. I'm like, no, they're not. Those are not children. Like,
that's why part of the reason I feel like that R. Kelly stuff is crazy, because I feel like a lot of those girls were very competent. Once you get about 15, you know what you're doing. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's not a 4-year-old. Let's not play the game. They act like R. Kelly just messing with little 4-year-olds.
That's
those
not
were grown women.
R. Kelly is not a pedophile. He may be a predator, but pedophile, no. That's not the definition of a pedophile. Is an affinity for prepubescent children.
Yep.
That's what a pedophile is. Even I don't know if you heard about Patrick Beverly, but
he got locked up. I don't know for what photo.
Well, they said that he caught I don't like how they framed the report. They said that he caught his sister in the house with an 18-year-old man. And I'm just like, okay. An 18-year-old is a man, no doubt. And that just reinforces what I said. But how are they describing the sister? If she, like my homeboy said she was 17. I have not verified that.
Wait a minute. But so if she's 17 and he 18, what we talking about?
That's what I'm saying. But even if she's 16.
Yeah.
When I was 18 years old and I was a senior in high school, I was dating a sophomore. Like, come on now. But that's just beside the point. We don't want to get sidetracked.
All right, but let's go. Let's keep going.
It's relationships, oppressions, everything. Religion is complex intentionally. History made it that way. It saved us and it shackled us. I have a question though. If you're in chains and the person who put you in chains, y'all have to say a prayer because this religion was forced on you. You say the same prayer.
Wait a minute. Wait. Wait a minute. So is she trying to say that everybody in prison unfairly? And the person that put him in there is the white man? And then she calls herself conservative? Bro, this chick is confused. She very confused. The nigga probably in there because he broke the law. That's why he in there. And now we got to pray to get you out. No, you probably broke the law and you deserve to do time and pay your debt to society. This ain't a nigga getting locked up for traffic tickets.
Well, I think she was making a case to saying that slavery, puts you in chains. I think that's what she was trying to say, not like jail.
Well, yeah, but Christianity so she's saying Christianity did that. But what about the abolitionist movement?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think she's well thought out.
Like because I'm like, wait a minute. Western civilization is based on Christendom. It's really a revolutionary thought to say that you're made in the image of God and you shouldn't enslave somebody.
No, Western civilization is Christendom.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's what it used to be called. But we don't call it that no more. We just call it the West, but it's Christendom.
Yeah, I agree. So she really is confused.
Prayer to the same God, whose prayers would be answered. Christianity is a man-made religion, and we didn't find it. It found us violently and intentionally. So what are your thoughts? This is going to be a good one. Religion is a sensitive subject. Just try to be respectful in the comments, but let's get the conversation going on this good Sunday. Love you. Bye.
That's another lie. Talking about it was violent. Like, the gospel is not spread by the sword. Like, it's just not.
That's the thing. These people were saying if you are a Christian and you come down to the South, that's really what why the Stoner Rebellion happened. They was letting people free. If you came to Florida under the Spaniards and if you converted to Catholicism, you got your freedom. That's what they don't talk about.
See, I didn't even know that.
That's what that was. That's why they was going down there. That's why during the Stoner Rebellion, when they rebelled, they were marching to. I'm gonna read it again. It says, Stoner Rebellion, 1739, was the largest slave uprising in the British colonies before the American Revolution. It took place in South Carolina, where a group of enslaved Africans, many who were Catholic, Christian, and previously trained soldiers in the Congo, rose up, armed themselves, and marched south towards Spanish Florida, where freedom was promised to any enslaved person who converted to Catholicism. Now, that's kind of, wait a minute. So you a Christian, they let you go? I thought you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What we doing?
That goes
Even though that's
against
now, I don't agree with that. I ain't saying that you should do it like that. But the Catholic Church is a little different with how they did stuff than the Protestants. Protestants believed in reasoning with people and sharing the gospel with them. Catholics was just, they'll do this little stuff. When you see stuff like that, it's Catholics most of the time. That's just the truth. There is a difference. But this is them setting you free if you're a Christian, not enslaving you, pulling apart our whole argument. So, let me keep going. So, and this is just some more of the ignorance that you see from a lot of so-called black people on the internet that think they know so much. But your boy, she got the right one with your boy though, because he heavy.
Council of Nicaea created what is in the Bible currently.
Hey, Jasmine, it's me again. So as sincere and charitable as I can be, this is the most ridiculous claim I've ever heard you make. The last time I mentioned it, some of your followers said I didn't provide enough evidence to prove that what you were saying was wrong. A few others accused me of picking on you because you're a woman. So before we continue, is there anyone else of note that holds the same view as you?
What's her view?
Council of Nicaea.
Council of Nicaea created the books of the Bible.
Oh, nah.
Well,
If it was something else, then
was evolved in 325.
But I had my issues with the Council of Nicaea, but they definitely did not create the books of the Bible.
Whoa, we're tagging in the Minister Louis Farrakhan from the Nation of Islam. Now, this is getting interesting. Is there anyone else that wants to jump on the bandwagon?
Council of Nicaea, they came together and they started analyzing a lot of the text that was left behind.
Wow, Mr. Billy Carson, founder and CEO of Forbidden Knowledge Incorporated, who's best known for the lies that the Bible was plagiarized from the Emerald Tablets, a falsehood I already debunked in another video. 3-on-1 so far, but I'm going to be honest. When it comes to the Council of Nicaea, I still don't think that this is a fair fight. Is there anyone else y'all want to tag in?
You know, they took books out of the Bible at the Council of Nicaea.
Okay, I don't know you and you don't know me, but if you want to shoot your shot, I'm game. Let's go.
Top 5 bits of church history that made me start to question my faith. Number 1, the Council of Nicaea.
Notice all these people that think they really know history and know what they're talking about now. This is what's funny.
If you're
This is why you should never take social media serious. Because social media, it's a lot of people thinking they gaming people up. I'm talking about former pastors, talking about they done studied, talking about they saying this dumb stuff they saying.
Okay, cool. Anybody else?
From the Council of Nicaea sprang the most violent, bloodiest horrors and persecutions. It was at the Council of Nicaea that so many decisions were made that affect masses of people even to this day.
So now violence, bloody horrors, and persecutions came from the Council of Nicaea. Well, you don't have a face, but I'd hide my face too if I was telling lies. So yeah, you can get it too. Are there any other lies that y'all want to tell us about the Council of Nicaea and Constantine?
Constantine later on, 300 years later, he
Where's
decided.
this so-called scholar speaking? Look, listen to what he's saying. And where is he speaking? Who done gave this guy a mic to get up here and talk like this? See what I'm saying? It's like with black folks, there is no real scholarship. It's just a lot of it's just because I'm just some stuff we learned back in like the 90s. Like this is some old stuff. Like, bro, I can't believe folks still saying this. I thought everybody knew better, but people ain't preaching like that. So
To reconcile this new Jesus at the Council of Nicaea, to be specific, in the year 354, it was Constantine that reconciled Paul's Jesus from the historical Jesus and decided that he would go with Paul's Jesus and kill everybody else.
Man. I hate this discussion because I keep telling people Moses, Jesus, and Paul, they all agree. They all spoke the words of God. So it's not like they had different doctrines or anything like that. Everything they got was from God. So Paul's Jesus is Jesus. Like it's not about the historical Jesus. It's the same Jesus.
that's it.
Like I can't stand this shit. Like it should just.
Your boy about to destroy it though. He about to get it.
and that's 7 different people with 7 different lies about Constantine and the Council of Nicaea. And those 7 people gave 0 pieces of evidence in their videos. So in the next 7+ minutes, I'm going to give you indisputable empirical evidence to prove that every single one of them is wrong. So the Bible says that the first shall be last and the last shall be first. So first, the last guy got the date wrong. The Council of Nicaea actually took place from May to August of 325 AD. And in this video, I'm going to prove 3 things. Number 1, the Council of Nicaea dealt with what is called Arianism. I'll explain that term in a minute. And understanding the nature of God. And number 2, the Council of Nicaea did not have anything to do.
Just for the record, and this don't have anything to do with the video, but I actually would have sided with Arius.
I know.
But that has nothing to do with the point of the video.
Okay.
But keep going.
All right.
With the canonization of the books of the Bible. In fact, the books of the Bible were not even discussed at the Council of Nicaea. And then number 3, I'm going to show you the origin of the lies about Nicaea.
They have the actual meeting notes from the done meeting, bro. Like you can kind of dispel a lot of it. A lot of these people just do a little quick cursory search of the meeting notes and shut up. Stop lying.
And you're going to laugh, I promise. So
what?
It's too much to ask people to do the right thing.
Like just basic stuff. Like, bro, you just lazy out here running your mouth.
I'm going to show Christian and non-Christian sources to prove this. And several of them are primary documents from the people who are actually at the Council of Nicaea. So here's a list of the sources that I'm going to refer to during this presentation. So let's start with number 1, Arianism. So here's a non-Christian source that both affirms the dates of the Council of Nicaea and a summary of its purpose. Here is another non-Christian source that affirms that the purpose of the council was to discuss Arianism, a belief first espoused by a man named Arius of Alexandria, Egypt, who began to believe and teach that Jesus was not eternally divine, but was a created being. So in this primary source, Athanasius of Alexandria details some of the teachings of Arius. So as you can see, early in the 4th century, Arius began to teach that Jesus was not co-eternal with God the Father, but was the first of all of the Father's creations. He even put his teachings into songs, and people began to sing them in the streets, saying, quote, "There was a time when the Son did not exist," end quote. Alexander, the bishop of Alexandria, condemned Arius's teaching and excommunicated him. In 320, he convened a synod of the bishops in the Eastern Church, and they voted to condemn Arius and his teachings. So Arius' supporters held their own synod in Nicomedia, claiming that it was Alexander that was wrong. So now Constantine hears about all of this stuff, and he just simply wants peace in his empire. So once he gets wind of all of this, he summons over 300 bishops from within the Roman Empire to Nicaea to discuss the issue. Here you can see a copy of the portion of the letter that he sent. So on July 4th, 325 AD, the council convenes and discusses the issue. Of the over 300 bishops there, all but 2 of them vote to condemn Arianism. They affirm that Jesus is eternally fully God and homoousios, or of the same nature as the Father. Together, the bishops craft the Creed of Nicaea, which you can see by its language is a direct response to the teachings of Arianism. The 2 dissenters are excommunicated from the church. So the rest of the council discussed matters of church discipline, and they drafted 20 canons or statements addressing matters in the church that fall into 5 different categories. These are all publicly available to read on the internet. So the final 2 things that were discussed at the Council of Nicaea was a schism about a priest named Meletius and about what date the church should celebrate Easter on. That's it. There is no evidence whatsoever in all of antiquity that says that anything else was discussed.
You know how many lazy, academically lazy nigga videos and memes I done seen niggas out here talking about they picked the books of the Bible but not seeing. You know how many niggas I done seen say that over the years? You know how many niggas still saying it right now? Like it's sad. Man, when you start talking like that, I know you not informed.
They even say that Constantine invented Christianity. They'll say shit like that.
Yeah, that's what they put in the Hidden Colors too. Hidden Colors. They talking about Hidden Colors was a mess, bro. It was a real mess.
I didn't waste my money on Dr. Seuss book.
I watched Hidden Colors 1. I actually got it and watched it, and I didn't know no better. I thought this man was giving us some obscure history, and then I knew when he started going at the church, I said, "Here we go." And I started questioning all this stuff. I said, "Well, if he lying, like if he gonna remix history like this, what else is he doing?"
At the Council of Nicaea, particularly what books should be in or out of the Bible. No books were taken in or taken out of the Bible or placed in the Bible at the Council of Nicaea. So where did the lie of all of this originate? Well, I'm so glad you asked. So the fallacy that books of the Bible were decided at the Council of Nicaea has two distinct origins. Number one, and most popular, is Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code. As you can see, in Brown's novel, Sir Teabing enlightened Sophie by telling her that Jesus was viewed by his followers as a mortal prophet, a great and powerful.
Now, this popularization of it comes from a movie and an audio book that niggas got. That got popular in the early 2000s before they made the movie. That's crazy.
A lot of people get the history that they know from movies.
Yeah, like the movie, what's that movie? Kingdom of Heaven. Remember that?
I never seen it. I heard of it.
Bro,
but I
watch it, bro. Watch it. It make the Christians look like just it make the Muslims look like they're so pious and holy.
Oh, hell no. Like that's
it made them look like Saladin was just this nice man of respect, and the Christians was just a bunch of evil, bloodthirsty. It's a trip. I'm like, Lord have mercy.
Did it have Vlad the Impaler in it?
No. I mean, you know what? It's been so long, I can't tell you. I don't know.
Because you know who Vlad the Impaler is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's where we get the character of Dracula from.
Yeah. Bro, let me tell you something. One of my favorite books, The Politically Incorrect Guide to Islam. I think it's Robert Spencer, one of them. Check it out. It's an audio book. I got that book. I got this book way back. We talking 25 years ago. One of my first audio books I ever bought. And it just was a guy breaking down some inconvenient information about the first edict of the Pope and how he was threatened, convert or die. And I'm not trying to get into people. So I don't want to get into no big argument about that, but it was a trip.
If you're a preterist, if you're a full preterist, then you'll see that Islam is it's a bunch of BS. Because it just goes, there's no, if you're a full preterist, then Islam has absolutely no validity whatsoever. But I mean, even if you're not, even if you're a Christian, Paul said that if an angel or a man comes with any gospel, because there's no other, call him a curse. He said an angel from heaven or a person or whoever, if they preach any gospel, they call them a curse.
Who bewitched you? You foolish Galatians. Yeah, I know you're telling me. Yep.
Man, but a man nonetheless. He goes on to say that Jesus's establishment as the quote unquote Son of God was officially proposed and voted on by the Council of Nicaea, and by officially endorsing Jesus as the Son of God, Constantine turned Jesus into a deity. It should be noted that the Da Vinci Code is a fictional work, not a historical one. Several writers outside of Scripture spoke of the deity of Christ prior to the 4th century, including Clement, Ignatius, Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, Polycarp, and Tertullian. You can pause and read the quotes on your own time. So, furthermore, Brown provides no actual evidence to back up any of these claims, not to mention the claims of Jesus Christ himself that he was God. So, now for the juicy stuff. The lie that the books of the Bible were removed at the Council of Nicaea originated in 1987 from
a politically incorrect guide to Islam. Dom, that's the title.
Peer-reviewed humanities journal called Notes and Queries. On page 372, it was stated,
people pulling stuff out that wasn't even in widely accepted until 1987, and then they wrote a book about it that repopularized it. They gave a retraction of this statement right after they wrote it back in 87, and now niggas out here saying it like it's fact.
Quote, at the Council of Nicaea.
It's like, Nick, that's the same thing. These are the same niggas that believe the word picnic means that it just comes from lynching a nigga. That's what they think.
Pick a nigga.
They really say that. I'm like, bro, you know you can look that word up, right? It don't mean that.
The canon of scripture was one of the chief objects of settlement as to what books were to be received with authority and what not, close quote. 4 months later, a retraction was issued by the journal, and this statement was made, contending that the original statement was a mistake and no ancient or modern reference can be found which affirms the council considering the matter of canonicity of scripture. It further asserts that none of the primary people who were there at the Council of Nicaea make any reference whatsoever to the council discussing the topic of canonization. Now, here's where you're guaranteed to laugh. The source of the idea was a manuscript written 600 years after the Council of Nicaea by an unknown author. This source makes the absurd yet comical claim that the bishops of Nicaea decided which books to keep and which ones to throw out by placing the books side by side on the divine table in the house of God. After this, they prayed and entreated the Lord that the divinely inspired books might be found on the table and the non-inspired books would fall to the ground. I promise you, you cannot make this stuff up. Bam, 600 years after the council takes place, a manuscript that's full of errors written by an unknown author claims that the bishop set the books of the Bible on a table, prayed and said, God, whatever books were written by you, let them fall to the ground. And that is what they expect us to believe happened. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, and you've seen the sources for this. So all of this is publicly available to read. Here is a list of authentic primary sources about the Council of Nicaea.
Now, this brother here is accurate. And I'm going to tell you something, man. This is what I think. There are brothers on the internet that are very sharp that they don't want no smoke with. Like this one brother right here that I'm bringing up. Hold up. This brother right here, he a wild animal, boy. I'm telling you, he cuts their heads every time I see him.
He didn't show up. He gets all the glory.
See, this,
they called on him.
This is the thing. This is what I mean about people that don't believe, that have so much to say about people's faith. You don't believe in my faith, and you have so much to say about my faith. You haven't studied it. You haven't looked into it. You haven't even read it. You just haven't. Right? These are just facts.
He didn't show up. He gets all the glory. You should be glorifying your ancestors. It's literally your blood. It's in your genetic code. You might wake something up because you'll not only be glorifying yourself, you'll be glorifying the people who are the reason you're here in the first place.
Some of your ancestors are pedophiles. Just like statistically, that's almost certainly the case. That's in your DNA too. That is also in your blood. Pedophilia. But you got some magical formula that only gets the good ancestor DNA woken up. What if you wake up the kitty diddling gene? Or are we only talking about venerating like the ancestors that we know are good? Because then we have to go and find ancestors to venerate. Because most of these like I'm black y'all, blackity black y'all people talk about venerating the ancestors. It's not actually specific ancestors, it's the ancestors. It's kind of just like the concept of ancestors, which is kind of dumb. Because a concept.
Say what?
It's like the white man.
Yeah, it's just out there. It's just some little goblin.
Some nebulous ethereal thing, concept that you can never just touch, but it's there.
Yeah, to make you feel good. Yeah.
Do anything for you, can do nothing for you, will never do anything for you. Because all of these heroes you're thinking about aren't your ancestors. You don't know if you're related to Nat Turner or Frederick Douglass. You might be related to the dude that was snitching on slaves. And then I love this idea that like the prerequisite for being worthy of worship is for Jesus to have personally come down and miraculously ended slavery. People get so mad when you say it was Christians that drove the end of slavery because they say, well, it was the Christians who had slaves. Okay. What the heck was everybody else doing? The Christians had the slaves and they freed the slaves. What were the atheists up to? Where were the Muslims? Oh, no, never mind. Where were the ancestors at on that one? Or the old gods? I feel like the more I react to this stuff, the less of a filter I have which I don't know if that's a good or bad thing.
Yeah, dude, a monster though. He a monster.
They called on
I
him.
like him. I like this dude. This dude here. If you want to check somebody out that really cuts their head, it's this brother here, man.
Researchers tracked more than 1,800 heart surgery patients to see if being prayed for would affect their recovery. The study found no difference in recovery rates between those who were prayed for and those who were not.
Someone told me about the Harvard prayer experiment years ago, probably only a few years after it happened, and it has lived rent-free in my head ever since. Because I thought the people who went to and worked for Harvard were supposed to be smart. Because the research found that prayer in and of itself has no effect. I could have told you that. The word pray means to petition. It means to ask. If you come up to me and ask me, hey, can you do me a favor? You asking me that doesn't do anything. Me doing the favor is what does something. If you are praying, specifically a petitionary prayer, you are asking God to do something. So if you are doing an experiment to see if God is going to do something with all these people and nothing happens, you could conclude that every instance of answered prayer in history has either been a lie or a coincidence, or you could conclude maybe he chose not to participate in your stupid experiment.
Researchers tracked more than 8.
This video is to help you decolonize your Christianity. That's all I got to say about it. So most Christians, right, most colonized Christians have what's called a Roman continuity reflex, and this is the core program. They reflexively insist that the whole Bible fits together. God wrote the whole Bible, that there's no contradictions, and Paul and Jesus are saying the same thing. I want you to understand. But
If you watched the opening of that and didn't scroll, that's your fault. I have gotten so many DMs.
This dude here, though, I mean, I like his stuff. He's really good. I can sit and watch it. I mean, he just destroys these dudes, bro. So he goes at these witches. They be going at him. I mean, but the dude is, now I disagree with on this one. Watch this.
A little inappropriate, but I just want to remind everybody this is not a black church. Don't exist here. This is the Church of Jesus Christ.
Well, as your resident black church apologist, of course I have something to say about this. And the main thing I have to say about it is leave this man alone. If you listen to all of what he said and you have a problem with it, you may just be making your skin color an idol. He says he doesn't play the games of taking sides. He wants everybody to love each other no matter what their race is, and that this is what heaven is going to look like. What is wrong with any of that? And this is coming from me, somebody who talks about and uplifts and defends and promotes the black church. Yes, 2819 is mostly black. And I actually found it kind of ironic that he followed that up with doing a call and response, which is very black. So it's culturally black too. But you know how we do things around here. Context is not just for reading the Bible. This is still coming off the heels of the Charlie Kirk assassination, where Pastor Mitchell actually condemned all of the people who were celebrating his death or making excuses for his death, which included plenty of black pastors. A prominent one of which, Jamal Bryant, is also in Atlanta, the same city as Philip Anthony Mitchell. In fact, Atlanta is full of black churches, unfortunately, that are more political than they are spiritual, and many of which took that as
I'm
a line
surprised
in the
that
sand.
Atlanta
saying,
ain't.
how can you?
I'm surprised fire and brimstone ain't rained down on Atlanta already.
Why you say that?
Because of all the evil there. You got all them gay people.
The pastors.
You got all them.
Yeah.
You got all them heretical churches. You got.
Well, I'm gonna say this about Atlanta, man. I agree. Your boy Jamal Bryant is, to me, the most heretical pastor of our age. I can't think of nobody. Like, who comes to mind when I think of a heretic?
Warnock.
Well, of course, Warnock. Warnock don't even count. I don't even consider Warnock. Warnock's not a. I don't even consider him. He's a senator. He's not a pastor. I don't care if they say he's supposed to be at Ebenezer. He ain't no done pastor. That man is He's a senator. He's a Democrat. He's not a pastor.
He's a Jan. He's a Jan.
Yeah, whatever that is.
Just
Jan?
a nigga. Just a nigga.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can do that too. I think they're like when you look at Midtown in Atlanta. Okay, right. I'll take that. We got to hold that L, right? But it's a lot of good churches around here in Atlanta, man. I live in Atlanta. I got one around the corner. That's cool. I've been to Bishop Dale Bronner's church. I mean, I used to go there all the time. It's some good people here, bro. And one thing I noticed by going to 2819, it's a lot of young Black men and women going to that church that's serious. At least in my opinion, seem to be very on fire for the Lord, serious. So it's people. God's doing his thing here.
Yeah.
It's just that the boy is the one that's out front that everybody see from 2819. But it's a lot of, man, you'd be surprised. Like I've seen some, just having been here and lived in that Montgomery you'd be surprised. Like one thing, like for example, a city that people don't think of that you would think fire and brimstone should rain down on is Montgomery, Alabama, my hometown. Because Montgomery, Alabama has this air of righteousness because it's the birthplace of the civil rights movement. And nobody has more of a right to feel righteous than the Black people that started the civil rights movement. So you will be amazed at the level of outright just haughtiness that you would run into on any given Sunday or Tuesday in Montgomery, Alabama. Right? Black mayor, Black pastors. These people was friends with King. They was at the meetings. That's who they are. Right? They was there. They was organizing. That's who the pastors are in Montgomery. Right? One of them just died not too long ago. Reverend Jordan just died not too long ago. Right? And I ain't taking no jab at Reverend Jordan. But what I'm saying is, but those people in Montgomery, I wouldn't be surprised if it happened in Montgomery. And a lot of places where Black people reside, not just Atlanta. Now I agree, Atlanta with the LGBT stuff is sick and nasty and yeah. But outside of that, every other reason that you name is the same for every Black person you see anywhere. A lot of and I'm not trying to be funny, but I feel like a lot of people love to take Atlanta and take jabs at Atlanta and say a lot of stuff at Atlanta. But I'm like, bro, anything I see in Atlanta, I can get in any other city. Strip clubs, ratchet ass women, dusty niggas.
Ain't Tyler Perry and his studios in Atlanta?
Yeah, but he in Atlanta.
Yeah, that's another.
Yeah, I mean, look, Tyler Perry, that's part of the gay stuff, though.
I say this tongue in cheek. Like Houston is just as evil. Like Houston is like super blue. Like I don't know if there's any red areas.
Probably here on the outskirts. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the Fort Bend County and maybe Katy and the outskirts, but like the city, I mean it's so blue and the poverty here, like the homelessness here is just crazy and then you got Joel Osteen's church and then you have this.
Let me say this about Houston that I noticed. I went to Houston. You got the same. It's Atlanta. I mean, a lot of the culture that you have in Atlanta, you got in Houston. As far as it's just like DC. It's like young Black professionals. It's a lot of them in Houston. It is. It's a lot of young Black professionals, upper class, upper middle, doing well for themselves, right? So I see that in Atlanta. Atlanta's well known for that, but so is Houston. So is DC, so is Birmingham, Charlotte. It's a lot of well-to-do Black, and it's a certain culture, and guess what? I could if I were to have a teleportation device and I went through a teleporter and I went to a club out in one of those cities, I couldn't tell you what city I'm in. That's how you know it's the same culture. I couldn't tell you by the way they dress, the way they talk. I couldn't tell you by the way they nothing. Maybe the music, maybe the music, because you'll only hear that UGK in Texas, because we don't play that whack stuff out here.
No, bro. It's Sunday, man. Why you
don't play it? I ain't never heard "Take It Off" in the club. I'm sorry, never, ever. I know that's blasphemy.
You ain't lived.
Never heard it ever.
You ain't lived. You ain't lived.
There you go.
You ain't lived, and you ain't never heard.
I bet you heard "Lay It Down" though. But yeah,
I haven't. I actually haven't.
Okay, cool.
I've heard Mo City Dawn.
All right. Now, hold on. I love Mo City Dawn. That's a hell of a song. I love it. If they played that song in Atlanta or Birmingham or Miami or DC or wherever, I would get up. Oh, that's my song. But I've never heard it outside of Houston.
Well, I ain't heard
just
lay it
being straight
down.
up.
I ain't heard lay it down in the club.
Well, guess what? I lived in Birmingham. I lived in Montgomery. I done been to Mobile and been out. I've been to New Orleans. I done been to where else? Lake Charles, Louisiana. I done been to Memphis. I done heard, of course you're gonna hear it in Memphis. Nashville. I done heard it in Charlotte. I done heard it in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Only place I ain't never really went out and hung out. We kind of hung out in Charleston a little bit. North Carolina, done heard it there. Wilmington. Everybody rock lay it down. Everybody do. But what do I know?
Hey man, we got more people in Texas than all them states combined.
Okay, now you talk population. Okay, you want to pull that little stuff, but hey, y'all count all them areas with a bunch of Mexicans and white folk. You can't just always count that now.
Hey, we got more electoral votes, man. That's all.
All right, well, hey, all right. We'll let you have that. We'll let you have that. That's actually good. I ain't tripping about that because it's a red state. But yeah. So I wanted to do this video, man, because I just wanted to come up here today and just talk about how uninformed we are about history and a lot of stuff, and how we like to try to get up and talk. And I do think we as believers, a lot of us need to stop being afraid and being cowards, and we do need to engage the culture and engage these people and say stuff, and not just let them get out here and just talk and say stuff about us, because they love to try. The only thing is I'm the guy that don't want to get into a lot of fights all the time. I don't. Like, sometimes I just don't got the energy. Like, I used to be on social media. I'm a black conservative, bro. So I would be on Facebook fighting every day, all day, and it's draining. I don't want to get into a argument. Now, I'm not gonna let you come up in my face and say something about my faith, or say something and think I'm just gonna take it. Now, or if you tag me or say, like, I got this homeboy, every time he send me something, it's some Marxist racism video he's sending me. Every time he send me something, to the point where I'm just about to block his ass. I just told him, like, this what he's. I didn't even watch it. I'm gonna play it. I bet you it's something about racism. I bet it is.
What you about to watch is a video of the Virgin Islands representative Stacey Plaskett, a sister and a Democrat, being fed lines to ask by Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't know. That's your girl. What her name? What's her name? Amanda Seals.
Yeah, she's a cartoon character to me. Nothing she says.
It's the grandstand in front of people.
Yeah, she's just a chick that missed her window and probably will never get married, and probably gonna end up in a asylum overseas somewhere because nobody likes her. And I don't say that jokingly. I say that like with sorrow in my heart, because I actually feel bad for her. But I think Christians, we have to stop thinking so quote unquote spiritual and start thinking logically. And our faith has to coincide with reality, and history has to actually hold up our faith. That same chick, she said in another video that Judaism, Christianity, and Islam all tell the same story. They all have the same prescriptions, and they all give you the same destination. And I was just like, well, that's a very ignorant statement, because all three of them are opposed to each other. And if you really knew.
No, what she's also saying is people have been dumb and stupid for the last 1,700 years, 1,500 years. And it took her to come along and figure it out. Like everybody else, all these thousands of years, they could build great pyramids and great stuff that people can't figure out today, but they can't figure out what she could figure out. Like, it's just the nerve. Like, you that smart and you're such a genius, right?
Well,
these people were able to build great civilizations and monuments that are still standing today, that believed in these faiths, but you figured it out because of some social media videos you done watched. in memes because you ain't done no real studying.
Well, you know, the thing is, like, I know the things I know. I don't know everything, but like, you know, the things I know it because I immerse myself in it. So, you know, when it comes to the Bible, or when it comes to, you know, the Christian faith and the Judaism and Islam and all that, you know, it's like only one told what was gonna be, and you know, it happened. Christ said that he's gonna tear down that temple and build it back up, and that's exactly what he did. But the problem is, Revelation only writes about it in a prophetic manner, but it not a manner of record. But you know, extra biblical accounts actually account for the record of that destruction, and Christians and non-Christians wrote about it. You know, so that event alone certifies that our faith is the one that's true. Judaism is not what people think it is. Like, there's no such thing as Judeo-Christian. If Christ was around when Abraham was living, then Abraham would have been a Christian. If Christ was around when Isaiah was walking around, then Isaiah would have been a Christian. You know, and so, you know, what I'm saying is our faith goes all the way back. Judaism is saying that Judaism is a result of people that were disobedient to God, and now they had to pick up the pieces and make kind of their own system off of, you know, what they thought was going to be promised to them. You know, Jews.
If I'm not mistaken, in the 400-year parenthetical period between the writing of the book of Malachi to the time of Jesus, we're talking about 400 years. That's what is the Pharisees and the Sadducees and these different sects arose. They didn't even exist when they was writing the Old Testament at all. So it's a basically new thing. Now, this is one of the things that they have to try to legitimize them, is when he said, you tithe the 10th of your mint income, and rightly so. You know, but you know, you swallow a camel and strain out a gnat.
Straining the gnat, yeah.
Yeah. So he was just basically saying, put like this: the righteousness that they tried to create through those sects, they were pointing to something, but you miss the main important ingredient. That's basically what he was saying.
Well, again, why did they have all those things to begin with? Because they were in bondage. They were in bondage, and why were they in bondage? Because they disobeyed the law, they disobeyed God, they were worshiping idols. You know, so they totally went astray from everything that Moses taught them. Now, I ask you this: when Jesus came along and he started preaching, what do you call the Jews that believed on him? What do you call it? What would we call them?
Believers.
We call them Christians. The ones that did not believe, what would we call them?
Non-believers.
Jews. We would call them Jews.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like the Bible, you know, connects the thread from Abraham all the way to us. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, people say that Christianity grew out of Judaism. It didn't. Judaism is just a bastardization of the law of Moses. But the law of Moses belongs to us because our Lord fulfilled it. You know what I'm saying? So you know, when she asked me in that post when I was going back and forth with her, she said, okay, so which one is right if they don't all say the same thing? I didn't even answer the question, but I know that the Christian faith is the true faith. Just look at how it's blessed the world. You know how God told Abraham, he said that through your seed, all families of the earth will be blessed. Was that not a true statement? Everybody that has accepted the gospel was just better off for it. human life had no value until, you know,
This is
people heard the
the
gospel.
thing I would just to try to, not that I agree with this argument, but if one were to say that they're God's chosen people, and you know who I'm talking about, then if you say that that seed is referring to Christ, and you jump thousands of years up into Christ from Abraham, which is what, about 1500, however many years, right? Then you can say that the part where it says, I will bless those who bless you, doesn't necessarily mean Abraham, just like it doesn't necessarily mean Isaac. If you're not just talking about Isaac and Ishmael, and you were talking about Christ, then you can also make that same, declaration that when you say, I will bless those who bless you, is referring to Israel, talking about the nation of Israel. That's literally what somebody would say. Now, I understand it to be different because I think it's, what was it, chapter 17? I did some research on this a couple of weeks ago, where it talked about everlasting. He promised them the land for everlasting, because I saw Brandon Tatum say that, and he misquoted. He gave some verse that didn't say it, but then I went found it where it actually did say it, which I was like, whoa, it did say for everlasting. But then I went and looked up, well, when were things promised for everlasting? Well, the Levite priesthood was supposed to be for everlasting, and as you can see, it no longer exists. So it just goes to, it's 2 or 3 other things in there where it says for everlasting. What it meant was, as long as you meet certain criteria, and you see this in Deuteronomy, right? And so you see it. So just because it says that doesn't mean forever, regardless of whatever you do. It didn't mean that. So anyway, go ahead.
Everlasting in the Bible, the word olam in Hebrew, it doesn't mean forever without end. It just means for how long that it endures. That's what everlasting means in Hebrew. But you know, when it talks about the reign of Christ, it actually says his reign will be without end. Like when in the Old Testament, when it says world, it says age without end. That, you know, that's a totally different concept than everlasting in the Old Testament. So Brandon Tatum is just, I'm not gonna call him dumb, but this Bible, when it says to rightly divide it, you got to get down to the nitty gritty and really see what it's saying. Because, you know, for it to be translated in English, there's a lot of concepts that we're not going to really get the gist of until we read it in its context. The context is going to show what these concepts mean. You know, it's kind of like when God says Sodom and Gomorrah is everlasting judgment, or it's still burning everlasting flames, but it's not still on fire to this day. You know what I'm saying? So it's people really have to. You can't just go to this Bible and just read it like you're reading, you know, a 3rd grade book. You know, there's a lot of poetry in it. There's a lot of idioms in it. There's a lot of cultural things that we're not going to understand, that we're going to need further clarification on upon research. So, you know, all these Israel first people like Brandon Tatum, like he doesn't know what he's talking about. Even Paul, if you just keep reading Paul, like Paul just destroys everything Brandon Tatum and all those AIPAC people are saying. You know, and the only way that they can get around it if they just totally deny what Paul is saying, or what the prophet said, or what Jesus said. You know, you can't put new wine in old wineskin. You know, that's what Jesus said. So, I mean, you talking about like scholars. I'm not the biggest scholar, but these people don't want to see me neither, because I'm going to. I'm gonna get down and dirty.
I don't think your girl, the one you sent me, I don't think she's the type that's willing to jump on a panel and really like hash it out with somebody. She's not. She don't seem to, because her points weren't. I ain't trying to be funny. She just didn't seem to have Every point she made was an oversimplification or stereotype, right? It's like saying the pastor's sleeping around. Like, that's a stereotype. That's not, and the stereotype does damage. It's not that there aren't pastors that sleep around. Obviously there are. But it's a lot of pastors that don't. That's married to their kids. That's good husbands, good fathers, good men of God. They don't, that's not talked about. He's supposed to do that. Just like the video of this girl calling some churches and they asking for baby formula off the street, cold turkey.
Yeah, that says absolutely nothing. Like, if you call me, I'm a Christian. If you call my house asking me for baby formula, I'm gonna be like, you need to come see me first so I can properly evaluate the situation. I'm not just gonna be giving away stuff like that. That's not wise. You know, like I would have called her up to the church and be like, okay, come holler at us. We're gonna give you some formula for now, but you need to go holler at this this nurse so she can show you how to properly breastfeed so you won't need baby formula. I would have told her that. Like, I don't know, man. People just hate Christians. That's all that shit is.
It's supposed to be like, it said it was going to be like that. So that's what it is. It's kind of turned into that type of environment where the church is being met with so much friction. But the people of God need to stand up and quit being cowards and not being afraid and start getting at these folks. Because at the end of the day, when people see you willing to fight back and they see that, okay, you're a believer, but you ain't what, because my thing is with the church, it's certain things that I don't like. Like, for example, and I ain't trying to go there, but I got to. Candace Owens, right? Like, I didn't like Allie Beth Stuckey basically insinuating that Candace is less of a Christian because she's trying to find out what happened to this man getting shot down in cold turkey, like in cold blood, right? And they talking about a done 30-06 bullet didn't go through the neck, and it's a lot of like fraudulent stuff happening. You got the people that are in Turning Point that have been caught up in about 10 lies, right? That she went through. She went through the whole list last week. This is factual. She ain't lying. So why is it that it's Christian to shut up and let folks get away with stuff like that? If there is, because if it ain't nothing to hide, what we worrying about, right? That's Christian. People don't understand what it means. To me, and this is, I told you this on a voice text. I was like, to me, the prophets and the people that come with the work, them the ones come with a sword. Them the ones coming that's not liked, that are hated. They supposed to be met with friction. The world is whether you believe it's run by Satan or not, whatever. The world, evil is running rampant on this world, bro. You supposed to be fighting and going into these spaces and facing and fighting evil. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You ain't supposed to just let evil run rampant. That's what me and Bryson Gray would diverge, because I feel like he kind of like got this, oh, well, the world, it's the end coming. We might as well just wait. Like, no.
Well, that's Schofield dispensationalism. And that's why I'm a preterist, because it makes sense. It actually gives us a reason to actually keep going and to live for something. If we're all about to die any day now, then I might as well just run up my credit card bill and just take out mortgages and not pay them because the world's about to end. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, a lot of the things that the Christian church has actually, let in the walls, it's really caused a lot of, decay in the land. And, it's, a lot of people don't really know what to do. A lot of people are confused. Then you got people that are defending Israel because they think it's a biblical mandate. And, Allie Beth Stuckey, man, she was just looking for clout, man. Like, that's all that shit is. A lot of people are just envious of Candace because she has a very big platform.
I mean, she got a lot of hate when they announced that she got the largest platform in the world. So now she done leapfrog Joe Rogan. She gonna get a lot of hate, and that's just I don't know who this Eddie Jones is. He late. He real late. But anyway, it's funny how what trip me out with my titles sometimes. My titles, when people see them live, they'll jump in there and try to make all these jabs to try to get black people all angry and emotional. And it's just I don't get upset. I really don't get upset by that. But you know, somebody in there talking about Candace is don't fall for the okie doke. You know what I noticed a lot of time with Candace? A lot of people call Candace out or think they calling Candace out, but they never just unravel what she's saying. Show me where she's lying.
They're never honest in their critique of what she said. You know, like she had read something from the Quran, and then people were like, "Oh, she's shilling for Muslims, and she's a Muslim apologist." I'm just like, man. And when I watched it, when I first saw it, I was like, okay, well, let me look it up because it does. Like, why would she read it? Why would she read a scripture from the Quran? But then when I saw the context, I'm like, man, these people are just as bad.
Somebody said, I'm a Muslim. Yeah, because somebody's like, hey, I'm a Muslim. I want to give you a verse from the Quran. And she read it. And she said, thank you. It was like a cash. What is it? What do they call it? A super chat. It was a super chat.
Yeah.
I was like, bro, you act like she up there just
preaching from the Quran.
Like, bro, I watched the show, so I know. And so most of the time when you hear people angry at Candace, they don't really have a real reason to be angry at her. They don't.
Their reason is because she's going at Israel. That's their reason. Like they a lot of these people worship Israel.
Yeah, that's it.
You know, that's just the bottom line. Like, and you know, and it's kind of like the LeBron argument. You have to take things out of context that happened, you know, in Michael Jordan's career in order to prop up LeBron. That's what these people do with Candace. They're taking things that she said out of context. They're misapplying scripture just to bolster up their vitriol towards her.
Yeah.
You know, it's making me lose a lot of respect for people.
Why? Let me see what he's saying about it.
I feel like Candace Owens might as well let the shots off at Brandon Tatum. Like I feel like at first it was a respectful mutual thing where they just don't mention each other. But now that Brandon Tatum is literally mentioning her, she's still going around it. Respectfully, she is still not talking.
I gotta give she is class personified because I'd have been to chop that nigga head if I was her. I mean, that nigga been fell out. I'd have been chopped that nigga head. And hey, I don't think he want that smoke. I don't. I don't. Brandon, let me tell you how I know Brandon is to me is compromised. At first, Brandon, when she got fired from the Daily Wire, remember about a year and a half ago, she got fired from the Daily Wire. Brandon Tatum still was like, look, Candace my girl, this and that. I ain't saying I agree with everything she say, but that's still my girl, and she is cooking on this and she is cooking on that. He said that, right? Yeah. He don't go from that to just outright naming her in videos and saying she don't know what she's talking about and just trying to. And she keeps ignoring it. And I ain't trying to be funny. Brandon, what he had like a little over 1 million. She pushing 6 million now, bro. She was at 3 million at the Daily Wire. She pushing 6 million. I mean, she ain't got the. Is she even monetized?
I don't think so.
She gets super chats though.
She
must be.
It's funny because like, you know, all these conservatives, when she was going at Kamala Harris and exposing her lineage, it was all good. But now all of a sudden she's a grifter. Like I don't know, man. It's and you know what? Even if she is a grifter, she's asking questions that everybody else should be asking. I was watching.
Bro, I ain't trying to be funny. This is. Let me tell you something. This is why I have no respect for people that's going at Candace. You saw that dude, Mikey McCoy, walked off in 0.8 seconds. He turned and walked off when Charlie got shot. Who does that? What? At that point, you should shut up. At that point, you're supposed to be like, wait a minute. Something is wrong. Listen, that's more damning than the damn 30-yard six to me. The way he acted. Am I wrong? Who does that?
Man,
who gets shot? Your boy gets shot in less than a second. You walking off with a phone up to your face. They killed him. Simple and plain. I don't have nothing to worry about. I trust Candace. I don't trust these. You call me whatever.
What's damning to me is the behavior of Erica Kirk. Like that woman is not annoying. She's weird.
Come on, say amen.
She is weird. Like I don't, and people talking about, oh, you can't tell somebody how to mourn. Like bullshit. Like that woman is weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
She even brought up people that spoke at that Jewish Coalition conference and brought up a lot of people and still did not bring up Brandon Tatum. That just said some crazy things. She still didn't say nothing about him, went right around it. So I don't know. The fact that he is now mentioning her and she still hasn't said a word about him, it's crazy. It's telling. It tells you like how much respect she has for him. But I don't know. And then everybody's pissed off about what she said about Erica Kirk. And it's like, bro, she didn't even say nothing. If anything, she said, I'm not going to say nothing about her because she hasn't done anything wrong. You can speculate that she's doing something wrong because of her gestures and how she's moving, but she technically hasn't done anything wrong. So she's nothing to say. And that still was a problem for everybody. Oh, she's critiquing it. And it's like, bro, it's crazy, bro. She literally said that if Erica told her to stop, she would stop. But Erica has never told her to stop, so she's not going to stop.
It's too late for Erica to tell her not, because even if Erica say something, she ain't going to stop. I don't blame her. I wouldn't stop either.
Man, I say this, man. If these Christians, if Christians don't get their act together, this country is done for. This country is finished because the only thing holding up America,
I agree,
is Christianity. You know, the true remnant, you know, that actually believe God's word and that's actually willing to get out there and do the work and to really pursue righteousness and walk in it and judge things fairly. You know, those are the only people that are holding up this country. Other than that, I mean, this country has become atheistic and nihilistic and hedonistic, and you know, it's sad. Like we don't even have the America we live in today is not the same America that we had in 2012, and that's not even a 20-year span. That's how fast things have changed in this country, and that's how downhill things have gotten. You know, all these people that quote unquote led Generation Z to righteousness, like I don't know. You look at them and you know they're shilling for a country that you know that.
Bro, watch this right here. This is crazy.
They say Israel is the only place where we're respected and protected.
And I can attest to that as a Christian who went to Israel. I spent 2 weeks there with the church, and we had an incredible time. We had only one incident where a small child spit on one of the pastors.
There's only one.
Yes, Master.
I can't believe he actually said that. This nigga is the biggest coon I've ever seen. Like, and I don't like that phraseology, coon, because I'm a conservative too, and I get it. But dog, this dude fits the
truth too. That he would want to find out who did something to his good friend.
Who you don't care. Brandon does not care about what happened. I don't think he cares. I don't. He keeps going at Candace. Like, and it's kind of, to me, it's annoying because it's like, bro, you really, you know, gotta just let this go, bro. First of all, you losing, and the thing is, what they don't understand is they're losing. People are on the internet, and word has got out that that conservatives, most people on the right are starting to swing over towards that Candace, because he's asking, like, say what you will about Tucker Carlson, he's asking some real good questions. Like, Tucker is really breaking this thing down, bro. Like, it's like, well, damn, he got a point. Every time you watch his content, it's like that. Damn, he got a point. He got a point. He got a point. He got a point. Next thing you know, you're like, God dang.
My only concern is that that conservatives or the younger crowd, they actually fall asleep to other enemies that are, you know, on the horizon. That's my concern. Like Islam.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and I've said this before. I'm not trying to say this up to pull rank. I'm just saying I'm a little older, and I just have seen this Islam scare for the last 25 years, where people were screaming Islam in '98 when the USS Cole got bombed. Right? I forget what they did. They did a torpedo or something and blew up the USS Cole. Some Americans died. This was in 1998 under Bill Clinton, right? And so what I'm saying is I've been seeing this for years. I saw the 93 bombing of the World Trade Center, right? Then when the World Trade Center goes down at 9/11, I saw the Afghanistan war, and I saw the demonization, because I was out here demonizing the Taliban and all that, and I talked about them, right? If you go watch a comedy special by Jamie Foxx called "I Might Need Security," he's talking about the Taliban. He's joking, because at that time, when you watch the media cycle, they were telling us that the Taliban was, killing and fighting American soldiers. Then in 2003, we decided to go into Iraq, and we used Israeli intelligence as the main, thoroughfare to go into Iraq, and that was the main reason we trusted Israeli intelligence. How did I know? Because I said it. I was out there debating. You got to understand, I was a conservative. I was a Republican at the time, a card-carrying Republican who would literally get into debates at the bookstore and get into arguments, and I was defending George W. Bush. What's up, On Rebellion? I was defending George W. Bush going into Iraq fighting in 2003, 2004, 2005, all the way through Obama, right? I defended the Iraq war. I can tell you stories that were in the media cycle on the right, not necessarily, I don't know if they were true, but there were stories on the right of weapons labs being buried in the sand in Iraq. There were stories of them using where Saddam Hussein used sarin gas on the Kurds, which is in northern Iraq. We talked about that. And then I would always say, this is what I would always say, in a post 9/11 world, you could not afford to have Saddam Hussein, who was trying to get weapons of mass destruction. This is what I was saying. So I done swung that pendulum. I was all the way over there, right? I was Israel. I was supporting Israel and stuff. I not really well thought out at the time, thinking that they were our greatest ally. I actually repeated that. I'm ashamed that I actually said that before. I actually used to say that. We're talking 2004, 2005. So when you see me up here talking about, listen, I see Islam as an issue. I'm not saying that these people aren't coming over here and they're not doing certain things. Geographically, it's a lot more difficult to take over America than it is to take over Europe because of the location. That's number one. Right? The Europeans have to stand up and fight for their own country.
I disagree because think about how many of them were let in and the rate at which they reproduce. They call it jihad of the womb.
They're doing that in the West. They're doing it. So you're looking at Europe. And hold on, let me find that lady's name.
How many immigrants, how many Muslim immigrants came in when Joe Biden was president, when they just opened the borders?
Okay,
because we made it seem,
we don't know.
People were making it seem like it was just like
Okay.
Mexicans.
Hold on. Okay, let's say it was 1 million. Let's say it was, which is high. That means that's what we're looking at, 20 million. So about 5% were Muslim, right? There's this lady named Barbara. I'm gonna put her name in the comments. Barbara Lerner Specter. She's an American-born Jewish academic who founded, PIDA. We'll put that in the comments right here. PIDA, right? An Institute for Jewish Studies in Sweden. She is the one that engineered this idea of opening up the floodgates and basically flooding Europe, all of Europe, with Muslims, and that was her idea. So, and I'm not trying to go down this path of I got to watch what I say, right? Because I don't want to get a strike. But that's actually what happened. And so there's differences between what's going on in Europe and what's going on in America. The overwhelming majority of people that's immigrated to America are Hispanic. Overwhelming majority. Now you got other people from Haiti. You got other people from certain Muslim nations that came over here as well. I'm not saying that that's not a thing, but there is about 360 some odd million people here in this country. Yes, they are producing. Yes, we can be vigilant on that. Now, but if I want to swing that pendulum back and say which one is the greatest threat, right? If I were to share a screen, right? Or better yet, I got something better I'm going to do for you. I got something I think is going to help really bring this whole thing home for us. Because I listen, I see what you're saying. I see where you're going with it, that you got to be vigilant. And I hear people see people making content saying, oh, we need to be worried about that, the Islamic threat. This the thing I'm going to go right here. I'm going to go right here to a video that I watched yesterday. And in this video, it really broke down our monetary system. And it ain't going to say, nobody ain't going to say, it ain't going to say the J word. So it's not one of those types of videos, right? It says, if the feds print money, what do they do? Say, who do they owe it to, or something like that? Here it is right here. I got it. So watch this. I mean, it's a real rudimentary video, but sometimes it's really, you got to look at stuff. And this dude laid it out so like eloquently to where it's just like, God dang, like they got us in a headlock. Watch this.
Most people's brains. The Federal Reserve prints money, trillions of dollars. They create it out of nothing. Just numbers on a computer screen. No gold backing it, no assets backing it. No one deposited anything. They just create it. In 2020 and 2021, the Federal Reserve created $6 trillion. $6 trillion. Out of thin air, they didn't mine it, they didn't earn it. They didn't borrow it from anyone, they just made it appear on a computer. But here's the problem. Every dollar bill in your wallet says Federal Reserve note at the top. A note is a debt instrument, it's a promise to pay. When you sign a promissory note for a car loan, you're promising to pay the bank back. That note represents debt, which means every dollar in existence is technically debt. Someone owes that dollar to someone else. So if the Federal Reserve creates dollars out of thin air and those dollars are debt, who does the Federal Reserve owe the money to? Think about it. They created it from nothing. There was no lender. No one gave them money to lend out. They just made it appear. So who is the creditor? If dollars are debt instruments and the Fed created them, who does the Fed owe? The answer should be simple, but it's not. Because when you understand how this actually works, you realize the entire monetary system is designed to transfer wealth from you to private banks. The Federal Reserve doesn't owe the money to anyone, but the United States government owes the money to the Federal Reserve, which is owned by private banks, which means your government borrows money that was created from nothing and pays interest on it forever to private banks. And you pay that interest with your taxes. It's the greatest scam in financial history, hidden in plain sight, running for over 100 years. And most people have no idea it exists. This is the story of how money is actually created, who really controls the Federal Reserve, and why the national debt can never.
I'm not going to pay to do this whole thing. I'm going to put the link in to this video in the chat in a second. The point I'm trying to make is this is just one of the issues with these people. Just one. Right? I hadn't got into OnlyFans and Pornhub, and I ain't even talking about that. Destroying the family. Right? I hadn't talked about that. I hadn't talked about music and people like Cardi B and Sexy Red and all of them pushing they filth on our daughters and our young men out here pushing drugs and that. I ain't talked about that, right? I ain't talked about private equity. I got D's in the comments probably, right? D's will come up. If I give him the link, he'll do a masterful job of breaking down what private equity does to our businesses, shipping our jobs overseas. Same group of people, right? If you add up all the bells and whistles that come along with these groups of people that run these places, and you know who they are. I ain't got to say them. Start with a J, right? If you add it all up, I'm sorry, I just don't see Islam as much of a threat as this is. I'm not saying don't, and I've been saying this forever. I'm not saying don't be vigilant. I'm not saying don't check that. But you could listen. You could fight a war and demonize, and the country could be behind going after Muslims, which is what happened in the early 2000s when everybody had American flags on their doors and in their cars and stuff on the hood, in the hood as well as in the suburbs, right? Everybody was unified behind going after this threat, and yet and still this threat put their foot up our behind, and they're destroying us. And thereby we can't afford homes. Right now, you got BlackRock. BlackRock them jumped into buying houses. BlackRock right now, and I don't know if I'd sent you a couple. I sent you this stuff on Twitter. BlackRock right now got it where a lot of people can't buy houses. I don't think that's a good thing that somebody drops billions of dollars into, and they basically jacking up all the rents on everybody while the incomes are staying stagnant. That is not good for your economy. That means destruction. That's what that means. This one group of people got all now you got to understand, this group of people, they doing it with our retirement money. That's what a hedge fund is. That's not private equity.
I agree with what you're saying, but that goes back to what I said before when that girl said that Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, they're all the same thing, telling the same story in a different language. Like, no, they are all opposed to one another. Now, when you take the West, which is a Christian civilization, of course you're gonna have a people that are gonna wage war on us somehow. So you have the Judaizers or whatever you want to call it. Judaism is a threat to Western civilization, just like Islam is. And that's not gonna
keep talking. I'm gonna have to step over here for a second. Keep talking.
That's not gonna hit a lot of people's ears in a soft way. People are gonna be like, "Oh, what you're tripping? You're tripping." Like, no, Judaism is not a Western. It's not a Western concept. It doesn't, like, Judaism did not build the West. Christianity did. So when you have Judaism is a belief system that does not have a home. So what is the goal? The goal is to plant and take over. Islam is a system that just wants to dominate the world. You know what I'm saying? So we're over here, you saying we're fighting Jewish bankers, and I agree, but the enemy of Islam is not something to sleep at neither, because they're both formidable enemies that needs to be dealt with. They're both a threat to Western hegemony. So, and no, America's not a secular nation. The Bible says that where the Spirit of the Lord is, there's liberty. There's liberty in America because it allows you to put some shit in the comments to say America's a secular nation. If you go to a nation where there's not freedom, the feds will come knocking at your door, telling you that you need to be reformed, or they'll just take you out.
Hold on. This is what I'm talking about understanding the basic fundamental truths of a religion. Like, when you read the Talmud, it tells you to manipulate, lie, and do whatever you need to do to everybody that's not of the faith, right? When you look at Islam, it first of the sword, you got to convert or die. That's really, if you don't convert, you got to pay the jizya, which is so you literally, it's telling you to subjugate. That is not the Bible. This is what I'm talking about. Like, you just can't just pull stuff out your arse and just say it like it's truth, right? These three are not the same. I just described it. It's in the Talmud what they can do to Goyim. It tells you how dirty they can do us. We should be killed. It literally says that. It says that literally in the Quran. And we're not talking about like something in context of, okay, go kill the Philistines and go kill. No, we're talking about people that ain't in this faith need to be slaughtered. That's literally what both of them say, except Christianity. So you can't say that they're the same. That's called ignorance.
Not at all. And
somebody in the church that said something that's not of the faith, though. That's not the tenet of the faith. It's not. I don't read the Bible and think I need to go take a gun and slap somebody across the head and make them do what I want them to do. That's not what the Bible say.
Exactly. And this person Dollar Will says Christianity wanted to dominate the world, and it does. First of all, it doesn't. Second of all, I find nothing wrong with wanting Christianity to dominate the world, because in a Christian society or civilization, people have freedom to live their lives. People are not forced into all sorts of just undignifying acts. So I have no bones about saying, you know what, every ideology has a has some kind of mandate to go out and conquer. Christians should have that same mandate, and we were given that mandate. Go disciple all the nations in my name. That's what Christ told us.
Okay.
Yeah,
go ahead.
So conquest is a thing that Christians should be after. Yes. So I don't make no bones about it.
Okay, and also, Dollar Will, where is separation of church and the state in this Constitution? Is it mentioned in the Constitution? Huh? Is separation of church and state mentioned in the Constitution? Because if you're gonna just type something about separation of church and state, see, let me tell you something. That whole argument for separation of church and state, Marxists love people like you, Dollar Will. And I think I know who you are. Dollar Will was subscribed 3 years ago. I know who he is from years ago.
People don't know what separation of church and state
I
means.
know because it's a letter written from Thomas Jefferson wrote to somebody else, and he mentioned it. But it was talking about in the regards of protecting the church from the government. It wasn't necessarily saying that the church can't function. You can't have Christmas trees. You can't say Merry Christmas. You can't say God bless you. You can't pray. You can't. This is literally what they'd have made it into. But I can bring my nasty doo-doo dick energy in and teach your child how to do fellatio in kindergarten. You ain't got no problem with that, right? You're not going to be in the comments complaining about that video, right? But they want us to shut up, though, dog. We should be quiet, trying to push for righteousness, trying to push for people to have families and raise their kids and live by some sort of morals and stand. No, you need to go sit down. Let the gay, LGBT, doo-doo dick people come into the schools and push their little policies. Those are the people that need to be able to shout and push their little nasty, funky, stanky, doo-doo smelling policies off on people, right? To me, that's the problem right there. If I were a Marxist, that'll be my boy. That's my nigga right there. See what I'm saying? Because that's who I like. Tell these Christians to stop forcing their beliefs. That's what you think. Ain't nobody forcing you to do nothing. Ain't nobody forcing you to do nothing. But don't tell me to be quiet. Don't tell me to stop. Don't tell me to stand still. Now, go back and read the constitutions of the 13 colonies. Since we're not a Christian nation, go read the constitutions of the 13 colonies. I think out of 10 out of 13, you had to be a Christian. I think like 4 of them, you had to be a Protestant. They had church in the White House up until the early 1900s. Like this. Don't tell me what you can't have and what. That's the problem with Western civilization. You done threw the baby out with the bathwater. You can't listen. You have no merit. This is just gospel truth right here. When you destroy what the very, very foundation of Western civilization is, which is the traditional marriage, when you destroy that, you have no moral leg to stand on to stop these people from going into kindergarten and telling kids all types of little filth. You have nothing to stand on now because you legitimized it. You know why? Because if they can see the 3 little bears with Mama Bear and Papa Bear, now they can see the 3 little bears with Mama Bear and Mama Bear, or Papa Bear and Papa Bear. And you can't stop them. And guess what? Well, you're going to let one in. Now you got to let the tranny part in. Now you got to let all the other plus stuff in. Because it's all connected. It's one big community. And you gave it to them. See what I'm saying? And when I say something, it's like what get me is like they tell us to shut up, though. We the ones got to be quiet, old dog. We the ones that should be quiet. They always trying to police us and tell us we need to be quiet, right? Not those people, right? I don't see too much anger about them going up in women's bathrooms. I don't see a lot of videos about that. Anytime me and you start talking, here they come. Oh, y'all need to be quiet, trying to force people. But man, get on. I ain't one of them, bro. I ain't no dumb. I'm not one of them dumb believers, bro. Go over there to the GED believer channel, bro. They ain't gonna work over here. Ain't gonna work, bro.
Yeah, they
That's bro. Oh my God. The First Amendment. I knew that. I could have quoted that off the top of my head. You had to cut and paste it. Shall make no laws governing religion. What does that mean? It's not separation of church and state. Or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Do you understand what you're typing, Dollar Will? Lord have mercy. Go ahead, man. Lord,
The
hold on. Can you read this? I can't believe he put this up here. Like, this means separation, that we can't practice faith, that we should. So what does that mean? What does that mean? I can have churches everywhere. They had church in the White House. Do I understand what I read? Congress shall make no laws respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise. That means I can exercise it. In Congress, the government can't stop me. Nowhere in America can you stop me. That means I can pray anywhere. In church, in school, even on the Congress floor, which is what they do.
Man, the LGBT is a religion.
Thank you.
And Congress is trying to make laws to make us respect that. Like that Marriage Equality Act, I think that's Congress making a law to respect religion.
Because furthermore, they hate the church.
Furthermore, the separation of church and state, that doesn't mean that the state is godless. That's not what it means. If you look back at the history of Europe, the state, the monarchy, and the church, they always clashed.
Holy Roman Empire, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what it means, that they're not going to become one.
They can't have like the Anglican Church, the Church of England, and all that, where if you pissed with the government when something happens, you basically have to get the receive what they call the mandate of heaven from the Pope, or and that a lot of that was political back then. So they separated that so they couldn't do that. That's all it was. It didn't mean you couldn't have Christmas trees. Didn't mean you shouldn't pray. It didn't mean, you know what I'm saying? Like this. Oh.
But that's the thing. I don't think that the founding fathers set up these laws and these principles so the civilization that they set up can erode on its own. Like, I just don't believe that. Like, these things that they set forth, it was to preserve what they were building. It wasn't so it would implode on itself and people will come in and exploit the freedom that was written, that was codified. It wasn't intended for outsiders to come in and subvert their society. That's not what it was made for.
That's it. Listen. It is.
And then BiPod asked you to I think he said put in the search bar, Islam is the broom that will sweep Europe.
Okay, hold on. Gotcha coming, BiPod. I don't see nothing coming up. Hold on, let me share screen. Yeah, and atheism has killed way more people. This is the thing, man. Like, if you're an atheist or if you don't believe in religion, but you think you just believe in God with no real moral framework, do you? I'm not going to try to convince you, right? I'm not going to try. There's no moral framework that you have to argue against a 5-year-old marrying a grown-ass man. That's you. You think it's immoral, you really don't have a leg to stand on. That's the truth.
I have something from The Guardian from this rabbi. It says Jews and Muslims in Europe have common cause in resisting attacks on minority religions and defending religious freedom. Europe's top rabbi has said, speaking on the eve of Passover, which begins on Monday, Chief Rabbi Pinchas Goldsmith warned that the rise of ultra-nationalist parties and damage to the European Union caused by Brexit threaten the security of Jewish and Muslim minorities. When there's a tolerance for other languages, other cultures, religions, traditions, we Jews feel more accepted, Goldsmith said, president of the Conference of European Rabbis and chief rabbi of Moscow. Jews have always felt more comfortable in places where other cultures and regions were respected. At the moment, when the ultra-nationalist wind begins to blow, it makes Jews as a minority feel uncomfortable. I don't know if that's what he's referring to, but I'll say this.
That makes sense.
Hold on,
Cooley. Go ahead.
I'll I'll say this. You know, you were talking about the other day. You watched cartoons up until you were in your 20s, right? So they started making a continuation of the X-Men cartoon that played in the 90s.
Yeah.
And one of the story arcs was something called Tolerance is Extinction. Tolerance is Extinction. And when I read that title, I was like, wow, like it was, I was like, man, that's real. And that's what we're seeing in the West. All this hyper tolerance, we're gonna make ourselves extinct.
That's it. Go ahead, Dollar Will. What you got?
Wait, I was going to say something, but okay.
Hold on, cool. Because Dollar Will said he was gonna come up. I want to see what he got to say.
Okay.
What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
You remember me now?
Yeah, I remember you. You always trying to be contrarian. I remember.
Me? I hardly ever come on, man.
I know, but my channel been gone for 3 years. That's what you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Listen, I'm still trying to find that thing. Now you said you didn't. I ain't no constitutional lawyer. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna do a cut and paste so we don't have to argue about taking something out of context. That's why I did that. Okay, the game of understanding the law is how America works is in me. Okay, I don't have to walk around with being able to say exactly where it is, but I got it what it is. Now you did not read that right. You don't have a proper understanding of what that thing is, and I posted because that's the constitutional basis for the First Amendment, and it went on. If you go to a Constitution Online, and the part that a lot of Christians get wrong is they don't get it that it says, God, I'm trying to find it. It's that clause is there to prevent one religion from being favored over another and to protect the citizens from having religions forced upon them. Huh? That's what it is. Yes, that's exactly what that is.
Hold on. So when you say protect from being forced, what do you mean?
From
so hold on. So when so I'm asking a question, and I want you to clarify. So are you saying that?
No, don't say what I'm saying. Let me just say it. What I'm saying.
Go ahead, brother. I'm gonna put your time on. Go ahead.
It ain't gonna be long. What I'm saying is, America was constitutionally designed to be a secular state. Okay, the early Americans, they were escaping religious persecution from their homeland. They did not want America to become to have that kind of religious tyranny. Even the forward-thinking Christian founders, many of them didn't want that. They saw the problem with that. So that's what I'm saying. So America, that's all I was saying. America is a lot of Christians. Well, if you say, are most Americans Christian? Absolutely. If you say, are Christian values, do they predominate in America? Absolutely. But to take the next step to say that America is a Christian nation, meaning that America constitutionally, government, federal level, they should be working to advance Christian values. Hell no, that's wrong. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to place no limitation on your religious freedom and none of that stuff you filibustered and add on there. I'm not on here advocating that you be not be able to exercise your religious freedom. I'm saying America is a secular country. And it's open to people of all religious expression and no religious expression.
May I say something about that?
Now, hold on, Cooley. Hold on, because he just said something, I don't understand something. Are you finished, brother?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to pause your timer. Number one, separation of church and state, which is what you mentioned in my comments, was not in the Constitution. It's not in the Constitution, first of all. It is when you copied and pasted the First Amendment. Yes. I would have just off the top of my head said the government shall make no laws governing religion or whatever, and that's it. Or the free prohibiting the exercise thereof, right? I wouldn't have said or prohibiting the exercise thereof, but that actually adds prohibiting means it can be practiced anywhere. If not prohibiting means it can be practiced wherever, school, church, even at within the government, right? But it shall make no laws governing. Now, if you go back and look at who wrote the Constitution, which is Thomas Jefferson, right? At the time that he wrote the Constitution, he was tasked with the idea to write the Constitution. What he did was he looked at the history of the Anglican Church in England. He looked at the history of the Holy Roman Empire. He looked at what happened after the fall of the Byzantium Empire and what happened. He looked throughout history, right? And he saw where when the government had an official government religion, there would be problems because there would be, obviously arguments between what should be done, and certain, kings and monarchs would argue with the, religious leader, usually the Pope. And there were times where historically the Pope would be sitting outside in the snow waiting to earn the approval of the king. And it actually happened the other way around, where the king set out because he lost what's called the mandate of heaven from the Pope, and he didn't want that. Also, you have the Quakers and all these people who came over early in the 1500s, and he saw all this historically over the last 200 years before he wrote the Constitution. And so what he said was, we're not going to have some official government religion, and they shall not prohibit it, but they shall not have any laws governing it. It just shall be free to practice, right? Which is what you're supposed to agree with, right? That's because that's what you just posted in my comments, right? Now, that's what you just posted. You said I don't understand, right?
No, you don't. Let me show you why. Because
no, you're not gonna cut me off, brother. Come on, let me finish.
No, I apologize. I thought you were done. I apologize.
All right, thank you. Now, so if you look at historically what that means, right? At the time that they wrote the Constitution, all 13 colonies required that you had to be a Christian to even be. So that right there should have been a problem, right? Because when they originally wrote the Constitution, states' rights was really like these 13 countries under a certain like paramountcy, if you will. And they all in these states, if you read the state constitutions, they were very expressed about it. You got to be a Protestant, you got to be a Christian, you had to be this, you had to be that. And we see them practicing their faith in the church, in the White House of the United States, in the federal government, all throughout to in the 1900s.
What's the significance of that point?
What I'm saying is because they didn't make any laws governing it or prohibiting it. So that means you could practice it even within government. What I'm telling you, this is where you and I are going to diverge, right? This is the thing, brother. There's something called Marxism, right? And Marxism states that it, number one, wants to destroy the church, and it wants to destroy the nuclear family. Western civilization or Christendom is evil in the eyes of these people. They want to destroy the West, right? So because they want to destroy the West, what they do is they try to shackle and prohibit the church. So what they did was they saw this idea, right? And I don't know how old you are, but back in the 80s and the 70s, people started going to court suing people for saying stuff like Merry Christmas, putting up Christmas trees. They started using the phrase Xmas and all this different stuff because they did not want, because it wasn't about the freedom to practice your religion anymore. It was about shackling and stopping. To pray out of schools, you couldn't pray in school, which is literally the definition of breaking the First Amendment. Because now you're prohibiting where I can practice my faith, which is First Amendment say you can't do that, right? So they did that, and they started tearing down and taking it down this secular road. Now, I'm a believer. I live in America. You can't prohibit me from practicing my faith. That means politically as well. If I want to come in and talk to my brothers and sisters in the Lord and try to encourage them and say, hey, they slaughtering 1,400 black babies a day. That's evil. Let's stop that. Or, hey, they trying to get our little boys to cut their dicks off. Let's stop that. Or our daughters cutting their breasts off. Are they trying to push our daughters to be feminists and be on OnlyFans with their coochies out? Let's stop that. That's evil, right? And I'm basing this on my religious faith. Nobody has the right through the Constitution to stop me from doing that. That's what I'm saying. So you really ain't got no point to even reason to be up here. No disrespect to you. You welcome back, obviously. But there's no reason for you to come up here and argue with me because I don't want to hear nothing about what I don't understand, brother. Because I just explained it. Go ahead.
Okay. 2 very quick points. If you're going to dismiss my comment about separation, or Jefferson's statement about the separation of church and state, because it's not written in the Constitution, then your whole historical context you provided must be thrown out too. That's okay.
Man, I ain't got time.
You know, that's one. The second point.
Okay,
The second one. I'm gonna be done right here.
You go. All right, I see you. Go ahead.
Let me finish. Let me
I'm gonna give you 20 seconds. 20 seconds. There you go.
The first clause you misread, and it says, Constitution shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. That means that the Constitution is not going to be sensitive to what your religion. That's what that means.
Prohibiting
You said I'm gonna do it. You said I can't explain my part. Now I'm not ignoring the second part. It's a compound statement there. The first part is saying it's not going to be sensitive to your religion, and the second part is saying at the same time it's not going to disrespect your religion, not allow you, not to prohibit you from expressing your religion. So the first clause,
hey, it was nice. Enjoyed your Sunday, buddy. Hey, brother, nice to see you. Nice to see you, brother. Hey, I enjoyed you, bro. Have a good one. God bless. You have a great day, brother. All right. Thank you. All right.
May I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
That was rude. You gotta let people speak so you can let it whip them.
No, hold on, Cooley. The thing is, this is the thing right here, right?
Yeah.
Let me say this. Words have meaning, definitions. When you say something is prohibited, that means banned or forbidden. I'm looking at the definition right here in front of Google. Google, that has been that which has been banned or forbidden. It is in the based on what he pasted, it means that they can't stop me from practicing. It's not banned. So I don't know why we arguing. There was no reason. I gave him a reason to talk. Again, gave him a chance to speak. I don't think just
but you were talking over him.
Hold on, let me say, I think that was about pride. He wanted to get his point across. He wanted to feel like he was right. He didn't want to listen. He wasn't hearing what I had to say. I wasn't changing his mind. He wasn't changing mine. I'm 50 years old. I'm not finna sit here and go back and forth with you over just really semantics at this point. You know damn well it said respecting or prohibiting. Prohibiting means stopping me from doing it. Respecting means because you are this, I'm gonna do this. That's what that means. Because you're a Christian, we're gonna give you something. That's respecting a religion, right? You can't do that. But it doesn't, but it says prohibiting, mean you're gonna stop me from practicing my religion. You can't do that either. So I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know why we had to go back and forth.
He wants to, indicate that hold on, I'm sorry. Can you just hold on?
Hey, Leah, open the door. Open the door again. So tomorrow, I want you to clean off that glass door.
Go ahead, old dog. You got some? Old dog, you got some?
Nah. I mean, I think that you can't just copy and paste things. That's the reason why we need to do a better job teaching history, because we got to know the intention of some of these things that were put in place. That's what conservatism is, to conserve the original intentions. That's what it means. So I don't, just seeing something, just reading a sentence, and you can't just take it out of context. And
I mean, I'm trying to understand, because wouldn't it be a problem to have the Constitution if the state of Alabama says you got to be a Protestant? Would that be a problem if the state of Alabama broke that in when they started their Constitution and they put that you had to be a Christian Protestant to be the governor of the state of Alabama? Where was why didn't the United States have to take them to court over that?
Well, the thing is,
Alabama came in like 18, I forget what year it did, but it came in later.
What does the law say? It says Congress. That means the Congress of the United States, the federal government, cannot make any laws. It doesn't say anything about the states. And that's the beauty of our system. It allows the people to govern themselves. And that's what the Civil War was really all about.
Yeah, when somebody says respecting something, it means that they're making certain choices in light of or in lieu of your faith. Right? Like, okay, we're going to give you a job because in lieu of your faith, we're going to let you can't run for office because you a Muslim. That's respecting somebody's religion, right? Because or not respecting, right? But prohibition means forbidden. Taking prayer out of schools, prayer is forbidden in schools. That is literally a break in the First Amendment. That's what that means. That exactly, brother. If you 61 and I'm 50, that means we don't need to go back and forth, bro. We should have. So I'm not going to go back and forth with someone that doesn't want to listen long enough to understand their error. All right, brother. You could. Hey, hold on, brother. This is the thing. This is the thing about us as men. Get straight to the point. It shouldn't take all that. See, it didn't take me that long to get my point out. I knew when you took that, copied and pasted the Constitution and put it in there, I gave you specific instances. I gave you like factual information about having church in the White House. I also basically took the very definitions of the words you gave, prohibited to that which has been forbidden or banned. That's it. Government shall not basically ban my religion being practiced anywhere in America. There we go. There
Okay, can I say something?
Go ahead, Cooley.
Okay, I want. I'm echoing. So sorry. Okay, so like, I understand with Dollar Real what he's saying. He wants to have the idea of that America is a secular place. But if that was the case, there wouldn't the people that went into a boat called the Mayflower wouldn't be so persistent on being Christian. And like you said, I learned a lot. I need to go back and learn my history of America, because if that was the case that America is secular in some way, there wouldn't be such a push for Christianity, because like the people that left Europe wanted to practice their own religion. And in Europe, it was so heavily, how can I say it, guarded in religion that Christianity was practically a religion that go against the church. Like, for instance, Catholicism, Bloody Mary, a nickname for the Queen of Britain, I think, before Queen Elizabeth came in. That girl was pushing Catholicism so hard and so much that she was bloody. She caused blood. She shed blood. The Huguenots, who simply wanted to worship God, she killed them because they wasn't Catholic. So with that, and with, the church also prohibiting people from even learning the Bible in their own language, it shouldn't be a surprise that America cannot be circular. Like, it's impossible when you got 10 out of 13 colonies want Protestant Christian people, even people close to Christianity, because of the situation from Europe. And if America is secular, well, that just opened doors for anyone of any religion to come in, because
I
now
don't understand when we talk about that.
Wait, let me speak. We got
be meandering sometimes, sister. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. We got Muslims right now, especially in the UK, that is out here bringing that nasty, disgusting stuff, especially with treating women and treating little girls, and you have some of them over here with Somalians literally out here taking advantage of women, taking advantage of children, and just bringing that Islamic stuff over here. And I am afraid of that, because I don't want to deal with Islam and their backstabbing behavior. I don't want to deal with that. And when you don't stand up for the very thing that set everything up for many people to come here, you're going to lose it. And right now, America is losing it because they are not defending the very thing that is allowing all these people to come in and do and have the entitlement that they have right now. And so, Dollar Will, America is not a secular country. It's a country that wants to have the freedom to do anything, to do everything for the best of their lives, so they don't have to deal with it. But with now, we have a situation where America is so open that now it's collapsing within itself. So yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
look, and this is the thing. I don't actually disagree with that. It's just that when John Quincy Adams was talking, he knew what he was talking about. And the country's going down the toilet because we have a secular people. Ain't that right, Dollar Will?
True.
A lot of black men don't believe in going to church anymore. A lot of black men left the church, right? A lot of black men are spiritual, but they don't have no real, framework behind it. They just spiritual, and they just don't believe in organized religion. And so if they girlfriend get pregnant, they can go kill the baby, still be spiritual. Or if their son is gay, hey, they can, it's whatever. There's no real framework behind it. There's no real, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing behind it. It's just
you know the Nation of Islam and their doctrine? It's crazy. And downright disrespectful. How they act is nothing like their doctrine. Straight up out of the wall. The story of Jacob, out of the wall. And there are people that I know that believe in that. Black people believe in that. So it's just,
but Darian, that's what I'm talking about. He's saying the Constitution is neutral on the religious outcome of America. Let me explain something to you. Western civilization is also known as Christendom. We can play these little games all we want. The further this country drifts away from the church and from Christendom, the further it's going down the toilet. That's all.
Once
you're gonna be.
I'm sorry, BB. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do.
Go ahead, old dog. Go ahead, let old dog talk because he ain't said nothing. Go ahead.
Once a society forgets who it is, then it's going to get conquered, and that's what's happening. Like we've forgotten who we are. We got people like this saying that the Constitution is neutral on religion. That's by design, but it doesn't mean that the people should just let a whole bunch of unbelievers and atheists and all sorts of debauchery in the nation. That's not what it means.
See, he get away from idiots abound. Go ahead.
Once we get away from who we are, once we lose our identity, then we're no longer America anymore.
It's over with.
America is America because of the strong church that it had. And this is not me talking. This is because of the writings of Alexis de Tocqueville, who visited America from England, right? And he wrote down about why America flourished and why America was what it was. Also, you can read E. Franklin Frazier in 1939. He wrote a book about black people and how black people had the church and how they had a strong moral sense of character. And black people had lower crime rates at the time than white people did. So a society cannot function without certain standards. A strong nuclear family and a moral center. Those are two things you cannot go without. And you thinking that you can. I don't care. Yeah. I'm a Christian now. So that, like, people, let me explain something to you. When they say Christian nationalists, that means me and old dog need to go somewhere and sit down and don't talk and express our faith. I'm telling you that if they slaughtering babies in the womb, go vote to stop it. I'm telling you that if they're trying to stop the ability for you to be able to share the gospels on the streets because they think you messing with them like they do in Canada and they willing to put you in jail for preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ, that you should go vote to try to stop people from doing that. That's what I think. And if that makes me a Christian nationalist, then so be it.
Hold on. Let me add to that. I'm saying
I do like to add to that.
I'm saying that if any entity is using an absorbent amount of interest on their fellow Americans, I don't think that should be a thing. I think that should be prohibited. So I'm telling my constituents, go out and vote for it.
May I say something now?
Go ahead.
Okay. How can people of many people across the world can be religious and defend their nation, but when it comes to Christians in Western civilization, we can't defend what's ours? Why is that when you talk about righteousness, talk about stopping the killing of your population in the womb, stopping the degeneracy that are against our children with the ubiquitous community? How is that nationalist? How is wanting a nation's border to be protected being a Christian nationalist? Why is that such a bad thing? Like, the progressives would advocate for Japan to be protected, though they are treating Japan like they're white. They want to try that with China. You already know China's gonna, oh my goodness, China will hurt you about their nation. They teach their people to be hyper nationalists from a very young age. You got parts of the Middle East, you got Africans, you got South Americans, you got many people across the world. Some are Christian, some believe in other gods, and they are nationalists. But when it comes to Christians and wanting to protect our nation, why is that? Why are you against that? There's nothing wrong with being against a country. There's nothing wrong with wanting better for your country, because if we just, any country that opens their door to anybody, it's just going to be taken advantage of. You cannot open the window and not expect flies, bugs, a dog, or anyone to not go through that. Because if you open the door thinking good things is going to happen and not protect that day in and nighttime, there's going to be something coming through that door and you will not like it. So I don't understand, Dollar Grill, why do people, especially, and I have a feeling that you're progressive, so why is it that people like you, Dr. Amy, why is it that you are against this? Why? I just don't understand. Like, why is it that we can't do this? Why?
I got something right here. I'm going to play this.
I'm done.
This is my book.
I'm sorry, BB. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about my voice. BB don't like my voice, and I understand, but ignore that. I'm trying to work on it.
So what? So 21%. Imagine though 21% had children. Then, I mean, that's just what I'm saying. Well, I would say this. I would say this to what you're saying, Juke Joint. I promise you that the majority of that 21% are Americans. They're not foreigners. So that's further diluting our population and our culture.
I was playing this. I know y'all didn't hear it, but let it play again.
Christian nationalism, the attack on faith and country, the demonization of Christian nationalism. Christian nationalism is often made to sound like something scary or dangerous. People are told it means forcing religion on others or creating a harsh government.
Exactly.
But for many Christians, their faith is simply a big part of who they are. It guides how they live, vote, and make choices. When people use the term Christian nationalism in a negative way, it's often to shame Christians who want their faith to shape their values in public life. Many Marxist thinkers and groups do this on purpose. They know that faith is powerful, so they try to push it out of public discussions. They say Christians who stand for biblical truth, like protecting life, marriage, and religious freedom, are extremists. This makes people afraid to speak up about what they believe. Over time, this fear works in the Marxist favor.
And that's my premise. That's my premise. Let me see if I can find the chapter. Because that's what I was saying. It works in their favor. They love this. Now watch this verse here. Watch this. Oh man, watch this chapter. If it works, I don't know why it's regenerating, but I'm gonna go ahead and regenerate it. But if you watch this chapter here,
12, mounting the Marxist offensive against the black family.
Watch what this lady said. This is
quote, the nuclear family must be destroyed and people must find better ways of living together. Whatever its ultimate meaning, the breakup of families now is an objectively revolutionary process. No woman should have to deny herself any opportunity.
See, you got people in this country that are teaching at our colleges and universities, and this is their ideology. And black people are so doggone uninformed and ignorant and stupid, they don't know what's going on. And so black people a lot of times try to shout down me, not realizing that these people have been allowed to run rampant all over your community, in your society, in the name of freedom. They use that whole phraseology, freedom. They don't want freedom. They want to tear down Western civilization. They know that the family is an integral part of that, and that is why they say what they say. One of the number one ways to destroy the family, you got to get rid of the church and tell them to shut up. You can practice your faith. I don't want you trying to force. That's just when I got homeboys that always say they don't want to be forced. You know what that means? Let me live, let me drink, let me go fuck, let me go do what I want to do. And when somebody says something to me, don't be trying to force your religion on me. That's what it is. Don't actually hold me accountable for nothing. I'm spiritual though. Go ahead.
That means people want to be lawless. That's all it's saying. Like you can't have lawlessness and freedom at the same time. Like the two people think they're the same, but they're not. And that shows you how simple people are.
Yep.
I have a question. Don't like other people advocate for family, from Hindu to Shaivism? Like, ain't there other countries that advocate for family? So why are they attacking the Western world for?
They're not attacking.
Hold on. And this is the thing. So what he just said, and I'm glad you said that, brother. So what do you think of this quote right here? John Quincy Adams. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. And you turn around and say, be specific, I'm against defining or using America to advance any religion. I'm for keeping it constitutionally secular. The Constitution can be blind to not promoting any faith. But what you really, I'm not coming. Let me tell you when you should speak up. You should speak up when I say you should not run for office. This guy shouldn't be allowed to run for office because he's not a Christian. Then you should say something. Other than that, you need to shut up. You get what I'm saying? No disrespect. Other than that, you need to just go sit down, brother. Because I didn't say that. Right? I'm saying my faith informs how I move. You really shouldn't even be in my comments with this. No disrespect to you. But we shouldn't be going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that my faith informs how I move. That's it. That's all it is. So what are we talking about? Now, what I find very intriguing, you had nothing to say about a woman up here telling me she wanted to destroy the family. You probably don't know nothing about, I'm not trying to be this, you probably ain't never heard that before. So what it means is you probably will be a useful idiot for people like that. They'll love people like you. Because you think you silencing, you call it Christian nationalism. You threw out that phrase trying to stop me from saying, hey man, I don't want them pushing these nasty things, these nasty policies out here. I think that's wrong. And it's based off my faith. That's why I think it's morally wrong. And you telling me it really ain't no reason for you. It's like you just really want to have an argument about like I don't know, like just theory. Because I don't see the practical application. I'm giving you application. What's your practical application? What am I saying that's wrong that I shouldn't be doing? Where am I forcing my faith on you? Tell me that.
My thing is,
did I force anybody to do anything? No, you ain't a believer. I really ain't even talking to you, to be honest with you. That's it. I ain't talking to you, bro. That's all.
My thing is, like, if there was a fundamentalist Christian ruler or executive, would this country be better than what it is? Like, if most of Congress were convicted Christians, would this country be better than what it is right now?
Yes.
And what is the execution? What does it look like? Because for me, it looks like punishing evil. You know, you go read Romans 12, or was it Romans 12 when it talks about how the government was set up to as a avenger of evil. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, look how quote unquote secular our government is now. Like, evil doesn't get punished.
I think when people bring up the Bible, people get uncomfortable. And because they get uncomfortable, this is the thing. The stereotype is that the church is trying to browbeat and force people to move a certain way. And so what they do, here comes the word force. Nothing was forced. Nothing.
No, look.
Nothing is about force. But I think John Quincy Adams knew what he was talking about. Because if you remove what he was talking about, you get OnlyFans. You have no moral reason. There's nothing immoral about being a stripper showing your coochie for some money. There's nothing immoral. If your son brings home a woman that's a stripper showing her coochie for $5, you shouldn't have a problem with it. There's nothing immoral about it. Obviously, we do have a problem. We all have a problem with it. We know why. That law that's inside of you, there are people, we may in this space think that that's everybody just a foregone conclusion. No, this is America. There's a lot of people that think that that's okay, that it's okay for a woman to show her coochie. It's okay. Who are you to judge, right? You got the slut walk. Remember that? Amber Rose? A lot of that stuff, a lot of morality is really fluid once you remove what John Quincy Adams was talking about. Once you remove it, you're going to get what you got now. Pornhub running rampant all over our society. Young men addicted to porn, sitting at home whacking off instead of going out and trying to meet a woman and settle down and have a family, right? You got girls out here making $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a month, showing their coochie in their panties, playing with themselves every day for some pervert, right? That's our society right now. We got that type of society. Both of those are ran by one group of people.
Oh, no.
Well, here,
you know. Okay. Can I say something?
Oh,
okay.
Go ahead.
About Dollar Will, I object to the characterization of America as a constitutionally Christian nation. That's all. Dollar Will, it was started by Christians. And because it was started by Christians who believe in Christ and his laws, without Christianity, the Western world is up for grabs. The Western world, like, when it comes to a person that don't want to see themselves as a spiritual person, that leaves them spiritually empty. They are spiritually like an island in the middle of nowhere. They have nothing practically in here. And when somebody that have something spiritual, especially when that person don't believe in God, like Muslims and Hindus, they're going to come in, give them something that will fill that hole that only Jesus can fill, and that person can be conquered by spirits that is practically against God. So I understand what you're saying, Dollar Will, but to ignore the Christian influence that made America great is how America is falling. They forgot the God that made them great, and because of that, we're falling.
This is the thing.
I understand.
This is the thing. Hold on one second.
Christians don't own morality. Christ do.
Well,
and Christians own Christ. Everything because of him.
Brother, this is the thing. When it comes down to it, when you leave morality and when you leave faith, right, it gets very difficult because then what's right and wrong is dictated by societal norms.
True.
Societal norms will change, bro. They move. We see that right now with what's a woman. Gender being fluid, right? Gender fluidity. We see societal norms are moving. So universal standards, you say, well, we can agree, and I ain't got that. And that's it. You don't have one, fine. You get uncomfortable when people talk about it. And no, like I said, bro, it's to me, really, to be honest with you, when I make this, sometimes this is why sometimes I don't make videos talking like this, because I get tired of black men coming in my comments. They getting their feelings when somebody bring up faith and religion, because they out here living like they want without no framework of any type of moral system. They just want to just, oh, I have no right from wrong. I believe in God, but that's it. You one of those. I can kind of tell that's probably where you at. You comfortable right there? Cool. Stay there. But don't. What you shouldn't do is argue with people that have made a decision, made their mind up about what they are and what they believe in.
Yo,
go ahead.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna drop off because I gotta eat. I ain't ate all day. So when you say that you objected to the characterization of America as a constitutionally Christian nation, the Constitution does not make America Christian. It's the people, but they wrote a constitution that's gonna allow the people to make it Christian. Now let's look at America in practice today. Is what's going on in America, is it a Christian environment, or are these things quote unquote Christian? What's going on in America? How they tax the hell out of you. They, like some states, they take 30% of your income. Is that a Christian thing to do? I don't think so. Is it a Christian thing to do to buy up land and jack up the prices? No, I don't think that's a Christian thing to do. Was it a Christian thing to do in 2020 when they spread all sorts of propaganda, scared the hell out of everybody, and then force people to do things that go against their conscience? Like,
and force them not to go to church. Force them not to go to church. Go ahead.
Yeah, like wearing a mask or getting an experimental injection. Was that Christian? No, it was not. So when you say, it's like when people say that, and I know you probably didn't say that you're against a Christian nation, but you got to understand there are consequences of the things that people say. You said what?
He's against the Christian nation. He thinks we can be moral without the faith. He thinks if the faith completely goes away, he probably thinks that's a good thing. He thinks it's used to control people more than likely. Thinks it's all about control. So he's not religious. Hold on, let me pause, Cooley.
Okay.
It's probably about just controlling people. And so you should, we can be moral. But like I said, we can't tell what a woman is now. So we moving. Like the culture's moving, fam. Good luck with that. Like we leaving from the church. We leaving the church idea. So okay, cool. Where are we going? Because right now, I think in the next 20 years, children are going to be open. It's going to be open season on having sex with children. That's what I think. I think that's where we heading.
By that time, America will be through.
Yeah, I think it's open season on having sex with kids. I think it's open season on kids. I think it's open season on a lot of different stuff. Parental rights are going to be removed. They want parental rights destroyed anyway. You saw it with COVID, right? You see it with abortion and how the teacher can do certain things without the parents. They're moving they doing what they want to do. So I just showed you what this lady said. These secularists, Marxists, socialists, communist agitators, people that came into our education system. Do you see what they want to do? You know it. You don't give a damn. I'm showing you. Hey, this is what they want to do. I'm telling you, you don't give a damn.
And
don't whine. Don't say you want to remove the thing that they want to destroy for a reason, and then when it gets removed, talk about, well, damn, man, I'm against this. You can't stop them. You ain't got no moral. You don't have no moral ground to stand on gay marriage. You don't.
Exactly.
You gave up gay marriage. You gave them gay marriage. Once you gave them that, you ain't got no moral ground to stand on this tranny stuff. If I'm really being objective, legally, and even morally, once you got Barack Obama in and they got gay marriage, all that shit got pushed through. You on the losing side right now, unless they reverse it, which I doubt.
And then the thing is, you say the Constitution protects the people from those that will make America constitutionally Christian. The problem is that a lot of people are codifying sin right now. That's what's going on. They're codifying sin. So which is worse for Christians to codify Christianity, quote unquote, or
I'm gonna tell you what's worse: them not being able to go out here and practice, extramarital sex and relationships with women without commitment and without being held accountable. That scares them more than them teaching kids about gay marriage or teaching or aborting kids. They'd rather see that as long as they got access to sex, because for a lot of black men, sex is the most important thing. That is the higher moral standard, to get a nut. That's it. You see it. If a man will leave his kids, all he want to do is go sleep around. So that's really what it boils down to. That's what it boils down to. But then you want to come in these conversations. You ain't gonna have it both ways. I'm gonna call you out. That's all. I'm gonna say what I feel. You know what I'm saying? What did they create? Name them. Name what did and let me ask you something. This is the thing he doesn't understand.
Can I say something? I have to.
No, hold on, Cooley. This is the thing you don't understand, brother. People with free will doing something is not the same as the tenets of a faith per se. You know what I'm saying? Like a faith could say, "Thou shalt not kill." A lot of people that call themselves Christians can kill somebody. That doesn't mean, you get what I'm saying? So you can't just try to. I don't have to be held accountable for the actions of what one or two people did. I can tell you throughout history that if we go throughout history for the last 2,000 years, if we look at what Christendom has become, you're enjoying the benefits of it right now. You enjoying it right now. You're enjoying it. You own it right now with your cell phone and your internet and all the stuff that Western civilization became. A lot of that was based on Christian principles. Now you don't understand what Christendom is. You just don't. Then you're gonna come tell me I don't understand. So it is what it is. Go ahead, Cooler.
All right. I'm so glad that you said that, because a lot, you know what? As I look back, especially with atheists, they really think they were onto something. The more I think about them, I think God, I stand by him every day, because those atheists have set up a lot of people to be depressed, to be confused, and to be lost. And when it comes to morality, Dollar Will, Christians do not own morality. You're right. God does. Because without God, anything goes. What's going on in the UK with the Muslim man messing with them children is disgusting. Without God, mankind is screwed. And right now,
Dollar Will, he don't get. I mean, Cooley, he don't understand. He don't think like that. The point.
No. Let me.
When you argue with somebody, hold on, Cooley. When you make a point, a lot of times those arguments go over. They're just not going to understand that. What I'm trying to do is meet him where he is and pull apart what he's trying to say. That if Christians, you're talking about free will of individuals and actions that they take. Now, I do know that for thousands of years, it has gave us the freedom of it got rid of slavery, right?
Mm-hmm.
It built a strong economic place for the viable, strong community. In fact, let's go look at what E. Franklin Frazier said about the black community. And so we can really kind of get to the bottom of this stuff, so it won't just be something I'm pulling out my behind. And you can kind of see that what I'm saying is actually legit, and I'm not just making it up, right?
Okay.
E. Franklin Frazier is a black guy who lived, I think he was born in the 1800s, but he was basically wrote a book about black people and how they moved. Here it is right here.
E. Franklin?
E. Franklin Frazier. I'm going to read it. Hold up. It's coming. I got to find it.
So even when, let's just say, you got other people that are, let's just say, similar. I don't want to say it, but when there are religions that are better than other religions, it doesn't top off the superiority of Christianity. Because for other religions like Hinduism, you might think, oh, they're peaceful, but they out here purifying their places of worship with cow stuff, fluids of cows and all that stuff. So, and then many other things. Like I just learned from Hinduism that, like, their gods are disgusting. They are disgusting. Like, seeing cow dung as sacred is disgusting. And so you have some religions that are like can help upgrade the
No,
life.
hold on, Cooley. This
but
is the thing,
like,
because he's making a lot of points, and I gotta go in a minute, so I'm gonna have to answer
okay.
what he's saying. So right now, number one, Dollar Will, this is the thing. America is a Christian nation, or it was a Christian established by, ran by a lot of Christians, whatever you want, however you want to look at it, right? And it was flourishing. And then you did have, but it had some flaws, right? Those flaws were taken advantage of by outside agitators that I keep on noticing that you're ignoring and you're not addressing, right? Like you just typing in my comments. Let me time your ass out right quick so I can really get my point. I'm gonna read your last point. Then I'm gonna time you out so you can stop just typing away. You don't know. We say, bro, you don't know how I think, and you don't know where I am philosophically, and won't listen long enough to learn. Well, you've been typing away. I've been reading every comment you gave me. I just didn't want your ass up here trying to argue over the same tired ass point. I don't get, like, that's the thing. I don't have patience for that. You get what I'm saying? Now I'm gonna say this, brother. Now, this is the thing right here. When it's all said and done, ultimately, there are communist agitators that saw an opportunity in America to use the black community to tear down Western civilization. These are the same people that wanted to push the Bolshevik Revolution. They wanted to see a continuation of the Bolshevik Revolution. They came over, and some of them were here before then, but they were coming over here to destroy Western civilization because they hate it. They hate, these are Jewish people I'm describing, right? And so what I'm talking, see, this is the thing. You got to take all this into account, right? And so when you look at America and the filth that's here today, the rot, like pornography, the people that came over and gave us porn, what did they say? What did they say? They said they created porn to destroy the church. They said they wanted to destroy the family. This is what these people said. I just read you. That's what I'm saying. So when I give you information and you're ignoring it because you want to just ram your point down, that's why I'm glad you got off the panel, brother, because I don't see us really meeting up in any type of ideological space. Right. And that's just what it is. I'm glad you're stepping away. Good thing, because the video will probably be over. But this is the thing I wanted to say. Ultimately, when it's all said and done, guys, the West, Christendom is the same thing. And what happens is, if you don't understand that and you don't see that the church flourishing in America is a good thing, all in all, because it brings back shame for sex outside of marriage. It brings back accountability for children fathered out of wedlock. It brings back certain standards that we need to have a flourishing society. We can see this in America. All we got to do is look at the demographics of comparing one group that has more intact families to the other. And you'll see automatically when families are intact, those families tend to outrun, those children from those families tend to run circles and do better. So it's just statistically true, right? And then when you look at families where they have a consistent prayer life and they're not ending in marriage and all these different things people benefit from those things. If you are not religious and you want to just go throughout life how you want to make, you got to figure it out, go right ahead and do that. But this whole thing, this argument about that the Constitution is expressly a Christian document, no, I don't believe that. I don't think it's a Christian document, no. But it was made for a Christian, religious people, not people like yourself who are not religious. It wasn't made for people like you. Because, like I said, people like you, the people that agree with me and the people that agree with you, the people that agree with you gonna probably push us towards the OnlyFans and the Pornhub and the removal of genders. And you say
the open of borders.
You say you're against it, but you have no moral argument. You don't. You have no moral argument. You're just saying that's your point. You have no moral argument. You don't. I really don't have an argument. If I take my faith out of it, I can't really tell you why you can't be gay and married. If you say, well, I love this person, well, who am I to stop you? That's the mindset. If I say your body, your choice, and you think that it's not a person, well, who am I to say it's immoral? I have no moral standard. I don't have no moral standard to stand on. If you say that, hey, a child is gonna be an adult one day and they need to learn about sex because they can't just be hidden in a cocoon. And so if I want to go into kindergarten and teach them about sex, you have no moral standard to stand on. You have nothing. You have nothing. Because guess what? If I can't go and protect my child as a father and all the removal of parental rights and all these different things, because that's what secularists are, but that's what they believe. That's in there. And I don't see you railing against that. I see people railing against me, trying to tell people, if you agree with damn near everything I'm talking about, unaliving the children is wrong, gay marriage is wrong. Why are we fighting? Why is it that?
Agree.
Because even if you're not a Christian, you shouldn't really
Agree.
have a problem with people like me. You really shouldn't. You should have a problem with the other side. That's the one that's pushing you down. That's the one that just voted for Mondani in New York for all this free stuff that now he talking about he can't get. He wanted all this free stuff. Well, yes, yeah, he voting for Santa Claus. He don't believe in individual responsibility. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I mean, that's just, for me, I'm of the mindset that when people come with these mindsets and these arguments of trying to, silence or shackle faith, they get on my last everlasting nerves. And you the reason this country's going down the toilet, because you're trying to stop the people that's trying to actually fight against it. You trying to shame them. Well, you guys aren't perfect, and you Christians did this and they did that. Me, I'm like, bro, I didn't say they were perfect. I didn't say that. Hell, I ain't perfect. I don't feel like I'm the one that should be out here writing a book. I shouldn't even be out here making this video. I got all types of flaws. I shouldn't even be talking about this out. But I'm not going to sit back and watch the world go to hell in a handbasket and not say and do anything to defend it or move out and try to defend the gospel and do what I'm supposed to do. That's what I feel. So at the end of the day, it is, well, I'm not going to shut up. I'm not going to stop. If you feel like I'm trying to control you, because that's the thing, is force. There's always this phraseology of force, right? I don't know who forcing what. I'm just telling you, hey, man, believers go out there and vote. Go armed. Nope, go sit down, go shut up. This ain't church. That's what they say. Oh, this ain't church. What that mean? That means shut up, let us go out and push our policies. I live in Atlanta. Do you know what shutting up mean in Atlanta? Do you really know what that mean? Listen, I've been downtown a couple of times for some business, and I done went in City Hall and seen some stuff. Bro, I live in Atlanta, bro. They strong, bro. They be having like little events with the mayor. Bro, believers got to speak up. You got Pastor Jamal Bryant trying to speak up for the believers. Then when you talk about the church, you use him to talk about me. Me and that nigga ain't got nothing to do with each other. You drag him to talk about me and my faith and say, oh, y'all Christians, look at Jamal Bryant. Look at Pastor Terrell, well, what his name? Murphy, whatever his name, the singer. Over there, christening a baby with a gay couple with the brat and her wife, supposedly, right? Man, come on. No, I'm not that. That's not me. I'm not that. I'm not finna argue with somebody about, I never said that the Constitution is a Christian document. That was never said. So we really didn't have to go back and forth, to be honest with you. I never said that. But I did say everything outside of that, as far as what was expected and what the actual times were and what the founding fathers were on, fine. The more secular the nation becomes, the more it's becoming destroyed. And that's a fact. It's going to happen. It
will be conquered, because if you don't stand up for the very thing that gave you all the things leading up to now, well, you know what I mean. You're going to get conquered. Like the UK with Muslim and how the woman's rights, like feminists, I don't know what's up with the liberals and Islam, but you guys, y'all going to lose everything.
Well, let me read this right here. E. Franklin Frazier became one of the leading scholars of Black family structure, culture, and social life. He taught at Howard University and shaped an entire generation of sociologists. The Negro Family in the United States was written in 1939. His most famous work analyzed the formation, strengths, and struggles of the Black family from slavery to modern society. It became foundational text used by academics, policymakers, and universities for decades. He believed the strong families were crucial for progress. A major theme in his work was the need for stable marriages, parental responsibility, moral and social discipline, strong institutions. Right here, he argued that the family stability was the key to economic and educational development. He criticized cultural trends he saw as harmful. Fraser didn't sugarcoat it. He famously called out negative behavioral patterns, which guess what? You can't say nothing to him. If you go on, I'm just gonna give you a certain analogy. Let's take Jerry Springer from back in the days, right? You got this chick, she go up there. I remember it was this beautiful chick. Girl's real pretty.
I'm getting off, y'all.
All right. She came on the show, right? When she came on the show, she had like 5 baby daddies, and not one of them was the baby daddy, right? This is the thing you got to ask yourself. I remember she went on a rant. She started crying and said, "Can't none of y'all judge me." And guess what? We can't shame her. Now, I would, and we could, but if we are a secularist nation, she got a point. You can't say nothing to her. Well, it's causing problems. As long as those kids taking care of, they don't bother nobody else. It's nothing wrong if she got 3, 4 kids by 4 baby daddies or what. So what? Right? He talked about the community disorganization, glamorization of street culture. Wow. Avoidance of responsibility. He believed these cultural issues, not external excuses, were major obstacles to progress. Well, I'll be. Right? So, I mean, this is the, and then let me see. See what else he said. I had to type something up right quick. So his legacy still shapes modern debates. Fraser's research continues to influence discussions around fatherhood, marriage, cultural values, family decline, economic mobility, right? Says he's known for his blunt, honest critiques. Fraser didn't worry about offering political, activist, and academic trends. He focused on truth, family stability, personal responsibility, and moral foundations. First Black president of American Sociological Association. That was him in 1948. So, I mean, this dude, for all intents and purposes, did everything he's supposed to do. Well, yeah, I mean, it depends on what you're trying to use it for, to be honest with you. What's your argument? What's his argument? His argument is probably something else, right? So, Fraser, back then, what you need to know is the church was the center of community life. Back then, the Black church wasn't just a place of worship. It was a schoolhouse, social club, political meeting spot, counseling center, charity provider. The church produced almost all the leaders, the most educated, most respected, most trusted. He talked about marriage. He talked about marriage being the centerpiece. E. Franklin Fraser talked about marriage being the centerpiece of the Black community. It was the economic centerpiece, and it was the reason why the Black community had lower crime rates in some years than in the white community. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. That's what it is. When it's all said and done, man, when we look at this, when we look at America as a social experiment, we look at what it is. America, I agree with John Quincy Adams. And I'm going to put the quote back up here because it's the truth. John Quincy Adams was right. Our Constitution was made for a moral and religious people. And what I'm reading out of E. Franklin Fraser's book was just that. And what were we doing at that time? Building Black Wall Streets all over the country. That's what we was doing. Having lower crime rates than white folks. Having kids who were able to go academically and go toe-to-toe with whites academically. That's what we did. That's what we were able to do. But yes, people saw Jim Crow. They saw the black laws, black codes, and all this different stuff. They saw all these things happening, and agitators came in. And then you got Martin Luther King. And then you got, the Black Panthers. And then you got all these groups and people and agitators, secularists, Black feminists. You got Angela Davis, mentored by Herbert Marcuse. You got these people that came in. What did they do? They pushed their narratives. They pushed their beliefs. That's what they pushed. That's all. To me, this whole thing boils down to just understanding what's what, man, the real truth, and not just some, idea. If you're a secularist, you don't believe in, you're not religious, then fine. Don't tell me to shut up, though. Don't tell me whatever and say this is a secular nation. What does that mean, secular? What does it mean America's a secular nation? What does that really mean? That means you don't want believers talking. You want us to be, well, no, I ain't saying that. All right, then. So what's the issue? What does it mean? It doesn't outright establish a state religion. Agreed. We both agree on that. There is no state religion that you can put out and say, this is the religion, this is the faith of America, right? So I agree with that. Or you can't say, oh, this is the, and so that's it. So when you take the First Amendment and you post it in there, it says, so make no laws governing or prohibiting, right? The respect of or prohibiting of. Basically, prohibiting means it can't prohibit, which means what? I can practice it anywhere in America, wherever I am. So I can do whatever based on my faith, and nobody can come in here and tell me that I'm wrong. So if I want to pray while I'm at school, I can do that. That's really what that means. And the reason that was put there was because of the Holy Roman Empire and all the drama. Whatever. The reason I can do that because of the Holy Roman Empire. And you know what, brother? Why you here, fam? Just leave. There you go. But you know what I'm saying? Like, because he, what's his name? Thomas Jefferson looked back throughout history over the Holy Roman Empire, and he just saw what time it was. And he saw what historically took place. And that's the real, bro. And so when it comes down to saying America's not a Christian nation, I can't open the Constitution and prove it. You are correct. But what John Quincy Adams said right here at the bottom of the screen, that's the problem with America. Even you said it, Dollar Will. He said earlier, he said, man, if people practice what then we wouldn't have no problems. You are correct. Now you're getting into the church and what they're supposed to be doing. And hey, I agree. The church is dropping the ball, has dropped the ball historically, and has been infiltrated by people like James Cone preaching liberation theology. So once you get liberation theology into the black church, there you go. The black community's done. You shackle the black church. It's no longer what it used to be, right? And now you got these preachers like Jamal Bryant and Raphael Warnock. That's where they come from. They come from that Marxist. Why you think when you go into Jamal Bryant's church, he got a black fist up there? It's the Marxist fist. That's what it is. It's the Marxist fist that he had. I see you, Tyson, in the back. That's what this really boils down to. What's up, man?
Okay. I noticed you suddenly somehow, as a former athlete, have become a football player or a hater. Salute to your chat. This was a good discussion. I was listening to it when I was watching the football game. But another Lord Jesus has just entered the game, and that is Shedeur Sanders. And that's what I was trying to find on my phone, right?
Oh, okay, because if let's see.
Yeah, right. Jesus has entered the building. You got to get this one, man. E. Franklin Frazier. You see that, right?
Yeah, Black Bourgeoisie.
You better get this one. And I've had this one before. But this was back when I used to be somewhat of a pro-black, right? But I needed things to validate things, whatever. But I have some highlights in here, and this is from the very end of the book in here. I don't know why. Let's see. On the other hand, many Negro. Okay, what he was doing was like doing a social experiment and just reporting anomalies or things that he saw, right? Wait a minute. I'm trying to get Jesus on too, or whatever. I mean, Shedeur. My bad. No, man. No. Hold a second. In fact, I'm gonna call. No. Hoop's working right now, so I won't disturb him. Because Hoop's gonna put us in line. But many of his observations are consistent with the link I sent you yesterday. And I know you don't think very highly of UB and all of that stuff, but you.
Dude, I watched his content. I ain't say nothing. I mean, I ain't never really thought nothing other dude though.
Well,
he had some good content. I just hadn't really.
So, audience,
he got some long documentaries.
I'm referring to God. I can't even think. His name is UB but he loves his, just like Sub, or my thing is all roads lead back to Marxism. Sub is you got to stand on faith first, and then everything builds from that. And I'm not saying I deviate from that, but I'm saying when you look at the problems of Black America, that's where they go. Man, UB is, forget all of that. Look at Sigma, whatever Pi. I forget what is
that's why he got all those videos on the
Sigma.
Phi Nu Pi.
Sigma Gamma Phi, I think.
Yeah.
Which is the Boulé's primary. Oh shit, Charcoal Cowboy, what you know about that? Sigma? No, is it Sigma Pi Phi or Sigma? There you go, Charcoal. Now let me look here in this. But anyway, he has a recent one that he's done called the Agent, and he talks about, here's what I didn't know. I did not know that Joel Spingarn, the Jew that helped found the NAACP, or basically put the seed money in, he's the one that got kicked W.E.B. Du Bois out. You know, the man that's credited for the NAACP. He also kicked his ass out too. What does that tell you? You know, he breaks it down from Sub. I wish you to watch that, or maybe actually watch my Detroit Lions destroy these rat birds, as I call them tonight, these Eagles. This is a big game coming up. But in all seriousness, he broke down the first session of the CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus, and this is going to tie right into your topic. It was introduced in 1971. Dude, all of my life I thought Shirley Chisholm was this hero and all of this. Man, that chick was that chick helped elevate Gloria Steinem. She's the one who told them to pick Dorothy Pittman Hughes, you know, and that salute, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, Charcoal, you say radical fem. I mean, listen, who's the most radical feminist? Right? Okay, listen, Gloria Allred would look at her and be like, wow, you really on that. He breaks down.
So you telling me Shirley Chisholm, the black lady,
yes,
that ran for president, that they got all these documentaries about
400,000 votes. Yes. What about her?
They got movies about her.
Yeah.
With what's her face? Regina King.
Oh my God.
I never watched it.
And Charcoal, tell us if you agree with this assessment of her and shit. You know, bruh, like I said, Gloria Allred would say, take a step back, sister. Damn. They even go down into the detail. Listen, man, just playing that episode, and Chuck will probably be able to correct some things. You know, I would love to actually see him and UB on something, not just in the debate, but this is an exchange of knowledge. He broke down the Black Panthers even more deeper than Chuck did, as far as some of their nefarious activities, the affairs and all this. And I'm sure Chuck has read these things, but it probably was minutia. Like he was talking about Eldridge Cleaver. Case in point, I got a book called Negroes with Guns. You probably see me post it or talk about it, right? You've heard of it, or maybe not. Has anyone in the chat heard of Negroes with Guns? It's a great book by Robert Williams. I won't say a great book. It's a firearm advocacy book, but what his contention is that Robert Williams was a double agent. He went over to Cuba, Russia, North Korea. How does a black man in the late 50s and 60s end up these places, right? And then gets intel against those people. Then is later charged in the 70s for a bunch of subversive things, and somehow a witness doesn't show up and he's released free. Bottom line, he's making cases about how these agents have been your proxy to what's really going on. And we all know who controls these agents. Will say when and said he got exiled to Cuba, then he went to Russia, then he went to China, and then they treated him as a what do you call it when a diplomat, or not a diplomat, or a foreign someone who's a head of state or something like that comes into another country.
Ambassador?
Not that formally, but like you get that kind of treatment. You know, that's how Robert Williams had that treatment. They talk about how that whole black, and like I said, you got to really watch it, how that whole, you know, what many pro-blacks love, when they see them all running up to Capitol in Sacramento and California, right? You know,
Yeah, which started a whole bunch of
we showed strength. We wasn't afraid of them white folks and all of that, right? You know,
went on the Senate floor with them guns.
Right. Meantime, that law here. This is off topic. Mull on this. Los Angeles, Chicago, L.A. Who has? And I saw Freeman Williams in the chat. I'm not Freeman Williams. Oh my God, I'm calling him the rapper. I saw my man Freeman in the chat because he's from San Diego. Which states have the strictest gun laws? New York City, well, New York, Illinois, California. Which states have the largest concentration of black people? New York.
I don't know about that one.
No, well, listen, we all know about Georgia. I'm saying these are top 5 states is what I'm getting at. You feel me?
Yeah.
You know, but and this ties into your thing about ignorance. We love, and by the way, I want to read you something from Fraser, but I need to pull up Jesus first. Or we should do it. But as I do that, why is it we so much advocate? I personally, don't think you'll ever win with going Christian first. I'm a believer. I'm a Christian. I'm baptized, but 90% of I won't say 90. Many black people feel.
Well, I don't think we should ever, as believers, think that God can't raise up a remnant.
It was that white Bible.
Not only that, hold on, let me say it. He can't raise up also a revival in the nation and bring us back. I think there has to be faith. It's just we can't keep our mouth shut. We can't sit silently and not speak. And I think that's the thing. And I think because you got to understand, you got too many people that watched a bunch of House of Consciousness videos and they out here bumping their gums talking reckless. I mean, me and my old dog was talking about that today about how those people on that side are confident and bold and wrong, but very confident with it. And they just out here speaking and impugning all types of erroneous ideologies and thoughts and actions onto the church. And we just sitting here taking it instead of speaking up. And so I think that you can't say that the church can't do something. You have to believe, because enough of us aren't speaking up. And I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of young people, and this is where Charlie Kirk was talking about this before he got killed. A lot of young people are actually going. Now it's white people, unfortunately, not black people. But a lot of white people, a lot of young Generation Z people were going back to. There is a revival going on right now in the nation, and so it's just in the black community where they doing all this deconstruction stuff, because most black people are not. They're a non-academic group of people. They just are, and so
there we go. Now you're getting into
they don't really study. They don't know anything. So a lot of times, even when they say they are Christian, they can't even tell you what they believe.
Well, most people don't even look at the Bible like that from an academic study. That's what made me actually like, wow, this shit aligns with you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. This aligns with history. So, hey, we'll say when and we cool. We're brothers, and we have to get past. And I'm not saying you do this. I'm saying this because I listen to a lot of manosphere-esque topics since Friday, right? From Tommy Sotomayor and what's that comedian name? Chitlin Circuit that everybody love. Chicago. I'm the Rob Taylor Project. Come on, what's his name? Corey Holcomb. Corey Holcomb.
Oh,
come on,
yeah,
Corey
yeah.
Holcomb. Corey Holcomb.
Now that's who I'm not a fan of.
So I have no problem with what he say about the hoes. Now, as far as his daughter and forget kids and all, forget about them. I'm not going there, but I have no problem being honest about the so-called hoes.
I think Corey Holcomb is part of the problem when you start getting into.
Hold that thought for a second. So we'll say winning, brother. When I was just saying, I know that most black people say East, South. I get that. What I'm saying, as far as, and I'm looking on black demographics right now, and I'll drop this link here in the chat because I like to be consistent with, right? So the New York NYC area still has the largest amount of blacks at 20%. It's 19.6, but they count New Jersey, right? So again, it's not exactly New York. Now, obviously, number 2 is, it says Atlanta, Sandy Springs, and Roswell, right? Now, what was surprising to me was that the DC, basically the DMV, was at 1.7 and Chicago's at 1.5. Detroit, okay, and then let's see. Now, Los Angeles is now at 937,000 based off of the link that I just posted. But my point is that when you have three of the largest U.S. cities aligns with a high volume of black population. But I'm also saying, like case in point, outside of these radical Negroes with guns, leftist organizations, most black people are, when they see people with guns and hunting and all that, they just see them as gun-toting wannabe white boys, right? But I give credit to those so-called gun-toting white boys because they at least will know how to defend themselves, if that makes sense. You know, yes, Will. I'm just saying, though, obviously New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, these are the 3 largest cities in America. So the black population corresponds to that. And if you want 20 years ago, before black people started, get back to the ignorance, black people started, aligning with immigrants, we really had a presence in those cities. That's what I'm getting at, sir. You know, I'm just saying it feeds into my notion that we are the main ones who get the most propaganda. Shout out to Chronicles of Judah, and we accept it. We still, when I was listening to these panels, you still got information about we ain't even supposed to be about family. That's not how we was in Africa. And I'm in my head like, oh my God, these are some of the dumbest niggas ever. So now you coming from a biblical point of view, or saying, well, Frazier, who studied you MFers years ago, and he says, I don't know if this is significant to the topic, but I think it fits in. On the other hand, many Negroes in professional occupations had continual membership in the Methodist and Baptist churches because their clients are in these churches. You see how he did that? He socially observed something, but he also saw the motive of why these black professionals were in there. But I'm bringing up that if I say the church was always a part of the community, even from a sports level, you know, nowadays many people are like, man, niggas don't even play sports anymore. What you talking about? They would be correct. And this just, I guess, feeds into our the community's collective interest, which is why I don't embrace all of that unity thing. I said it a lot, so feel free to expound on anything you may agree, disagree, or whatever. Sub.
Yeah, I like I said, I've kind of gotten to the point where I'm of the mindset that you're not gonna get everybody, but a critical mass can be established, and enough people can be put out to push a certain mindset, right? And so I just think, like, for example, so you can affect a society without everybody being something, right? Like, go back 50 years. Yes, a lot of us were Christian, but everybody wasn't. But guess what? In this society, people were shamed for having babies out of wedlock. People were shamed for getting a divorce. People were shamed for doing all types of stuff that they didn't have, right?
Let's stop right there. Why did it work for so long? I'm sure you may have known this, even you're younger than me slightly, but I don't know if you said, they came up north and she pregnant. Like, in other words, I remember the girls were sitting down south. Have you ever heard that?
I remember that too. But I remember teachers, if she got pregnant and she didn't have a husband, she had to wear a wedding ring. I think it's still like that.
Wow. Now that
in Alabama, if you get pregnant and you're a school teacher, you got to wear a wedding ring.
Wow. Hey, Friedman, please, where is Friedman, man? Let me see if I can. I can't even. Maybe I can pull it up.
Just like that girl, that YouTuber, the TikToker that just lost a $1.75 million case, and I love it because
give us the
why
background.
should ass out here trying to take somebody's husband? You should have left that man alone. And I like the fact that she had to be held accountable for that. I love it.
Oh man, I can't.
1.5, 1 point something $1 million. Yeah.
Okay. I just think that okay, someone had it's what we value and what we care about is problematic. I'm gonna use a sports example. You I like teasing you and that you don't follow the NFL like you used to. But
well, hold
Jameer
on. Let me, because you kind of talked for a long time. There's a lot of stuff you said. So number one, when we talk about moving the Overton window of a society, you need enough people speaking up. I'm gonna say this. People may not like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk influenced a lot of young men to go to church. He influenced a lot of young men to be conservative and women.
He racist.
Right? Well, regardless, right? And if you got, now we look at Candace Owens. She's influencing a lot of people. She wrote a book called Write 'em a Sandwich. You can call her a feminist all you want to. You can hate her. That is great. She rails against feminism. You got Allie Beth Stuckey. You got a lot of people on the right that are pushing. And guess what? It's cool. The Overton window has shifted from the left to the right. If you look at it right now, there is some division on the right, but it's still the Overton window has switched from the left when Barack Obama got in. Barack Obama swung the pendulum way to the left to where gay was cool. And I remember getting in arguments with so-called Christian friends that didn't have a problem with gay marriage. I remember. And I just looked at them. I said, man, y'all opening up the floodgates. I said, they go, next thing you know, men gonna be going in bathrooms with little girls. That's what I said. Right hand to God. That's what I said.
Really,
here we are today.
But what's up, by the way? We have critical news update. Shadura's thrown a pick already.
Oh, I know. I sorry. Yeah. So this is the thing. So when it's all said and done, I think the idea that we can't move and affect the society is wrong. I think you can. I think if you catch enough young people and you make your viewpoints known, if enough people get on social media, if enough people go in these spaces, go in these colleges and universities, instead of the red pill Myron Gaines out here, talking his foolishness. But if we need people from the right that are going to engage and talk from a certain perspective and push certain narratives and challenge these things. And if you don't, then it'll stay like it is. But I think as is what Charlie Kirk was doing God's work. He was pushing people in that direction. I think the death of Charlie Kirk has caused a revival in the sense. It really did. And so I can't go as far as to say that it's intimate. Now with the black community, there's no engagement. Well, when you talk about the black community, there is no engagement. The only engagement you see is us, right? You got us and you got Turning Point when they had Blexit going on these HBCU campus with MAGA Hulk. And MAGA Hulk was on there. Ain't nobody finna come at him sideways. So MAGA Hulk was up there talking to people. And I noticed when I watched those videos, because I really wanted to see what happened. It was a very productive conversation. When you come to black people and you talk about the nuclear family, you talk about Marxist infiltration and how they wanted to destroy the family, it really resonates. I don't think there's enough of us talking. And if we are talking, we're more so talking bubblegum talking points, or we're talking from old Candace Owens. And that's not what you should like. Brandon Tatum is most effective talking to black people. That's really who he should be talking to. He's not trying to talk about him. I ain't saying the brother's dumb, okay? But I just don't think he's the sharpest guy.
I don't think
I think he's better off trying to, because when he started talking about Israel, he sounded like an idiot. He really should focus on where his strength, talking to brothers. Right. No, that's where when I see Brandon Tatum really drop bombs is when he talking to the average brother, because he a brother from the hood.
Respectfully, I don't. To me, Brandon Tatum, and I think he believes what he wants to believe. Right? I think he sounds dumb at times, but I at least respect the fact that he stands on something, right? And listen, it is an insult, I guess, but I just got to call it as is. There was a guy, I think his name was King Face. I don't know if you remember him, but back when it was becoming vogue to be trendy, to be a black MAGA supporter. Do you remember King Face?
No.
Guess not. Okay. So I'm sure some of the audience
Keep
I'm
talking.
sure
I
some
got
of
to do
the
something.
audience. Okay, well, some of the audience remembers King Face, but Brandon's not totally an intellectual, but I do agree with what you said about staying in the lane. I also agree with this. Intellectuals are not going to win in a debate against people who are not, oh, here's some good research, check this book out, what's going on right now, look at the parallels in this. Man, most people couldn't tell you what's going on in the world right now, whether that's the push of a 50-year mortgage, or I forget what they called it, where you can buy a mortgage and it's at the same rate of a place and then you could it's called transferable mortgages. Most people are not going to be able to tell you what's going on currently in business, in politics, or technology, right? They're going to not. Most people can tell you exactly what's going on in sports, and I'm guilty of that, and entertainment and who Cardi B is dating, right? So you need a person who is connected with pop culture, but who also has some cachet in how they know how to convey their ideas. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me take that back. They have cachet with pop culture, but they also know how to convey ideas that people who aren't as informed can gravitate to. I'm a 50-somewhat-year-old man and shit, So, of course, me conveying something, on a social media thing, I'm going to try to get real thorough and things like that, but how I like ideas presented. That's not how they receive them. And that's what I think Brandon Tatum is. Now, I do disagree with you. In fact, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you are back. I was on my man, Mr. Fantastic today, right? And we were talking about, I forget what we were talking about. Oh, I don't know if it was, because you're very hard on Myron. And I actually finally heard what Myron says about smashing 50 girls. Would you like to know what his thoughts on that are?
Go ahead, man.
Okay. He doesn't say literally 50 girls. And again, I'm not here to defend all things Myron. I think Myron has his limitations. I think Myron has his limitations in understanding certain aspects of actual Black culture, in a sense, right? I think he has limitations in he wants to be so much of a shock jock that he's going to say more things that are outrageous, that he sounds corny, and he does corny and stupid things, like putting a pointed hood thing on, right? Which will forever alienate him from people listening to him, right? Or, right. But he was saying that it's not actually 50. And I literally just heard this on Tim Pool thing that he was on with this one. I don't know if you watch Tim Pool regularly, but he was debating this one. I think his name is Brian Shapiro, small hat, red ginger dude. Oh my God. These guys are literally have to be walking eunuchs. That alone right there, I say you appeal to Black men. Like, look at all these leftists. They're all pussies, and you can't show me not one Black male leftist who's not a pussy. Probably the one I would probably tell you is Mark Lamont Hill. But then when I hear his takes on, the gender thing, and it's like, really, dude, step aside. But anyways, Myron was making a point that the reason, now I don't agree with his he says 6 figures, smash 50 chicks, and a couple other things. But he was saying, he's like, look, if a guy is at 15, I'm not going to tell him, oh, you need to hurry up and get to 35. What he's saying, and this is where I think we get too caught up in the literal meaning of things. He's saying that when a man has confidence around women, whether that's successes and laying bodies down, or he knows how to talk to women, he's not as pressed for pussy as 90% of dudes. Remember, I told you it's married guys that are on OnlyFans, right? At a rate of 86%, dog. I see what he's saying. He's saying you need to get at women so that they don't know, because of women, it doesn't matter how much money she has or what have you. If she looks good to that man, she can always leverage that against him. And we know this from biblical days. Thoughts, and I'm not saying you should go and smash 50 chicks. I'm just saying.
All right, so let's look at. I don't think that's true, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because
What he said, or just a general theory.
I just don't think that men that sleep with a lot of women, a lot of them are still simps. So, for example,
I don't disagree with you one bit. One second, let me add one more thing. So I'm not gonna say who. It's not somebody you know. I'm just saying.
No, let me get a point. You've been going for a long time. So let me say
my
something.
bad. Hey, I'm
brother,
making
let me
this
speak. You don't mind, do you? All right,
no, I do. But I did want to play up there. I agree with you. I know plenty of men who pay for ass, and I'm like, that's not getting.
Oh, okay. And this is the thing. This is the thing, bro. I'm gonna tell my story, a little small snippet of my story. I was always the guy that I ain't gonna say I was the guy. I wasn't. I was that cute guy that girls liked, but I was shy. Right?
Okay.
I was shy, played basketball, but playing basketball did afford me certain
privileges.
Exactly, right? Certain girls, class-wise, like there was a hierarchy, and because I was on the basketball team, and coupled with my looks and how girls felt, it got me some girls.
Right.
I didn't really come into myself until about 9th grade, where I started saying, I'm that nigga. That's how I started feeling, right? I'm just being straight up, right? At least that's what I told myself. That year, I probably had like 12 girlfriends. Like I was just moving.
12 girlfriends at 14 years old?
Not at one time. Not at one time. No, well, unfortunately, my birthday's in December. And I flunked the first grade because it was very traumatic. I ain't gonna tell you about it. I don't get into all my
laughing at you
situations, but I flunked first grade because of my parents got divorced, and it was a lot of drama going on at the time, bro. It was now, and I didn't even realize this until about 4 years ago. Like, damn, maybe that's why I flunked, because we started talking about what all happened at that time, and it was like, well, damn, that'll mess up my son right now. My son would go to school and get F's if he saw what I saw at that time. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, so I'm like 16 in the 9th grade, right? Graduated at 19. So I'm 16, and I was talking, I talked to this one girl. She was real popular. A lot of folks liked her. She came at me. I ain't do nothing, right? I did just say, man, Crystal like you. And I said, Crystal who? Because I wasn't even, although I was kind of, I ain't gonna say popular, but I was on the basketball team. I didn't really know all these girls' names. I wasn't chasing behind. I had my own lane of girls I was talking to. I wasn't trying to be with the popular girls. Because I went to a school with a lot of people. So there was still some girls at the school that wasn't as popular. Those were the ones I wanted, right? So then I get So then I messed around and I dated Crystal. Then I dated this other girl named Tanya, and then the floodgates opened. Because at that point, now you got to take in mind these are like little 2 and 3 month relationships. That second semester though, bro, I talked to some of everybody. I did. I was cheating. I had 2 girlfriends, like on 3 different separate occasions. So that's 6 women. I counted it up, bro. I was just moving. I had girls all at other high school, like other schools. I was going to the little football game. Like if a middle school had a game, like Cloverdale was this middle school that was a rival of ours with another school that I ain't even go to. I'm dressing up, getting a fresh haircut, and I'm going to the game because don't nobody know me. So me and my boy, we go into the game, don't nobody know us. So they were like, who is that? That's how you get them right there. Anyway, we mop up, right? 10th grade, I do all that, right? I wasn't having sex like that. I had sex a couple of times in high school. I wasn't knocking them down. I was not knocking them down like that. It wasn't until
I love the story.
I'm saying I wasn't knocking them down like that, bro. When I was in high school, like how you would think, like, oh, people thought I was, but I wasn't, right? So then I go
about college?
I mean, college is college. College is when college. It's like, okay, I got my own place now. Because in high school, you talking on the phone. You might have a car. You might. By the time you get to 11th grade, you might have a car. Where you gonna take her? You ain't got no money. You can't take her nowhere. So what you gonna do? You gonna sneak wherever you can. That's what it was.
I'm trying to see how you got
college. I go to JUCO. First time I go to college, I go to this JUCO, Wallace and Hansfield. We got trailers. My nigga, I'm burning incense. I got the damn Jodeci on, nigga. I got a Dina Howard. That a Dina Howard boy.
T-shirt and panties on.
Freak Like Me. That one. That first
false.
Freak Like Me. That album.
Yeah.
Bro, man, let me tell you something. We put that on, boy, I was cutting up. That's all I'm gonna say. I was cutting up. And then, so what I'm saying is, I finally get to college, knock off a few of them, then I give my life to Christ in 96. Now, that didn't just slow it up at first. I'm just being straight up. Girls was still, it's like it got worse, actually. Because I started telling girls, yeah, you know, I just gave my life to the Lord. Man, it's like girls would just be pulling their panties off then. It was crazy. It got worse.
What does it tell you?
I think it was girls, they liked that I did that, and it made me more attractive. I wasn't even trying to use it for that. I just told the truth. And so I said, man, I can't do this no more. I was trying to stop. I literally put a stop to it. I struggled, but I did. Then I got to Tuskegee, and I got in a little groove where I was able to actually abstain for a while. And the reason I'm saying that, but then I had a couple of little situations. But still, women are women. But I did have a 3-year spurt where I wasn't having sex. Now, the reason I'm saying all this right here is because when I finally was at that point where I wasn't getting down like that, I wasn't struggling to talk to women. I wasn't intimidated. I understood women. In fact, now I can probably count the number of women at that time that I had been with. I've been with maybe 8 to 10 women, straight up.
Okay.
So I wasn't like just no high count, body count nigga like that. I wasn't. And so what I'm saying is, by the time I get to that point where I got that 3-year spurt, I knew how to deal with women. You don't have to mess with 50 women, or not even 50. You just don't. I don't even think, to be completely honest with you, you need experience talking to women, spending time with them, dating women. You ain't necessarily got to have sex with them to even be.
I disagree with that.
I don't think you necessarily got to do that. I'm gonna tell you why. Because when
I didn't say sex.
I'm gonna tell you why. When I was in high school, by the time I was in like the 10th, 11th grade, I was very comfortable talking to them. It wasn't like girls would try to dangle sex. They couldn't control me with it because I knew I had options, even though I wasn't getting it like that. But I knew if I really just wanted to have sex with, they probably wouldn't have been the best looking top of the line. But I had some girls I could have just went and just blow their back out if I felt like it. Like I knew I could, but so I wasn't just hard up like that, even though I wasn't like, I don't think that's a necessity. And what it does is it really, just in my personal opinion, that theory that he has actually perpetuates the debauchery that he complains about not finding a wife. You say you can't find a wife in this culture, in this society, but then you telling dudes, he is out his mouth saying 50 women. And let's be honest. Let's look at practically, did it work for DJ Academics? No. Does it work?
Different.
Okay, I know you don't like him. You don't like him.
Because I don't like him. It's because the dude looks older than me, for example, right?
Okay, but DJ Academics got money. He big ass.
No. He's got money, but he's a fucking simp. There are plenty of
Okay, hold on. What about his homeboy? What about Fresh?
Fresh is a simp.
Okay, hold on. They the main ones talking that. And let's be honest. I hate to be that guy. I hate to be that guy. So is Myron.
Okay,
Myron,
I don't know.
Okay, tell you what Myron does. Does. Myron gets in these panel discussions with chicks that you and I will run circles around intellectually. You know, these girls are like little 19-year-old OnlyFans models, right? You know damn well they not gonna have anything. They ain't live long enough to have any substantive conversation with you, right? And so he destroys these girls. But then when you look at the women that he's with, and he's been exposed in the instances of stuff that I done seen with him and women, he moved the same way my Fresh do.
Okay, I'm not gonna say.
Does he not?
Okay, yes.
If you out here offering to pay for coochie.
Okay, I don't know about the paying part, but I do know that he.
Oh, I know that. That's been well documented over and over.
Okay, Okay, now, then I am proven wrong. What I'm getting at here, how about this? Maybe they're not the best example. Now, I'll use me. I'm not going to go into my story or whatever. You talk about high school and 8 girlfriends. Shit, I wasn't even thinking. Well, I take that back. I was thinking, but I wasn't doing shit in high school. I was trying, but it wasn't working at all, you know. So, but I don't think high school is the best reference point for most men, because most men are more like me than, or back then, or more like me than were like you in a sense, whatever. They have 1 or 2 girlfriends, right? You know, so what I'm getting at is that men need exposure around women to where they can say no. It's easy for most men to say no to somebody that they don't find attractive, or when they want to, you know, I'm trying to pause this, you know, when they want to get something off, you know, I mean, many dudes have ran trains on on chicks. I'm talking, whoa, let me really pause on that. Have ran trains on chicks, right? You know, just because of, yeah, we did this or whatever, but they could never get anyone on their own. You feel me?
Okay.
Or I'm sure you saw that or whatever, right? I'm sure you've seen that in your 20s and things like that, right? I'm talking about, can you really bag somebody who is attracted to you as much as you're attracted to her? That's the key. That's where I'm coming from. I personally don't think that men should go after women that aren't interested in them, right? But I'm in the minority of that. Most dudes like, no, you should really do. If you get on her OnlyFans, or if you like enough of her posts, you will. No, attraction doesn't work like that at all. It's not a linear science at all. But I do believe that as long as you, how do I say this the best way to be succinct? As long as you can be confident around these women, and if you're interested, and then she's like, damn, this guy is, because most women are following trends. Simply put, oh, this guy looks like, this is why most of these rappers look the same. They all got dreads, they all got these ghetto ass looking gold teeth, and you know, I won't say they all do or whatever, but you get what I'm saying. You know, they all look like some struggling nigga, and they all sag their pants, right? Who's selling them this archetype? Okay, now unfortunately, because many of them are followers, they're going to chase that. But I say guys should go after, or go to that 30% or 25% of the remaining girls, you know. And that's how I see it, if we're making sense. But again, his point, I'm not talking about him personally. His point was just very simple. You have to be competent, because most dudes, even in their 20s, are still nervous around women and things like that. That's all I'm kind of getting at. Let me see what O just talked. Let me see. Ant says them niggas had a course on sending them DMs raw. Okay, hey, Ant, I'm not defending that corny shit. You and me are in concert there. O Dog goes, you'll never know if a woman likes you until you engage. Mr. O, I don't disagree with you there. I'm talking about how these guys communicate nowadays. And yeah, you what? Man, go holler at her. Hey guys, so keep talking. I'm just gonna turn an eye off real quick.
Like I said, man, it don't. When it come to women, I think we give these doggone red pill content creators too much credit. We think they got it figured out for men. They're telling you how to perpetuate the debauchery and evil that is West, that we see over in the West right now. That we see, if you sleeping with 50 women, you creating a mess. That's what you're doing. You're making a mess. You can date, get to know, spend time with, and understand the ebbs and flows of dealing with women without running through 50 chicks, man. I think the problem is men not being chased, not women. Women, they can actually not have sex. I know we like to say, well, they love to have it just as much as we do. They do. But if men aren't as thirsty, a lot of the habits and things that you see will cease.
Okay.
If a woman puts a ass picture up and you putting tongue emojis up there, or come on, man, let's look at that. I'm just saying, you could take an average, I'd say 7, right? Not
6.
ugly, just she's
You said
cute.
a 6? You said a 6.
I'm gonna say I can say 6 or 7, doesn't matter, right?
I'm gonna tell you a 4, nigga. A 4.
Oh, okay,
If
we can go that
4
far. I've seen it with the 4, but what I'm telling you is average like 6, 7. That's actually easier, more prevalent, right? What I'm saying is you can take an average woman and she put on some yoga pants and go and put up a video squatting in the gym. That's all she got to do. She ain't got to say nothing about sex. Listen to me. She has to say nothing about sex. She's gonna have so many sexual comments in the men are horny. A lot of us are horny, sex crazed individuals, and we want to have as much sex as we can possibly get. And if these women feed off attention, it's like I don't know, it's like energon cubes. It's like an energon cube for the electric
like Pac-Man. No, they're like Pac-Man and shit.
Yeah, it's a power pellet or energon cube for Megatron. It's just, I feel so good because he liked my picture. I feel so good because he showed me some attention. I feel so good because he said he want to have sex. Now, hold on. She's not gonna probably want to talk to 99% of those guys, but she will feed off the attention. The minute you figure that out as a man and you stop giving it and you value your attention, the further you'll go. Number one, you're gonna be respect. Because with that, let me say this: when you don't just frequently give out attention, you gain respect. You know why? Because he ain't kissing my ass. I'm gonna tell you something.
I don't disagree with anything you said.
Something he said about a man that is not sex crazed, staring at every ass he sees, trying to talk to every chick, horny as hell, right? And just sex. I think that goes unnoticed in our society. We don't talk about it, but it's destructive. It is destructive, and it really is ruining. Because if you got weak men, there will not be a strong society. Men have to be strong. Hold on, let me get it out. Men have to be strong, and if men aren't strong, and if men are weak and easily conquered through sex, then they can always be dominated by another group of men that are more on their square. And we've seen it historically. I wrote about this in my book. Say what?
We see this regularly. First of all, your example was on point, but I'll make it more simpler, more funny. I said all your average chick has to do is go into her modeling studio, aka her well-lit bathroom, turn the light on, get the best push-up bra she got, take a couple shots at around 6:45.
Yeah, suck you in her stomach, a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah. Take them at 6:45. It's always going to be on that 2 o'clock, 10 o'clock angle, right? Y'all fellas know time. Give me props in that. It's going to be at that 2 o'clock, 10 o'clock. It ain't going to ever be no 3 o'clock, 9 o'clock, or whatever. She's going to give you that picture. By about 10 o'clock, she will look at her phone, and there will be about 50 hello beautifuls, about 30 marriage proposals, about 10 tongue emojis, about 30 lunch proposals. Then she's just going to the store and it's like, hey, what's up? How you doing? These niggas so thirsty and all this.
Do it through another turnover? Hold up.
You said Shadur?
Hold on, let me see. Got another interception. Hold on, let me see.
No. By the way, for the record, audience, if you're not watching, Lamar
he got one interception. Somebody must have fumbled.
Lamar has thrown 2 interceptions, 2 picks, but that MFN Beast, you're gonna love this sub. It's an Alabama guy. That MFN Beast, the guy that brought back the running back Derrick Henry, is having a game. Love Derrick Henry, man. Shout out to Alabama, right?
Yeah, roll tide.
Shout out Derrick Henry. No, I'm saying they tried to negotiate the running back out the game. Back to what we're saying.
I don't think you're ever gonna be able to get rid of the running back.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
Throwing's gonna have its bad days. It just is, man. You can't always just throw the ball, bro.
Simple weather tells you that you can't do this all the time, right? Hey, or weather conditions or timing or the offensive line may give up, But back to your original point of listen, to N-Dog, I think N Dog is right that most women think like, but most men. I mean, think about it like this: you have titty bars that are located not less than 2 miles away from each other, right? You know, frequented by now. I get it. Atlanta culture is much different than everyone else's culture, but at the same time, it's everywhere. Many of these chicks think they can. Their route is they can do OnlyFans, or they can stripping, then they can do OnlyFans.
Because you got too many simp niggas out here doing it.
So right, we agree with this.
You go to the strip club. If you go to if I go, what's the day? Sunday. Tomorrow night, you know, if you in Atlanta, it's only one place to be, right? Magic City Monday, right? Now I ain't gonna lie. I myself have been to about 50 of them, so I'm not gonna talk. I'm not gonna talk like I wasn't like a Magic City Monday connoisseur, bro. Like, and I'm gonna tell you, midnight Magic City Monday, 2009. It was bananas, right? And I was in there with Cadillac Williams. Everybody was in there. It was lovely. I loved it. Just I still had a little real estate money left over, a couple of dollars here.
Okay.
You know.
What's like N Dog need to come up here when he's time. He's using all the great phrases, Grand Rising Queen, you know. And by the way, I don't think y'all got the best defense. I think y'all got.
Hold on. Let me say this. My wife, good example, a great example. Okay. My wife, right? Niggas be saying little stuff. I don't get mad. Niggas gonna try to holler at your chick, man. That's something I've been having happen since the 90s, right? So I'm used to it. Like, niggas gonna do what they gonna try to holler at your woman. That's just disrespectful niggas. Niggas that went to school with her. Oh, we went to school. Hey, how you doing? So dudes gonna try to holler at your girl, man. It's normal. But is your girl trying to get the attention? She trying to pull it. And if she is, because some women do that. Some women like attention. They need it to feel sexy. That's I've had women tell me that. I like attention because it makes me feel beautiful. It makes me feel desired.
Welcome to dating apps.
That's the truth. Women say I like the attention because it makes me feel beautiful. I like when a man notices me because I put this effort in to put this dress on. I went and did my hair. I got my nails. I got this. And, you know, even though I have a man and I don't want to be with anybody, I love when guys show me attention. Women just don't say it.
Okay, but okay. Everything you said is true. I'm not cutting you off. We're just making it more interactive. Somebody in the chat, I'm sorry, not somebody, shut up, my bad. You can say that. I was just trying to address your comment. But the KOD is closed now. It is a car dealership. They owed about $100,000 in back rent. And then, like with most shit, when niggas get a hold of it, the management gets all fucked up or whatever. So that's what happened with theirs. Now it's just about the small ones. I keep saying one of these days I'll go back to one of them because it's been some years since I've been into them.
Man, I ain't been in one about 6 years, 7 years. Yeah.
You'll bring, just like I told someone at the brunch I was at earlier, since we're playing soon. And I was like, I was like, yeah, I didn't bring my Bible here or whatever, you know. So you'll be saying that when you go into the TV, like, hey, would you like to do Bible study? What are those old?
Oh, they just go to touchdown. They the Ravens.
Don't say Shador did.
The Ravens.
Oh, hey, Lamar. Okay. I'm watching the box score because I can't get the game. I want to get back to the major point about, okay, fine. We agree. Those three are not the living embodiment of what they say consistently. Okay, I can respect that. I'll focus on Myron. I do think Myron has a lot of knowledge on things that the average person doesn't. And I think he's a pretty damn good debater on most things. And he advocates staying in shape. Okay, I'd rather see him. And let's look at the, since he's not black, right? Let's look at the analog for analog. What black man out there, all of them, sub, real talk. And this is why, like, when you be critical about Red Pill and all this, I think you and O-Dog bastardize it. I just look at it as there's reality, then there's reality how you want to see it. Reality is sometimes, hey, that responsible wife who stay-home mom, well, sometimes the mailman is breaking them off. Sometimes the cable man is breaking them off. And that happy-go-lucky husband has no idea Don't ask me how I know these things. And no, I've never messed with a married chick. It's not my thing. I don't want that kind of.
Hold up. That's very out there. Like what? It's
No,
not
it's
that
not.
it's not.
Very
It's
normal.
not. Hold on,
Very
I'm saying it's not that it doesn't happen, right? But it's like. So what are you saying? Red pill. I'm of this mindset.
Right.
I think red pill is feminism on the opposite
Inverted.
polarity.
You think it's inverted?
Yeah, I think it's the exact same thing, and I think it's. But therein, this is the thing. If I look at feminism, right? If I say, should a woman stay with a man that's beating her? No. Should a woman stay in an abusive relationship? No. And if a man is irresponsible and has kids and doesn't want to take care of them, should he be made to take care of his kid? Take it? Yeah, I don't have no problem with that. If you a lazy, dusty nigga that don't want to take care of your kids, I don't have no problem. You should take care of your children, right? On the other side of the spectrum. On the other side of the spectrum, hold on, let me talk. On the other side of the spectrum, this is where I say stuff and it gets ignored. And it always, you hate red pill. I don't like the red pill feminist inversion of it. But when it comes to protecting men, right? Men should, first of all, you should never have to worry about being able to see your kids. That's number one. Number two, it should be just as frequent that husbands or fathers get access or custody before the mothers do, because statistics show that the child will actually probably wind up further along, especially when they're older. I can see the little toddlers and, but when you talk about a 7, 8, 10-year-old, they need to be with their father. That's number two. Third, I think women should not be allowed to abuse child support as a meal ticket. It should literally be about taking care of the child. Literally. Like, what's that chick name that got mad? They got mad at the basketball player and put that video out, and everybody got mad at her. I forget her name.
Brittany Renner?
Yeah, she put that video out, and everybody got mad at her. And I agree, because I was like, bro, that's $6,000, $5,000, I think it was $11,000. Some she was whining about $11,000 a month. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Let's think about this. This is a child. The same children that play with sticks and rocks. Okay, so what do they want to eat? Let's say you want to feed them steak every day, right? Which a child don't need to eat that because that's unhealthy. They won't be able to go to the bathroom, right? So obviously, you talking about maybe, all right, I'll give you $25 or $30, $40 a day meal. Let's say $60 a day for food, clothing. Okay.
$60 a day?
Hold on, listen. Let's say per month you put them in some fly stuff, averaging $1,500 a month in clothes, which is ridiculous. But let's say you're doing that per month, right? Now you was gonna get an apartment, but now you got to get a 2-bedroom because you got a child. So your rent for that apartment probably would have been $1,800. Now you got to pay $2,400 because so that's an extra $600 a month. I mean, you struggling to get over $5,000. You really are.
Okay, and to prove your point further,
why would a woman deserve this? This is me. Hold on, let me get it out. Why should a woman get more than $5,000 a month for a child? I don't care who the man is. You just shouldn't. Now, when we talk about quality of life for the child, if you're a father, let's say you're playing in the league, right? If I'm a judge, just my personal opinion. If I'm a judge, if I am going to get $10,000 a month, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to give her $5,000, and the other $6,000 is going in the account that the child gets when they're 25. That's what I'm doing. And I'm letting it draw some interest. I'm doing what's best for the child. I'm thinking about the child's best interest. See how, hold on, I can say this and not be red pill, but I can still say child support and all these different systems, they're unfair. They need to be changed. And certain things, domestic violence and how a woman can just lie and there's no repercussions. She can just ruin your life and there's no repercussion. No, her ass should go to prison. She should go to prison. Period.
Yeah, I think I want to use, because I want to respect what you said. I think you, and I saw something that O-Dog just said, so I'll say it like this here. I think you're taking these situations that you've heard and you're extrapolating that to all of so-called red pill. I don't hate all women or have resentment towards all women, O-Dog, and I do consider myself red pill, and you can't hang it over. I'm not saying you, but you can't hang it over my head like, oh, he wanted them or whatever. No, I believe it's about setting boundaries. That's how I see it. And many people cannot stand, man, because especially as black men, we're not supposed to have boundaries.
I mean,
We're
be
supposed
specific. Be
to
specific.
okay.
Boundaries
Oh,
in what?
I'm glad you asked. I tell women or whatever. I tell women because I'm volunteering this. Like, well, what kind of women do you like? I'm like, we don't really have this conversation. Why don't we just get to know each other? But I'll answer your question. I say blah blah blah, right? Simple things. I say I like women who's attracted to me, blah blah blah. And they said, okay, well, we talk about like what do you look for in a woman for long-term marriage? I said, you know what? Outside of us being compatible, I need to look at her family.
Look at what?
Said, I need to look at her family, how they
Okay.
interact, what they about, and all this. And man, you know how many people that offends? Well, she can't control if she didn't grow up with a father. I'm not saying she can't overcome that, but it's gonna be a tall ladder for her to overcome that. So that's the standard that I've had. Why I don't get in relationships with. Well, let me phrase that. I don't have these bad relationships. Oh man, I had to block that. Or this. Most of my things, because I'm not saying it's about total vetting, because I'm sure somebody can get over me, or someone could have the best father, and then she's still the worst bitch ever, behind closed doors, right? I'm not saying that can't happen, but that's an example of setting boundaries. I'm not going to take you seriously. I have to really see something in you before I go to that next step. If she didn't have a father in her life, and I don't mean that her parents was married, I mean, does she have a relationship with her father? Because then this is where you're dealing with all of the pushback and all this, because she's not used to male authority, right? Now, is that so much of an absolute? No, but it has worked for me for about 90% of the time. That's
Man, finding out about somebody's family ain't necessarily red pill to me.
Well, okay, okay. Well, okay,
that's just smart. That's just not just. You want to, let me say this. You want to know what, like, if you come from a family of, like, a woman, if you got a daughter, right? She
Right.
dating a dude.
Can I say something real quick?
From a long line. Hold on. She dating a dude that comes from a long line of rapists, right? Granddad, dad, uncles. Right?
That's a tough.
You gonna be a little. You know what I'm saying? I ain't listen. I'm still like listen, let me get it out. I'm still a case by
I'm agreeing with you.
I'm a case by case guy, right? But that's a little alarming. That's all I'm saying, right? And you need to be careful. You don't need to see this guy by yourself. Y'all need to always be out with people, and you know that's how I will feel with it until we all get a certain connection with this guy and then there's certain things that's just no-nos. Like, I don't care what, under no circumstances should you be with this nigga.
Fair enough.
This nigga's a drug dealer. He what? He sell dope.
Right.
Oh, hell no. And it's the same with a girl. Like, you got how many baby daddies? You what? Certain dudes can handle that. I'm not one of them.
I will be the first.
I'm not. I can handle one. I'm gonna be straight up. I'm an older guy though, right? If I was a single guy, I can handle one. Right?
Well, what was it? At this age, at this age, that kid better be fucking adult. Now, this is what
I'm probably not gonna be dating a 50-some-year-old woman.
No. That's
Think about it.
At least you're honest about it.
I mean, it's probably in her 30s. So she might have
standard.
a little 9-year-old, 10-year-old, 6-year-old.
Let me say something to Ant real quick. Ant, you're a cool guy overall. We just disagree on some things, but like today, you made some great points, but then you're still caught up on just being a nigga. I'm sorry. I hate to say it. I say being caught up on being a nigga. You made this comment. You said it's the equivalent of the world thinking all blacks are violent thugs. The majority of y'all. No, it wasn't that. It was something about girls. Y'all think. Where is it? Damn, it was some shit you just typed about. Y'all see. Oh, y'all key concept is a girl turn every 18 every 10 seconds. That shit is foul. Nigga. Oh, God. That's all of the concepts. But meantime, it's you niggas who are smashing. Maybe not you. People who follow your philosophy are the ones that's going to the titty bars all the time with them chicks at 16, 17, 18, driving around the high schools at 25, saying there's nothing wrong with doing that or whatever shit. What do you call it? I don't even know what the legal term is, where each state has their age for whatever the age is. Man, stop extrapolating these things. You sound as dumb as these white people in what you said.
Well, no, I don't think he sounds dumb, because I think what he's doing is he's taking the point.
What he's heard. He's taking what he's heard.
No. Exactly. He's taking the talking points of a lot of these dudes. You got dudes in their 50s and 60s out here thinking they gonna go talk to an 18-year-old. Like, my nigga, hold on. Let me talk. You got dudes out here, they have not seen their dicks since like the 90s. Like, every time they go to pee, all they see is their stomach. They just guessing where their dick is, right? Like, these dudes, you out of shape. You're not this 19-year-old, low body fat, strappingly handsome young man that an 18-year-old girl will find attractive. So what you gonna do? You're gonna pull your wallet out and you're gonna trick, right?
Okay.
And you listen, when you were 18 before, right? Just hear me out. You were 18 before. You know who we couldn't stand as youngsters? These old niggas throwing salt in the game out here, like, man, why these old lame ass old niggas out here buying these broads? We used to talk about them because I know you did. I could tell. I could look at you and tell. I know you. I mean, get your old ass. This old ass nigga. Right. That nigga told that chick he gonna pay her rent. Oh, lame ass nigga. Nigga, you too old. Take your old ass to the old folks home. That's what we used to say. Why? Why you used to say that? You used to say that because and now that's us. Now that's the old dudes that's in the manosphere talking about they gonna get them a 17-year-old. You better take your old ass. She does not. Hold on, let me get it out. She don't want your fat ass. Okay? She does not want you. You are not attractive. Listen, you're not attractive. You don't laugh at the same shit. Y'all don't want to watch the same movies. All you want to do is sleep with her. And you need a pill to do that. Come on,
that's
man.
funny. And by the way, I've never taken Viagra in my life or Cialis or any of the fucking shits. Now, that said, I think very similarly to, how do I say this? I give the red pill credit because it's challenging conventional wisdom, which most black men follow. And what is black man conventionalism?
I mean, man, you know what? Let me ask you this. Why are you so hardwired with this red pill?
Who says I'm hardwired?
Hold on, listen. Let me get it out. Why not just come over to my side, man? Just be a nigga that just ain't fucking made a fool out of it. I ain't got to defend Myra. I don't have to defend, but I can sit up here and say, hold on, I can sit up here and look at Brittany Renner like, man, she full of it, man. You better stay away from that chick there.
Who says I don't do that? Who says I don't do that? Who says I don't do that?
But you defend red pill every time I mention it. You got hold on, man. Red pill ain't that. Red pill ain't that.
For you and that, Myron is your archetype, because I'll be like, who the fuck do you guys listen to? Because I knew about red pill shit before it was called red pill. I knew about this shit back in the 90s.
Bro, I was listening to Tom Likas in Atlanta when he was on WP.
And I have no idea. But Tom Likas was a fat white guy who the only way he could get broads was from his money or whatever. We were about.
You think a lot of these niggas? Hold up, pause. You think they ain't what a lot of these red pill niggas is? Why you think they red pill? Hold on, pause. Hold on, let me get it out. Why you think a lot of these niggas is red pill in the first place? Cause they lame, a lot of them. Go on, just admit it.
I'm not making my thing is Myron isn't the symbol of red pill. So if I bring up anything about like what he say about
Corey Holcomb, your guy.
I don't think Corey Holcomb will be called red pill. I think Corey Holcomb is just a nigga who has no ethics. But I will agree with this. You're not gonna like this. I wouldn't do this, but I do agree with him in this and that if you're with somebody and you're a parent and all this, or y'all got a kid together, right? See, I can actually see through nuance and all of these things. And like it's one thing Corey said, and it disgusts you, sub. I actually like when you like I can't stand this. Whereas I don't care. But when Corey I can go make the kid, I pay my child support, or you do the Anthony Edwards right. You know, he just paid them, go away. Now me, that doesn't go against my personal constitution, or that doesn't go with my personal constitution. There's no way I could do that with a child of mine. But I like the cut and dry factor of it. I like the fact that every choice has consequences for both sides, whatever, right? You fuck with ratchets, this is what you get. Ratchets, you fuck with
but that's a woman get back at the woman focused ideology.
No,
It's
no,
not
I said a
Hold on,
woman.
pause. It goes against your personal constitution because it's damaging to the child who doesn't deserve that. That's number one.
Right.
Number two,
Right.
when we talk about Corey Holcomb as an example, right?
Right.
Corey Holcomb did a video, and this is why I don't like Corey Holcomb.
Okay.
Corey
keep talking.
Holcomb did a video the other day about that girl, Bryant, Dr. Bryant, right? Come to find out, Dr. Bryant is a straight up
Dr. Bryant. Gotcha.
certified lesbian, like we all knew, right? She's a certified lesbian. Everybody knows she got a face full of coochie. She even got the look. To be honest with you, I've seen women that cross over. She got that tough, kind of tomboyish, but pretty girl look. I went to school with chicks like her that played basketball.
It's like she got the
I've seen her kind.
Yeah.
That try to act like they're girls, but they really mess with niggas, right? This the thing.
Bro,
I mean, they really mess with girls, right? I said it wrong, right? But the thing is, if you look at her, when he said it, you know what he said? He said something that pissed me off. You remember when Paul Pierce got into it with her and he didn't get into it. He just told her, he was like, yeah, so you got a dude that you messing with and you ain't committed to him and you stringing him along, whatever. And then Corey Holcomb said, oh, well, it's been, what he said? He said, well, Paul Pierce is the only real street certified nigga that can see through her. I'm like, you ain't got to be no street certified nigga to see through that trash. I knew she was a lesbian. I did a video before that ever happened. Saying she probably like men. I mean women. Why I keep saying that, right? That she probably likes women. It's it's not like it didn't take you having to be out on the streets and be a real nigga, as Corey like to put it. I hate that real nigga talk, man. What that mean? See, he a street certified nigga, and see, he can see through the game and understand. Like, no, stop putting these street niggas up like they got something up on regular dudes. They don't. I'm sorry, I don't feel that way. Only thing you might have up on me is understanding how to sell drugs. That you got to up on me on that because I've never done that. But understanding women, nigga, what? That's every man. Just about most men I know, except in this space. My bad. In this space, a lot of men don't know how to move around women. Okay, I get that. But where I'm from and coming from the place and from my background and the people I know, most dudes I know ain't what they call game goofy. Because that's what he's basically saying. That, Paul Pierce is game aware, and everybody else, all these niggas that she be around that be trying to holler at her, they game goofy, and she just play them for money. I don't think that street dudes are these magical Negroes that understand women. Like, I just don't, and I hate that he tries to push that. Hold on, Corey Holcomb, one of them guys that'll vacillate to try to glorify the thug street image a lot to me. I don't like that nigga for a minute.
I don't either. And for the record, and dog, Edward doesn't represent me, but I'll say this because you be saying a lot of slick shit. I know. I'll say you say a lot of slick shit. I guarantee you that dude will out intellectualize you. I know that that's not a word. Yeah, so don't be taking shots now because I think does Edward sound like he's crying at times? Yes.
Wait, BTS Gilmore said it's cool to beat chicks.
But no, hold on a second. But here's the thing. Y'all, again, love cherry picking these weak ass examples. But again, show me the black man in modern media that y'all, like you was praising Les Brown a couple days ago or whatever and said that I was, my bad. Because the fact that you tried to imply that Les Brown, who's dealing with a serious issue right now, and because I said I'm not into motivational speakers and all of that, you was like, how dare you go? You on that side with believe all women and all that. Gotcha. No, I'm talking to Ant Dog here. He's like, y'all.
My boy Ant like that, man.
No. Ant be like this, y'all this.
Ant ain't no believe all women dude, man.
Yeah, he is. Because y'all gay leader. Motherfucker, the only leader of me was my damn goddamn father, right? And shit. Hell, I question that. Well, I won't get into that or what have you. So, Sub, I'll say this. I just don't like the fact that black men, forget white guys, forget all this. Black men can't say, most black men, I do. I'm just like this. I'm just like this when you met me. Am I wrong? Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Okay. You say it like you say it reluctantly.
No, I didn't. I'm just like, yeah, why are you making that point? But yeah.
Hold on, because many guys are one way on the internet and a different way in real life, you know, and many people are just the very same way. They say, excuse me.
I think they're in. This is the thing. You got a lot of guys that don't want to acknowledge. Let me tell you something. There are men that aren't willing to do the work to be men. They run from. Hold on, pause. There's nobody talking about this, right? But there are men that run from the work that it takes to be a man, and they run around other men that have like ideas and they align with them, right? And when they get around these men, they compare notes and they say, oh, well, I tried to talk to this chick and she rejected me. Now, I can look at you, right? If I say, all right, do me a favor, take your shirt off, bag up, and stand on the camera and let me see you. Soon as you do it, I can look at you and be like, well, hell, that's why she ain't talk to you. Look at you. You look sloppy. What did you say? Well, man, I just said, yeah, I told her that, you know, I see her every day. She probably think you following her, bro. You look like a creep, man. Look at your haircut. Look how you look. You look sloppy. You look things like that. Number one, what they're gonna do, they're not gonna look at themselves. They're gonna look at me and say, you number one, I'm pedestalizing these hoes. That's number one. Then they're gonna say that you simping because you trying to do too much to get these hoes, and you shouldn't have to do that. And I'm just like, no, I'm just talking about the world goes off what they see. So why not present the best image of yourself?
I don't.
If I'm out here trying to talk to a woman, I'm gonna present myself the best. I'm gonna dress a certain way. I'm gonna smell good. My hair is gonna be cut. My skin, my teeth, everything's gonna be together. You know why? Because that's how you're supposed to present if you're trying to talk to somebody.
But not just talk to somebody. If you're trying to do anything in business.
Hold on. When I talk like that, like Kevin Samuels talk like that, what did they do? They hated him. It wasn't until Kevin Samuels had the average at best video that they all became Kevin Samuels fans.
But that's not
up until that point. Hold on. And now that I got my old channel back, you can scroll back to the video called In Defense of Kevin Samuels. And you'll see I saw the screenshots where they was shitting on that man. Why? This is before he blew up. And why did I make that video? I'm glad I did. Because they made that video because they was dragging Kevin Samuels for telling dudes to present the best version of yourself to the world, not for a woman. Nobody's ever said that, so let's not talk about that because I know that's what you're about to say.
No, it's not. Not at all.
Ain't nobody finished. But man, you should never do it for a woman. I'm not telling you to do it for a woman.
Well,
you present yourself for the best opportunities. Listen, if a woman, and it's just bottom line, if a woman is fat, out of shape, and flabby, right? And she wants to talk to men, she's not gonna get as many opportunities as she would if that same woman lost 50 pounds or whatever, hit the squat rate, got her body.
No one will ever disagree with you on that. That's rational.
Well, guess who did disagree with me?
Ed?
Nope.
Obsidian?
Kevin Samuels got up there clout chasing when he got up there with your boy, with Obsidian. And they was like, "Oh,
my boy, that's funny.
A woman can improve." And I said, "Man, if a woman is a 6 and she fat and out of shape and she dropped the weight, she can get to like a 7 or 8." No, that's impossible. No, yes, it is. Yes, it is, bro.
Okay, hold on a second. Again, that's why I say, what are the examples? Because everyone knows that Obsidian is a flip-flopping ass. Like right now, I saw his recent iteration, and I'll give credit where it's due in that he's on camera and he's presenting himself. Something that he swore he would never do or need to do and all of that other shit. I think I'm speaking outside. Okay, well, I'm going to use a reference that Ty City, one of my nemesis online. I mean, we're cool generally, but it was somebody was just covering about different workout routines, right? It wasn't even about women. And, you know, those dudes doing, I forget what they were doing exactly. It was certain kind of weights that they were doing. They were doing some kind of superset routine. And then Ty City just types in the comment, all y'all doing all that complicated shit is for women anyway. And man, it made me explode. I lit him up. Now, here's my point here. You'll never hear me disagreeing saying that a man shouldn't present their best selves. But a man presenting his best selves works on certain type of women. You get what I'm getting at? You know, some dudes just exist.
Well, it depends on what lane you in, though.
Well, how about this?
Hold on. I'm gonna give you a good example. If your sense of style, everybody ain't got the same sense of style, right?
Right. I know that.
My style has changed. I used to dress a certain way. I used to dress baggy, right? Now I'm older. I worked out. My upper body done filled out a little more. I'm not 190 no more. I'm 205, 208. So guess what? Now I wear shirts showing off my shoulders and my chest and so I dress different. My whole style is different now.
So not to pro rank on you. Yesterday I went somewhere, and because it's gotten colder here, you know, colder here means 60 something, right? And she's like, wow, I like the way you look in a turtleneck. And I'm like, and it was a simple black turtleneck. I didn't want to wear a jacket. I just wanted something long sleeves, but that, you know, fitted more like a sweater in a sense, right? But I didn't have any sweaters. I left them all in Michigan. Let's get back to the original point. I think we're conflating too many things. I will never tell a dude to not go out and be your best, but I always also say, you doing like a woman, but I'm also, so I'm not going to go there, but I will also say this, man, dude, like you take a guy who's very good with women. One of the things that I've known, because I've studied this for years, many of those guys know the type of women that will be into them. Does that make sense? You know, and they know the type of women that'll vibe to them, right? So they have a more better target than most guys are like, they're just prospecting. They don't know where the deer are at. I'm not calling women deer, I'm just using an analogy, you know. Whereas your experienced deer hunter knows where they graze at, know the times they graze, know where they're gonna go. Does that make sense so far?
Yeah, but therein is just experience. But go ahead.
Right. But this ties also into the conversation, all of this. Whereas if you're a dude who, I don't know, what's the game? War. Your world is about War of Warcraft. That's not going to appeal to too many women, you know, outside of a gamer convention, right? But just back to the original thing, let's be honest. A woman can't physically outdo you in anything. Or, well, maybe she can outdo Mom Donnie, right? But little joke, right?
Yeah, my wife outbenches already.
Right.
You can't even bench 35. What was that? What was it?
It was 115.
115. He couldn't even bench it.
But, and I'm saying that in a playful sense of like, women are looking to men, and this is where I do agree with them. Women, even hood chicks, they want to be with a guy who's better than them. Now, if he gets food stamps and EBT, and she
hold on. I don't think I out of all these videos, and I'm gonna let MT talk because he been.
Oh, MT's here? I didn't even see him.
Because you eating, nigga. Because you eating.
Hey man, I gotta eat before the game.
All right, so check this out. This is the truth. I don't hear people talk about this, but this to me seems to be the number one factor, more so than all this stuff these guys do. All of this stuff is true, right? Money, looks, personality, all that, right? But if you take all that sense of humor, those are the main four, right? But if you take those and you add mysteriousness to either one, you got something. And what I mean by that is
that's fair.
And this is where a lot of guys miscalculate what the thug is. They think that the thug, she like him because he sells dope. Like, so you really think that's what makes her go, ooh, he moving keys. Ooh, I like that. No. Now, I ain't saying some women don't say that. I ain't gonna lie. They exist. But what I'm saying is more so than anything, what the thug understands that the average plain Jane, I want to say educated lane guy, but just the average Poindexter doesn't understand. He understands that mysteriousness, so guess what? The thug, he's mysterious. Automatically, he's mysterious, right? Or the guy who, it doesn't necessarily have to be a thug that is mysterious. It could be how you present yourself, right? One of my favorite movies was Hitch, right? Will Smith. I know I can't even see Will Smith the same no more. But one of the things in that movie he told his character Albert Brenneman, right?
Right.
He said, Albert, he says, tonight I want you to be an iceberg. He's like, well, what do you mean? He says that most of your mass is below the surface. I agree with him.
But let me back up.
So, say what?
No, let me back up. I'm about to head in my car.
Oh, okay. So, and that's it. Are you mysterious? A lot of regular dudes don't understand that, and they get mad. She with him because he sell dope. No, he seems more mysterious. He seems more intriguing. He seems more interesting. You don't. That's the bottom line. What's up, MT?
Hey, what's up, Sub? You running a marathon today, ain't
you? Yeah.
What's up, man? Yeah, I think I was watching the 1 o'clock games when you got started. About time for the Sunday night one, but anyway,
I had a couple of debates, and then we didn't got off into all types of stuff. But go ahead.
Yeah, but anyway, man, I always just like to be practical. Sometimes to just go through anecdotal examples. Sometimes, I guess I don't want to sound like I'm straddling the fence necessarily. I guess I'm gonna try to play diplomat a little bit with this one. But I'm just thinking about back in the day, and I'm sure you probably remember this, when Buckhead up and down the strip, all the way through Peachtree Street, all the way up to Buckhead to be crowded. And you remember how cats would be riding like 4 and 5 deep with, I'm going to try to be politically correct here. Remember when everybody had the TVs in the headrest?
Yeah.
And for the love of God, I'll never understand this. I would have got the car if one of my partners ever was doing this. And they were playing quote unquote adult movies.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Back in the day, I'm like, 4 dudes.
Yeah.
Thugged out.
This one dude had one in his rear view. Check this out. He put a TV in his rear view window. I'm talking about in the window, not in the actual one on over the dashboard. I'm talking about in the actual rear window of an SUV. So he's riding around with sex playing out his back of his truck.
Yeah, I mean, I remember several of them doing it. I'm like, okay, you and your partners are all packed in a car, riding down Peachtree, headed towards Buckhead with that playing.
In Atlanta, of all
yeah. What are you? My whole thing was, what are y'all gonna do at the end of the night? I'm halfway joking with this, but serious. But these, I mean, they were, I guess, the stereotypical quote unquote, brothers that everybody seems to say that women would be clamoring around. I'm like, I don't see them with no women, so I don't know about that. The reason I say that is, I guess my little lane behind had figured out a little cheat code for myself. But that's why I say I agree when I think one of y'all earlier said, know your lane. It's living in Marietta, the little Barnes and Nobles right there, down the street from Cumberland Mall. So, I mean, I don't think I'm no ladies man. I don't think I'm no player. But, man, I had that sub like a routine almost, sub. I'm just being real.
I used to be up in there. I'd be
Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
I probably saw you in there.
More likely. Tuesdays and Wednesdays. It was like, okay, it was almost like putting a schedule together. Like, oh man, I gotta have me a date for this coming Friday, Saturday. Let me head up to Barnes and Nobles. Wednesday, go up in there. I'm actually reading. I'm not just in there just for the women, but reading through, whatever books or whatever, business books or whatever. I see something nice up in there. I mean, my batting average, like I say, I'm not no ladies man. I just say hello, get the number, call them, ask them out. I know my batting average was over 500 every single week. every week. The routine was this: meet them at
Kirby,
Barnes and Noble.
Hold on, that's not even, and I'm not even trying to.
Otani
I'm not. Hold on,
host.
I'm not being a hater. It's Atlanta, bro. It's like that.
Yeah, that's why I mean. That's why I keep
hold on,
prefacing.
that's why dudes love Atlanta, because it's wide open like that. It is.
I guess this where well nowadays I guess you know, they would get out the car on me, but straight to the Cheesecake Factory.
Well, over there, perimeter.
No, in Buckhead.
Oh, you talking about
Well,
the
it
main
used to
one
be
on
up there. Now, you know, now it really would be ignorant now because I go from Barnes and Nobles and then pick them up that Friday and take them to the one in Cumberland Mall they got there now.
Yeah.
But you know, that's back. I'm talking about back when the ESPN zone was still in Buckhead and all that. So take them to Cheesecake Factory. If it went good,
what's the name of that place over there? That place that got that big fish in front of it. That seafood place. What is it? Name of that
Bones.
place? On that street with the
Bonefish. Is that Bonefish Grill?
No, it's a big fish. Used to be over there by that hookah bar that Far Road, over there on Far Road.
Yeah.
Dang. Fish was in front of
I thought that was Well,
we used to,
man, I forget the little steakhouse. You talking about with the steakhouse next to it, right?
Okay, MC, can I politely interrupt? Just politely, briefly. You're speaking of a far begone era, and I love that era. Like, it was a chick who was around my age who, here, I'm gonna be nice. And she's like, yeah, you should, because I was telling her about why online dating was BS, right? Are you guys still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, I'm gone.
Yeah. Shut up, man. No, I just heard some background noise in the background, and I'm like, damn, did it switch channels? No, but these kids, or when I say kids, anybody under 35 to me is damn near a kid, right? So, you know, anyway, that said, and she's speaking as an old chick because, you know, the Black community is full of arrested development, so they do what their adult children do, right? Obviously, I'm exaggerating, but you get my point. And she's like, yeah, well, it could be your profile, because I said online dating is BS, and I said, and even if you use it, it should be 20% of your strategy, right? That's all I said. And she's like, well, and this, and I'm like, okay, weren't you the one who talked about they met on an online date and then she got assaulted and all this, and now you're advocating it? And what she was really doing was, this is how she gets out and gets out and things like that. Whereas I was only using that for as example, gentlemen. I personally think the best place, even nowadays, to meet women at is things like, and these don't even happen anymore, like fight parties or get-togethers or birthdays, or, you know, when people get together, everybody brings something, or somebody cooks. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody uses their right, or somebody uses their what do you call it when you in one of them associations and they have a community room or something like that? There's a term.
Savings club.
Well, you know, you're in an association, and then you're in an association where you live at, and there's like a community room that you can rent out or work out and all those. Yeah. Oh, I didn't hear what you said. Exactly. Do parties like that, because it's too much of a social scene right now. Like, case in point, they don't even build dance floors in clubs nowadays. The club.
I don't. I'm gonna be honest with you. Can I be honest with you? They have really. This generation is devoid of any. Like, some of my fun in the 90s was just going. I was shy as hell. I was. But I get on the dance floor if the DJ play a little song and move side to side, and you know, you ain't got to be no dancer like that. But you know, you can hold a beat, and then the DJ would actually play slow music. I know, novel idea, right? And he would play slow music, and I remember getting the numbers, and that's gone, bro.
I mean, what dance floor is now about 4x4?
No.
I mean, people, you know what people,
you know that tile in your house.
You know what I hate? You know what I hate? You go to a spot, they got these couches, right? And so you got the couch, you got this little bitty ass table with drinks and pictures on it, and everybody, then they bring in their little hookahs, they sitting that over there. Then you got another couch on the other side. Everybody's just facing each other. They play a song, somebody stands up and dances, right? And it's just, It's not conducive like it used to be, where everybody was in a big ass circle. The dance floor was in the middle, and it wasn't no damn two couches facing each other. So you walk in the club, you see the back of the damn couch. It just look weird. You got the back.
To me, what they're doing with that, you know how they stage homes for sale when they're ready to sell. To me, I'm serious. This is what I think clubs are now. They stage them so people can take their Instagram pictures and they little quick, Snapchat videos or whatever, and it make it look like the livest club ever. But
that's why
I
them
stopped
tight
going.
ass couches. The couches all think about it, you can't even stand up. Like if you sit down, it's been pretty cool. I done went and sat down in the couch. And I hate them couches. You sitting there, you sink all the way down.
You sink all the way.
So
Hey,
you
man,
sit
that's
in there,
why.
and they got the music just blasting. You can't talk. So somebody say something. You got to lean up. So now you got to squeeze and get yourself up. Yeah, what you got? So you're sitting on the edge of the couch. You try to stand up. Your foot touches the table, and then your calves is pushing up against the damn couch. That's how close it is.
It's a place to be seen.
That's
And
most
it's not-
spots. Most of them like that.
But you know what? There was still back in our day, and to what MT said, he said how small. I said, MT, go to that tile. Like you probably got tile in your house, and it's like put two of them
Yeah, the
together,
foyer.
just two. That'll be the size of the dance floor nowadays. But then again, Sub reminiscent, and I love this song, so I'm not knocking you, Sub. Sub reminiscent on the days of play another slow jam. This time make it sweet.
Of course.
All that, or what they used to call it, socialing. Them days.
So you mean house parties and stuff.
Yeah, man. No,
But you know what? And I think this is the thing. This is the thing that really get me. Like, you can no longer do that unless you in the suburbs somewhere. You can't do it. Like, if you in the hood, you don't throw no house party. You scared.
Right. That's a good point.
My son, when he gets in high school, I might, depending on the mixture of kids, for the most part, my wife gonna probably know every kid in there. But that's what I'm saying. We could throw something at the house because he ain't gonna have but about 15 kids in his whole damn class. That's how it is. And so it's different than if you, like, where I went to school. My class was 500 students. So we throw a party. That's just my class. Then you got to look at the 11th graders, the 10th graders. You got niggas that done graduated. So you got a couple of thousand people showing up at house parties. I mean, I remember some of my best parties in high school was it was the last week of school during exams, and they said, hey man, they throwing a party in Spring Valley. Good Lord. Bro, you gonna see the party a block before you get there. It's cars all the way down the street. You got to park like you going to church. It's just that far out.
It'll be that or the bowling alley and shit. For some reason, every city loved the bowling alleys. But I was gonna say this. Dare I say, and I'm like, no, it's not that bad. No, it's that bad. People say social media. I'm gonna get back to these goddamn cell phones. This is what's made dudes socially retarded. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying you gotta be the goddamn.
You ain't gotta fix it. You ain't gotta fix it, but you don't have to fix it because even though you were shy, like myself, you still had to learn how to navigate the NCO.
Right.
You had to learn how to go to the NCO club, how to go to the Rolls, how to go to this club or that club. Even though you were shy, you figured out, okay, I'm gonna give me something to drink. All right, I'm gonna talk to her. You gotta figure it out. You don't just like, now it's like, man, it'll be a done culture shock if you just had an old-fashioned club with a dance floor and a DJ and everybody just go in there. Folks be looking at each other like they're crazy. Because the one club in Montgomery where it was really like that, where it really had a dance floor, shut down.
Well, that's where I wanted to, regarding the red pill.
Go ahead, man.
This was the main point I wanted to make regarding that. I feel like what was really happened. I mean, I finally saw some of what Myron and them, as far as the 50 women. I'm like, if you do 30% of that, this is what's going to probably be the result. If you're don't fall off in the midst of all of it, you're going to have busted car windows. Your job's probably going to be in jeopardy from them calling up trying to get you fired. I mean, what he's talking about is a recipe for disaster. But in regards to red pill itself, I feel like that's somebody hijacking and bastardizing the red pill. And it's taking advantage of a bunch of along with other things. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of things I see on the internet that I thought that I'm like, why is there a need for this? Whether it be fashion or other certain things, but if there's a void, and I think in this case it's a void in people being able to interact socially, and they being handicapped, as y'all spoke on with the cell phones and social media. I mean, I can't imagine, and this might be where I'm out the mix and out the loop. I probably look at a girl like she's crazy if I tried to talk to her and she said, "Here's my Instagram." I'm like,
Bro, that's how people share their information.
Yeah, I mean, and in regards to that,
but see, I like
brothers,
why you know why I like what you just said, because a lot of guys that will do that aren't aware that social media footprint, which, like Kevin Samuels talked about, is imperative. It just is. Now, if you don't need it, fine. You feel like you don't need it, you fine without it, then move on. But if you whining and your social media footprint ain't together, then I mean, you know, that's your fault.
I mean,
I gotta go to the store for my family. But what y'all got? Anybody got? Go ahead, close up.
But there's
I was just saying. I mean, just that. I think red pill started out like a lot of things with good intentions, and I still think at its basis it makes sense. But if you got a bunch of clowns out here just basically, to me, monetizing, capitalizing off of it and leading brothers astray, then I'm not gonna say scrap it necessarily, but definitely it's got to be some better representation of it out here.
I got a good good analogy. I love anybody that's working out. I don't mean that literally, but y'all get what I'm saying. Anybody that can, you know, dare I say, I'm not saying all, but this is why I got to respect certain convicts. Yeah, he's like, what else are they supposed to do? Yeah, but at least they're doing it. You know, I got a best friend who I showed him a workout that all he has to do, dedicate his 10 minutes a day to it, and he still gives me excuses about making time and shit. And it's like, what the fuck? But my point is this. I remember when CrossFit came out about 10 years ago, and you got this variety of people from chunky dudes who used to be athletes to young people, and they're all doing the same thing. And I'm like, there's no way this is sustainable. Coming here every day, jumping all, you know, climbing ropes, hitting all
I couldn't
this,
do
you
it.
know.
I did it. I'm not made to squat 7 days a week. I'm just,
Right.
I mean, they squat every day. And listen, some people do. Hold on, some people can squat like that. Then they was doing those snatches, those cleans, and I don't think you should squat every. I just don't, because guess what? If you squat every day and you go down wrong, it's very injury prone, which is what wound up happening.
Right, and that's why that brand.
And that's what ran them out of business. People,
exactly.
A lot of
you
people
don't even
get
hear
hurt.
Exactly, and it's no different than, you know. Shout out to, I think his name is Red Supreme, who gave me this expression. You have a lot of game goofy Gilligans who have no clue, who do not go out. Like, the number one thing I would tell most guys: go out by your goddamn self. Go
and
out
that's
by
why
your
I was
goddamn
speaking
self.
earlier. That's
And
why,
then-
not to cut y'all,
Yeah, but you ain't gotta go out to
Go
a
ahead,
club.
go ahead, MC.
That doesn't mean a club though. That could be a
Yeah,
bar,
but-
your restaurant.
That's why I would sit there scratching my head, sitting in traffic, trying to get to the restaurant with my dates. When I'm like, okay, y'all are 4 deep in this car, and I'm watching how y'all. I know how these niggas out here move. Y'all are gonna sit there in this car, probably passing around your liquor, and y'all ain't gonna talk to a single female while y'all out this whole night. Y'all just gonna be trying to look cool in your box Chevy while
Hey,
I
let me say
pass
this,
by with my little lane behind.
I gotta cut my boy hair, and I gotta go to the store. So
So yeah, I was just wrapping up. So, but
be gonna be busy.
yeah,
What you got though? Go ahead, and close out.
now I was just saying, while they're sitting there not and haven't talked to a single chick that whole night while they riding down the strip, my little lane behind, riding by with my date in my little Honda Civic. Why? Because I made contact. And that's why I just think whatever age range, just interact.
There you go.
All this stuff, Myron or any of these other people that's trying to sell red pill, just talk. If they don't want to talk to the next one. If she don't want to talk to the next one.
Old school. I hate
Yeah.
you. All right, y'all.
We on the same
All right,
page.
bro.
All right.
All right,
All right.
Ty.
Have a good
Take
week,
care.
everybody.
All right.
Go Lions.